Steven Seagal with 2 Canadian. Drinker was so mean and mocked my fatness and movies. Ah, shut up, you fat fuck.
Hey guys, those in the chat, welcome to, I guess, another episode of No Echo Chambers, where we're going to be focusing in on the latest interview that premiered today on Gothix channel, I believe, Cancel the Culture, featuring Say No to Rage. I have a sort of great panel, even Gary, and I'm going to bring him out now, starting with the first man to be seen on stream, who is currently going sideways, Knightsend, Gary. We have the lovely Kate, GeektimeTV. How are you guys all doing today?
Okay.
Yeah.
I feel old.
Thank you, Gary, for that lovely old.
I'm so old.
Before we get started, you guys don't know much about Lano or the Say No to Rage and this whole cancellation off Twitter. Not Twitter, but Twitch and everything else?
No.
Correct.
Not everything.
All right, cool. Well, this is going to be an hour-long interview. We're going to just cover our bases like we did with the Gina Carano interview, like those were there. And I suggest we should get into it. So we're going to pop it up here. And here we go.
My name is Gothix. Welcome back to another segment of Cancel the Culture. I am here with a very special guest, Say No to Rage. How are you doing, friend?
I am good. Thank you for having me.
No problem. By the way, is there a name that I should refer to you as, or just a username?
Everybody calls me Lono. Nobody really calls me Say No to Rage. Yeah.
Okay, Lono. We'll do that. Lono.
There you go.
So, so Lono, you are here on this wonderful channel because you have experienced your own situation with cancel culture. Before we get into that, tell everybody who you are. What do you do exactly?
Well, yeah, the channel name is obviously Say No to Rage, and I do a lot of different segments and cover mainly a video game called Destiny, as well as now Destiny 2. And I've been doing like live broadcasting and YouTubing for 6 years now, and was on Twitch for a while there. I would be celebrating, very close to celebrating 5 years of partnership over there if I still had my channel. And so my YouTube just celebrated like the 6 years of when I started. That's actually how I got started. February the 9th, actually, was when I first uploaded a video 6 years ago.
Okay. Wow, that's a long time.
Yeah.
Okay, so you mentioned that you don't have your channel anymore.
Right.
So I guess we could just jump right into it. What happened? And I'm assuming the channel deletion is a part of that.
Yes, it is. So I spent the better part of my 5 years on Twitch streaming Destiny, and got sort of connected and involved in a lot of stuff around that community. And the first year broadcasting, I was trying a lot of different things. And then sort of as I ended my first year and got partnered, I was primarily streaming Destiny pretty much full time. There was a weird instance with me in an event. I got an email from somebody indicating that I had made them feel uncomfortable. And obviously I was sort of shocked and taken aback. I was like, you know, the events were described in a way that I did not recall the events happening that way. And so I kind of tried to apologize, but at the same time was also kind of like, that's not really how I feel like it went down. And then I kind of realized that it was more serious because the event was having like a legal team look at everything, because they were, you know, obviously it kind of felt like a volatile situation. So I compiled everything I could to kind of defend myself, to be like, I feel like this is kind of getting blown out of proportion. This person, you know, had shared a vape with me, and I had a very bad reaction to it and was acting kind of weird. I asked for help and wanted them to keep an eye on me. And in the course of that evening, it was like maybe, I think 30 minutes after, I guess I had made them feel uncomfortable. And I tried to like make it right and apologize, but they also didn't want me to. They told me they didn't want me to apologize. They didn't want me to contact them. And that kind of blew over. Like the legal team basically looked at everything and decided there was nothing to do. And I was obviously wanting to defend myself, because I was like, this isn't me. They're trying to make it sound like I'm this terrible person.
Can I ask what you did? Or allegedly what you did?
Yeah. So apparently when we got on a bus to go to a movie, I was acting very strange. And I remember acting strange because I tried to speak to somebody before we left, and I was aware that I wasn't making sense. And like I had cold sweat on the back of my neck. I kind of felt nauseous. And so I found the person who had given me the vape, and I was like, can you keep an eye on me? I'm having a really hard time. And on the bus, they alleged that I kept leaning on them and they had to like yell at me to stop. And my memory of it was that I was having a hard time sitting up in the seat. Like I ended up against the window. I ended up bumping the seat in front of me. And then finally I ended up leaning against them, and they kind of pushed me away. And after that, like when we got there, they kind of like got off the bus and like put distance between us. And then when I was in line to go into the movie, like my friend asked me, I think 3 times, like, dude, are you okay? What's the matter? Because I was like having a hard time standing up. And so my memory of the event was that was kind of weird. That wasn't like me trying to do anything. It was also me I felt like I was sort of in the position of vulnerability because I asked for help. I was like against a window. Like I didn't follow them or anything. Like they followed me to keep an eye on me because I thought I was having like an allergic reaction to whatever was in it. Like I was having a hard time swallowing. And so I was kind of like, I felt like I was almost like panicking.
Mm-hmm.
And so I felt like my panic and strangeness made them kind of panic and feel like they weren't safe, which obviously I felt bad for. But at the same time, I was like, you weren't in any danger. I wasn't attempting to do anything. I was myself having a hard time. So that event essentially led to that community that I was kind of plugged into with Destiny. Slowly but surely, like every single person just stopped talking to me. The story went the rounds, and everybody kind of heard about it, like I was this creep or something.
And during this, where people just kind of distanced themselves from you, was it just a matter of they took someone's word for it and didn't actually have a conversation with you?
That's exactly right. Yeah.
Okay.
So even the guys who organized the event, so there was a big con at the time. It was called Guardian Con. It has now rebranded to GCX. They were in communication with me. We were at St. Jude, and we went there as representatives of this Guardian Con charity drive that they do every year. And so obviously they were looped in on all the emails. Well, when I tried to explain to them, like, hey, I have kind of a side here. I don't really feel like that's how the evening went down. You know, they're making it sound like I tagged along. These are things this person has publicly said, by the way. They've said I tagged along and I wasn't wanted. And yet the truth is they invited me like multiple times to dinner, which was weird because we didn't ordinarily hang out. They kept offering me their vape. They were kind of keeping tabs on me, like where I was. It was almost like they wanted to make sure I was with their group, but then they tell everybody they didn't want me there. So I was kind of like, there's something's getting lost in the shuffle here. They were not interested in my side. When I sent them my side and description of the events, they told me I was supposed to send that to the St. Jude legal team, and they didn't want to see it. And then they made it sound like legal was going to decide everything. So when legal tells me, and I recorded this conversation because I'm terrified. I think the culture's so volatile. My career's over. If this goes public, no one's going to believe me. They're going to think I'm this terrible person. And so I stayed after that legal team. I'm like, I would like to talk to you. I want to know what's going on. And when I finally got to speak with them, I recorded it because I wanted it to be clear that I was like facing this, you know, and trying to handle it. And they on that call said, we see no reason to ban you from the grounds or to ban you from events. Like nothing really seems, you know, to have happened here that requires action. Now they did say that the events are organized by this other guy. They're like, so it's up to him whether or not to bring you back. But like they saw no cause to like ban me. And so when I went to the conference guys and I said, look, you guys run this conference. You said you were kind of waiting to hear back from legal. They're saying nothing's going to happen. And when that conversation transpired, they kind of let their true sort of, I guess, their true colors show. They were like, well, we don't want you to come to the conference now. We're revoking your creator pass and we don't want you to come.
Huh.
And so I was like, okay. I was like, I thought you were leaving it up to them. Like they're not doing anything. And so can I still come? Can I pay my own way? And they're like, yeah, we can't ban you from the event, but we're expressing to you that we don't want you to come. And I'm like, well, my entire community thinks I'm going to show up. And so I went and it was totally normal and totally fine. Like nobody acted weird toward me. Obviously I wasn't included in anything. They didn't include me in the charity drives or anything. Even now I'm seeing tweets about me that I didn't see when all this happened. And I'm like, and I'm seeing these tweets, 7 months later, and I'm like, but they're lying about me. That's not how that happened. Like, they claim that I stole a creator badge, and then they removed me from a creator area, and then I said I felt like I was being singled out. None of those things took place. I had a friend with me when we were in line. Somebody recognized me and was like, "What are you doing in line?" I was like, "Oh, I'm just waiting to get in." They're like, "No." They take me out of line and they give me a creator badge. And I'm like, "Oh, I just have a normal ticket." So I tried to do the right thing. I was like, "I just have a normal ticket." I pulled it out. I was like, "I have a normal ticket." He's like, No, you're a creator. You get a creator badge." So that's been flipped into I stole a badge, and they claim they asked me to leave a creator area. I never, ever, ever tried to use the badge in like an underhanded way. I was always in plain view. But now the public thinks I'm this weird, creepy guy that like showed up to an event I was banned from. I wasn't banned, and stole a badge and like snuck into areas I wasn't supposed to go to. And it's like, I didn't do any of that stuff.
So that's interesting, because I can definitely relate to you on the aspect of people.
Sorry, I'm going to pause it quickly. Does anyone have any thoughts so far? Do you think this is already going down a road of like they already made him the enemy?
Sounds like he was drugged.
That's what it sounds like to me.
What hasn't been said, I don't know if it's gone through the interview yet, but he has mentioned that vape pen wasn't a normal vape pen. It was actually a marijuana pen. He's not one to like
That was
do
my
that.
first thought, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I know people who have like had reactions because they're not used to getting high, and you do set a panic. You can't sit still. You're touching yourself. You don't know what's going on with your body. So it can set off panic in people, especially if they're not used to that type of
Sure, I've seen people get really paranoid and panic on weed. I've seen it.
Never experienced that. But
In fact, he's a friend of mine on Facebook, and when I was in fake college, and I wasn't a real student. I lived in the dorm. I partied with everybody. I went to classes. I'm in the yearbook, and like people are like, "But you weren't a real student." I'm like, "No, I was hanging out. I had nothing else to do. My dad kicked me out." But my roommate, my fake college roommate, got high one night, and he never gotten high before. And I don't want to say his name on here, but his nickname was Mangy. And he went into an absolute panic attack, and I had to sit up with him. And if he woke up and I wasn't there, he freaked out.
I guess my most of my family are stoners. Like, my dad has the temperament of Hyde from that 70s show. And I'm not even joking. So and I've been told by my neurologist, it's totally okay if you want to use that for whatever things might help.
Yeah, and the more accustomed to it you are, the less you're going to have panic or paranoid attack.
And I know you can be physically allergic. I have allergies to other things, so I totally get that.
Yeah, that my first thought when he started this whole story was that someone was vaping pot and he had a reaction to it.
Yep. Yeah. That's exactly what I got.
Yeah.
But the question is, all the stuff that came after, like, what did they actually plot this out?
It
Like,
sounds
drag him like this?
I'm gonna play more of it, but it gets
that's
crazier.
really what it sounds like to me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, go for it, Steven.
Mm-hmm.
People making up their mind without actually going to the source and getting information.
Right.
Because when I was canceled, it was just everyone wanted to hear this person's point of view, but not mine. It was just, nope, don't listen to her. It sounds like you had a lot of opportunity stripped from you because of this situation. There was nothing else. It was just the fact that miscommunication at this original event.
Well, so at the time, that's all I thought had happened.
Okay.
So for 2 years, I get completely ostracized from that community. No one will really talk to me. They'll be friendly at events and stuff, but they won't come on my podcast. I was never invited back to any other podcasts, and they isolated me. I think they thought if we isolate this guy, he'll just kind of go away. We won't include him anymore, and all these stories are getting spread about me. And I knew the stories were getting spread about me because there would be an event that I wouldn't go to. And I would get unfollowed by people at the event on Twitter because I have like an app I can check that. And
Don't do that. Don't do that.
I know.
It'll mess with you. Don't do it.
Well, and see, this is what happens. Like you don't know who likes you and who doesn't. You start to get paranoid. So I was always sort of nervous that, well, it's going to come out or somebody's going to basically be like, we hate this guy. We've heard all these stories about him, because I knew they were spreading stories. And this all got confirmed when this blew up, because other content creators came forward and were like, we've heard these stories about him for years. And some of them I had never even heard. I was like, what on earth? Where is this even coming from? So I got really blindsided. So 2 years goes by, where from early 2018 all the way to 2020, and isolating me, I actually ended up growing quite a bit. So, sorry, it's like
no, it's okay. Take your time. Take it. Do you need a break? Need some water?
No,
Okay.
no, it gets, my heart rate gets really elevated talking about it. So 2 years goes by, and I have massive growth. I get an agent. I get to host E3 main stage with Twitch. That was always like a huge dream of mine. Everything's like going my way. And early 2020, my channel's exploding. Around the time that this happened, I had over 6,000 paying subscribers. I was making well over 6 figures on Twitch. It's how I bought a house for my family. And that made people really angry, because they had sort of heard all these terrible things. They're like, man, why is this creep's got it all? You know, look how well he's doing. Was kind of the mentality. And I always saw subtweets about me. I always knew people would say things, you know, about seeing assholes win, and I saw people that, you know, the one girl was like subtweeting about me, and then another girl chimed in and said that she had to reevaluate her like past interactions with me. So, you know, suddenly I have this sense of like, well, that people, I guess, are fearful of me, and they're, you know, they think I'm somebody that I'm not. Now, keep in mind, this entire time I'm in therapy, because when the thing happened in 2018, basically went to my wife and I was like, so I went to this event and I got like higher than I've ever been, and it led to me making somebody uncomfortable. And now she's saying all this extra stuff that I'm confident is an exaggeration. I said, but this is something that happened. And at the time, this was a pattern of self-destruction in my life. Like, I would go to events, I would overconsume alcohol, get very, very drunk. And it was basically, my therapist calls this, is essentially acting out. It's like a form of maladaptive behavior that I had patterned in my life, that through therapy I learned was related to abuse from like when I was 16. So I was raised super conservative. Like, we never really talked about.
All right, before we get
like
in that
sexual stuff.
I'm gonna pause it. You guys have any thoughts so far?
I'm sorry.
Go
Go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
I just had a quick question. Like the backstory of this guy, was he like, why would they target him? Like, was he controversial? Like,
it will come up later on, but no, the thing is, he was blowing up on Twitch, right? For the Destiny streamers, that community is like tight within itself, but he was always on the main page. He got verified on Twitter. He just got
a jealousy issue. You think
this is pretty much a jealousy issue. Now, I'm gonna reshare this soon, but I'm gonna stop it quickly, because what are the people that are doing searches in? I want you to read what what someone retweeted, and I want you to look at this. Now, this is part of the one of the accusers, right? So, can you guys see this, or I haven't added it yet?
I'm not seeing it yet.
All right, there we go. I'll make it a little bit bigger if I can, which I cannot. But why can't I make that bigger? But this is supposedly one of the accusers, and this was popped out 2 years ago. Something happened to me that has not sat right since. I feel I need to share this now so that everyone is aware, and that is not okay. I was at an after party for GC where we were drinking, and I got into an intimate conversation with the man we're actually watching the interview about, Say No to Rage, about our past, religion, family, and coming out. It was loud at the bar. I was very drunk. I was coming out of divorce and felt like I could talk to someone, Lano asked me if I would like to go someplace quieter, like his hotel, away from the group. I did not know what to do. So, okay, first of all, when you hear this is back in June 2020. Does it sound like he's hitting on her? I know it can come across like one, because that is a normal pickup line I've heard before.
right.
But does that sound like he's trying to be understanding so she can have a more like a quieter conversation without background noise, or do you think
There's that possibility, of course, but if he is hitting on her, it's
he's
her
married too.
place to reject it.
Yeah.
She doesn't have to go back to his room.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous.
I was confused and drunk. I was not a streamer at the time. I was a viewer and
That's a
admired
piss
him.
poor fucking excuse. She chose to drink.
Yeah. Yep, I agree. I admired him and who he was as a creator. I was also very queer. So I got up saying I needed to go to the bathroom. I found a friend at the bar and apparently did not remember this. I was told tonight. Proceeded to cry my eyes out because I didn't know what to do in the situation I was in. I felt vulnerable. My friend got me out of the bar and back to the hotel in an Uber that I lost my phone in, and I missed my flight the next day. That's how drunk I was.
Sounds
now,
like their problem, not his problem.
Yeah.
But now we're going to go on to... It is never okay for a married man to try to take a drunk person like Enviro back to their hotel room alone. This is a dangerous situation that, since she did not know him that well at that point, it could have easily led to an assault or rape if he got her alone. Catching on that. So this is yeah. Now do you see where their narrative is going?
Yeah.
Thank you.
From right away. Yeah.
And now we have this person saying, I am a survivor of grape. I know what can happen. I'm so happy you got away. So you're automatically assuming that this was this man's intention. Here's a narrative forming right here.
Because every man is a rapist.
Supposedly, like, you know, I wouldn't even rape me, man. I see what I look like naked. It's not gonna happen. I'd be like, I'll eat a bag of Cheetos. I'm not trying to delight in the situation, but you know what I mean.
No, I guess I'm a minority in this, where I find jokes like that hilarious, but I also love Venture Brothers. So anytime you can't make jokes about that, actually, here's a great joke about that.
But yeah, I'm sorry, but we all have no soul. We're all going to be in hell doing the same streaming video. But okay, so and you're going on, I'm a survivor, blah blah blah. Ever inappropriate is inappropriate. End of. I got you, friend. This sounds like bullshit. Now this is 7 hours ago today from Vicky and Vance. So you, a survivor, accuse a man who did nothing, literally nothing, of an attempt of rape on the ground of
and
can
she
happen.
Claims to be a survivor.
Right.
Yeah.
Well,
so this is the shit right here when it comes to false narratives and how people can twist something.
Oh yeah.
You know, I just watching this. So what, we're 15, 20 minutes into this thing, and it's clear that he seems to be kind of a gentle person.
You should see his live streams every morning, every day of the week, except for the weekends. He is doing live streaming. It's like listening to a radio show. He's like pod radio. I don't know. Kate, have you ever listened to him? Like the way they discuss the games and stuff?
No, not really.
He talks about his kids, his wife. He's very
aggressive at all, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know him, but.
And Jedi 6 says she's a woman, which we already know that, because she announces it every time she comes into a room. I wouldn't feel like he was hitting on me. And no, it doesn't sound like he's hitting on her at all. You know that when it gets skeevy, the things that get said, they also try to get physically intimate with women at that point in the bar. So if he's just sitting there listening to her, I wouldn't really take it that was what he was trying to do.
And see, I can understand the both sides of the coins too. Sorry, Geek Time. It's like, it could come across as a hit online, like, hey, you want to go someplace quieter? But you know what? Not everything that you hear in a movie or on a TV show means I'm going to stick it in you.
Right, exactly. And he's
especially if they're gay.
I would think that if it's a loud bar, they have had to say what more than a few times. So naturally, hey, do you want to go over to the corner away from the speakers and the physical bar where it's slightly quieter? Isn't a big fucking deal.
But the other thing that bothers me is, like, why would she be expressing and sharing all this stuff to him that she didn't know very well if she had a friend at the bar that could take her out with no questions given into an Uber?
Yeah, exactly.
That's
kind of baiting him that way.
It sounds like that she was there as a witness for a plant.
It could have been a group conversation that someone left, or again, he's being deliberately set up.
Yeah.
Which I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. I'm
No,
well aware that
they do
what
this
it
shit all the
seems-
time.
Yeah, what it seems like is paid protesters. That's what it seems like.
All right, let's get back into it.
And so when it happened to me, I didn't know who to talk to, and I was like really ashamed. So it ended up being like this suppressed memory. And I didn't even realize I had suppressed it. And so through all of the therapy, through 2 years, it was like my wife's like, you need to get help. Like if you're going to these events and doing this, you're putting yourself in compromising positions. Like, look what happened. Thank goodness we were never alone, because then anything could have been claimed, and I would have been powerless to defend against it.
So you had some witnesses there that are
Yeah, like we were always around people.
okay.
And there are people coming out saying they saw it happen, but I'm like, saw what happened? Like the story at face value is that I leaned on a person. Like there was no, people have called me all sorts of things. I've been called a predator. I've been called an abuser. I've been called a rapist. There are people that think I belong like in prison because it kind of ran the telephone game of the internet, and I'm I'm this monster. So like when I see all these people saying these things about me, I'm constantly having to kind of process the anxiety with my therapist about I'm blacklisted. Like I got uninvited to an event once, and I'm confident it was because of this. I just suddenly my invite got like rescinded.
So I just want to make it very clear to anybody watching this. I am not a lawyer. I'm not a judge. I don't know anything about this story aside from what you just told me. I myself am I'm a victim of sexual assault. So when I hear something like this, my first thought is, if a situation is serious, why not take it seriously? Meaning go to the police, file a police report. Because in my opinion, when you go to Twitter, I don't look at that as taking it seriously. I look at that as I don't really know how to define it, but in any case, it undermines people who have been sexually assaulted. And it's very frustrating to me because we already have a justice system that...
What she's saying here is so fucking important. And this is something that you and I have talked about before too, in that when these people do this false claims, it absolutely devalues the legitimate claims.
It does.
Yeah.
And they do so much harm, and we want to be believed. Well, you know, proof is essential when you want to be believed. If it's just like, I'm going to say this and you have to believe me, any rational human being is going to say, no, you really need to have some proof.
Yeah, provide some receipts.
But these people are and that she's describing and he's describing are people who conflate this whole idea of ideas as real. Like, oh, he was going to take her to that room and rape her, so therefore now he's actually guilty of rape that he never did. You know what I'm saying?
People, yeah, these are also people who find the word legitimate to be offensive, however. There were a handful of years ago someone discussing what is legitimate rape and was completely lambasted about it. It's like, what do you mean legitimate? Like, yeah, that's a legal term, you idiots. They don't care though. They go, if it sounds icky, they are going to attack you as if you're nonsensical when they are just projecting their delusion.
Yeah, I think that race car agrees. But before we even do that, just take a look at his face. I know we caught it at a weird time, but
sleepy.
It's not sleepy.
No, I know.
Does he look happy talking about this?
He's very unhappy talking about it. His heart was racing. Because people think that it's PTSD is the thing. No, before you get the D, you just have PTS, post-traumatic stress. And he is exhibiting this in the interview. The racing of the heart.
The fidgeting.
Just talking about it. Yeah, the discomfort and the not just the physical fidgeting, but you can hear the vocal fidgeting as well. The clearing, pausing, taking breaths a certain way. Yeah, it's obvious that this has had an impact on him on a personal level.
Yeah. It's sad.
Yep.
There we go.
But he
That
clearly
drags
has
its feet.
he clearly has a pretty awesome wife if she was aware of his discomfort
And kids. Yeah.
and well, yeah, but I mean the kids aren't going to be like, Dad, what the hell's wrong with you? They're probably not old enough. But if his wife was like, you're making really bad choices and you should probably find out why, that is, you know, he got himself a winner, so good for him.
Yeah, that's a good point, Kate. That she's behind him and looking out for him like that. Because if he was doing this alone, who knows what could have happened to him?
Yeah, that's true. And the fact that all these women who are clearly the opposite of his wife are the ones attacking him, it probably makes her feel really insulted as well.
The other thing I
I'm
wanted to
sorry.
quickly, sorry, it's okay. There's really I also wanted to add when we were showing those tweets earlier. Did you know the other thing that was kind of funny? That girl that was making the claim saying, I was fearful for my life that he whacked me into a hotel room, but you still had no problem going to the hotel room with the other person that you lost your phone with, who you couldn't even call emergency services because you lost your phone with at all, who could have been the actual predator. You don't even understand what you're only saying. You're just like, this. How can you judge a person based on one sentence, but yet you're going to your hotel room with an Uber to someone else?
You know, that's a good point, Stephen, because she mentioned that she was so drunk she hardly remembered anything. So people were telling her what happened. So the whole thing could be bullshit. The whole thing.
You're welcome to come back, Knightsend. That's always the case. But like, this is why I like covering when it comes to cancel culture, because it's not just in our movies, like let's say Gina Carano or Johnny Depp. It's everywhere, and it's not even about the truth anymore. It's about, I need that person's popularity. I need that person's money because I think I deserve it, even though I'm not working as hard as this person does. And he's busted his ass. Getting on a TwitchCon main stage to help present, dude, that's no small feat.
No.
Do you have anything else to add before we go, or are you all good?
No, I'm good.
When it comes to things like this. So I feel like it's just further exacerbating the problem because we have folks that want to go to Twitter to express their grievances and stuff like that. It's gotten to the point now wherever I see some type of claim of sexual assault or something, if I don't see a police report attached to the thread, I ignore it.
Amen.
I have to ignore it because you never know. I'm not taking any sides here, but this is just how I see it. It's going on Twitter doesn't do anything. It doesn't do anything. And the fact that you were essentially exiled, just ostracized from the community space and not given an opportunity to speak is a common symptom of cancel culture that I hear all the time. It's just, nope, don't want to talk to you. We've already made up our mind. And about the fact that you started seeing some success after the whole situation and people still bringing it up. I hate seeing, bad people win. Let me tell you, even today, I had people on Twitter yelling at me because they're looking at my subscriber count and they're rehashing old accusations. It's like, let it go.
That's what's frustrated me so much about it is that I always had said, initially I panicked and I was like, oh my gosh, what do I do? But in the aftermath, I've always said, like, can we go through an actual legal process? I want that. Like, I want this to be looked at and investigated. I'm happy to do that, to submit to a formal process because I know the truth. I know what did and did not happen. And vague claims were made and then super big labels were used. Like
Now, I'm going to stop it there. If you were a liar and you weren't what people were accusing you of, would you be adamant to go through legal procedures?
No, they would not.
Anyone else? Would you guys go through legal procedures if the accusations were true?
No, probably not. No.
Mm.
I don't. Well,
I mean,
It's a hard question.
yeah, it really is.
I would say that there's a reason why Project Veritas has won all their lawsuits.
Mm-hmm.
Put it that way.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. I'm going to point out, though, like my buddy Shane Moore, as well as myself, when we go to cons, because I used to do a lot of cons as a comic book artist. And I prefer to go with my wife. I don't want to go if she can't go. My buddy Shane Moore, best-selling author, refuses now to go to any cons because of all this Me Too movement.
Yeah.
Absolutely terrified of having allegations made.
One hug and you're
hurting,
done.
It's hurting the con circuit. because there are people that are talents, artists, etc., that are refusing to go now because of this shit.
It's at that point. Like, it's like, look at Vic McDonough, for God's sakes.
Yeah.
Oh, Vic. Yeah, I know Vic.
Yeah.
The one girl, I made a remark once at a Christmas party. I told her I can get inappropriate when I get drunk, which is actually pretty true for lots of people. And I would make inappropriate remarks and jokes. It was just something that I was prone to. And that was all I said. And she claimed that that was me harassing her. And I was like, I don't understand. Like, we were all friends sitting around talking, like, but that's what would happen. Like, they would make a vague statement or a claim, and then it would get turned into predator monster. Like, they go to the label. So it's like they jump to the conviction based off of like a very sort of generic story where nothing truly happened. We have public admissions that they did this in response to my success. They will claim that's not why. And yet they made public declarations that they planned this for 2 weeks. And it was because I got verified on Twitter, I had a rise in prominence on Twitch, and I'd gotten a new contract with this company, Advanced GG. These were reasons cited off like bullet points in a PowerPoint presentation. And now they'll tell you that's not true. Well, I mean, the minute I gave all those pieces of footage to my lawyer and I lost my Twitch account, a platform which they were in direct competition with me, he was like, you now have a case. He's like, because you've lost your main source of income. And I can't afford it, is what happened ultimately. Mm-hmm. He was like, we're doing subpoena of discovery right now on a business. He's like, it's millions of lines of text from every email ever sent. He's like, it's thousands upon thousands of man hours. He's like, you're looking at easily tens of thousands of dollars just to get started. He's like, and then that's just sort of step one. Mm-hmm. I spent close to around $5,000 just to meet with him, talk with him, compile everything. And I did send 2 cease and desist to people who were doing sort of call to action. They wanted me banned from Twitch. They were campaigning. One was a guy, one was a girl. I did not send cease and desist to anybody who shared their story. That's not what I did. There's been claims made about that. That's not true. I sent cease and desist to one guy and one girl who spent a week wanting me banned, because when I indicated that I had planned to tell my story, it was like suddenly they panicked and they wanted me silenced. Like,
of course they did. Okay. Sorry for laughing, because of course they did. So I want to cycle back. You said that people were sharing their story. How many stories would you say you read, and were they just like, I felt that he was like this, or like, explain the stories?
So the night this all breaks, there's a guy who sends a subtweet that's like, everybody thinks this guy's a creep, but there's an even bigger creep at the top of the Destiny directory. And I knew it was about me. Every time I had a lot of success, this would happen. Mm-hmm. There would be subtweets, and it always gave me, like, I would have these weird like heart flutters, tons of anxiety. I think, here it comes. They're gonna end me. And people were like, out him, drag him. Who is it? And the guy was like, it's not worth it. And Dr. Lupo was like, it is worth it. Like, he encouraged this to happen. He has, over 1 million followers at this point in time, and pushes for it. He's kind of Twitch's poster boy. And so I know as soon as I see that, I'm like, it's probably coming. Whatever's going to come out, whatever stories have been circulating about me are going to come out. Now, for me at this point in time, I'm only aware of the one time, the girl who sent the email that was like, you made me uncomfortable at the St. Jude thing. That's all I'm aware of as being like, what could possibly happen right now. And so I tell my wife what's going on, because she's well aware of it. We've obviously been monitoring it, and we're obviously very, she won't even go on Twitter anymore. It's just too much. It's too much anxiety. Because we literally had just bought a house, and we're like, oh man, everything's going our way. Look at all the success. And I told her, I was like, this is getting tweeted about right now. And my mods were in Discord. They're like, here we go again. Every time you have a big day, they got to start subtweeting about you. And the first girl decides to like set it on fire by saying, you know, I wish I could just play The Last of Us 2 tonight, but I can't help remembering, I'm going to butcher the tweet, but I can't help remembering the time a prominent streamer's hand was on my thigh for an entire card game and then asked for sex. And so I saw that and I immediately looked at my wife and I was like, wait a minute, what? Like, I remember what she's talking about, but that's not how it happened. And I'm thinking, I don't understand. We were friends after that. Like we hung out the rest of that trip, and she was always in my channel, rated me, was always tweeting about how she wished we lived in the same city and could hang out. Like, I was like, we were friends. What is this? Why is she even saying this?
So really quick, when that supposedly happened, did she try to address it then, or just?
Yes, she joked about it because it was like, it was not a physical touch that was initiated by me. Like, I was standing, we were playing Mafia. We weren't really playing a card game. We were playing Mafia. And I was standing with like my hands on the edge of the table, and she came over and sat down and she slid her leg over and against the back of my hand. Mm-hmm. And I don't know if you've ever been in a situation like this. Everybody's drinking. I was like, oh, wow, that's kind of somebody suddenly touching you. Mm-hmm. And I left my hand there, which I'm married. I should have just admitted like, oh, here, hang on, I'm in your space. I didn't do that, but that was it. I didn't think anything of it, and I didn't ask her for sex. She was there with her girlfriend. They were a part of my community. They came to my meetup later. A couple days later, after we get back from the conference, she tweets at me, says like, oh, I wish we all lived in the same city so we could hang out more. They raided my Twitch channel. They played games with me. So I never once thought of that as an instance where like I did something wrong and made somebody uncomfortable. So when I see that tweet, I look at my wife and I was like, what is going on? I was like, that doesn't even make any sense to me. So I'm immediately disoriented and terrified that this person just said this. And this is supposed to be, I guess, the starter pistol. Like, you know, drag this guy, he's a creep. So before she even sends that tweet, I was using that app, that unfollow app on Twitter. And everyone in the community was unfollowing me. It was like they all knew that it was coming. Wow. And I remember going into the mod chat, I was like, 15 people just unfollowed me, another 20, another 10, like just batches of people were unfollowing me that I was mutually following. That's why it stood out. I saw like the mutual check mark of follow. And so I'm like, I've got a beer in my hand ready to watch X-Files with my wife. And I was like, oh my gosh, what do we do? What I don't know what to do. And my Discord's going crazy. My DMs are blowing up. People are sending me mean pictures and mean statements. So I'm like scrambling to shut down DMs on Twitter. I have to scramble to shut down DMs on Instagram. People are leaving my Discord. My mods are confused because they're like, what's going on? And I don't know what to do. I'm like, I don't know. So my wife's trying to calm me down. Because I go from like, I felt like I was going to throw up to like manically almost like sobbing like a child. Like, what do I do? What do I do? Like, because people were just unfollowing me. I was like, I don't know.
I'm going to stop there right there because I've been in that exact emotional state. That's panic attack.
Mm-hmm.
That is literally at the brink of having like a reality of, I don't know what's going on, but everyone seems to be coming at from all sides and without an explanation why, all because of a statement.
It's pretty terrifying, and it begs the question is like, why did they coordinate this attack on him?
So you do believe it's coordinated at this point?
It seems it, doesn't it? Like he said, he was like, some people were like almost instantly started.
Well, the reason why I'm not putting my 2 cents worth in is because I like having people who don't know the situation give their perspective, because you're coming in with fresh eyes.
Right.
I can say yes or no, but I don't want my bias to sway what you guys are seeing. And this seems like it's been planned.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just it's too bizarre to be coincidental. I mean, coincidence takes a lot of planning, you know?
Yeah. But that's crazy. Gary's still at potty, so we'll go.
What to do. And she and one of my other mods were like, the best thing to do would be just to face it and just like try to own what you've learned from therapy, that, you know, you could make remarks and statements that are inappropriate, but like also I'm not like a dangerous like person. Like I just went to these events to hang out with people. So it took about an hour for the whole thing to run. I was trending, Say No to Rage was trending in North America. It was a trending term on Twitter because Dr. Lupo retweeted it, and that was essentially like a nuclear bomb. He had like 1 million followers. He retweets it.
Wow. I think that for the most part, anyone that deals with cancel culture, it's going to be a traumatic experience, especially if it's the first time. And I thought mine was pretty bad, but I didn't have a creator as big as Dr. Lupo retweet on my situation. So I can only assume it was 10 times worse than mine.
I couldn't even interact with some of the apps because stuff was coming in so fast. Like the app was like locking up. I was trying to shut down DMs. I had to do it on my laptop.
Yeah.
Because it was constant. I've not really retold. I've never actually retold how that all went down. It was like really, really hard because I didn't,
Jesus Christ.
like my wife was attached to the situation.
I'm getting
where,
panicked
like,
just
I had to,
feeling
like
it.
lean on her for stability. I was like, I'm coming untethered here. Like I don't know what to do. And I was just trying to stop the messages from coming in. Like that was sort of the first thing that I was trying to stop.
So you are obviously still bothered by it, and you said that you're going through therapy and stuff like that. So how is it going as far as the progress? Are you in a better spot now than you were before? Or is it kind of the same?
I mean, it comes and goes. So like the week of Thanksgiving, I actually went to the hospital because I actually had a coronary spasm. And I've since had 3 or 4 CT scans, a stress test, and they did some kind of a special scan before and after the CT scan. And I've racked up a nice big huge hospital bill. Even though I have insurance, coronary spasms can be brought on by stress, and I didn't properly process a lot of the anger and a lot of the sadness. Like I just tried to put on like a strong face and keep providing for my family and streaming on YouTube. And so my therapist was like, maybe we haven't properly sort of visited and processed just how angry and upset you are. I
They are
shut
Jedi.
it down.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So even today, he calls it a psychosomatic response. Like if I check Twitter and I see people talking about me and saying things that I'm like a predator or whatever, my blood pressure spikes. I can feel it. Even right now, I can actually feel my own heartbeat in my chest. And I knew that was going to happen when I agreed to do this, and that's okay. So it comes in waves. It comes and goes. Where I feel like, okay, I feel better, but at the same time, grieving the loss and accepting the loss, it's been sort of like a month-by-month thing. I lost essentially a 6-figure business that I couldn't like replant somewhere else. If I wouldn't have been able to sort of recover on YouTube, we would have likely lost our house that we just bought. I have 2 children, 7 and 5. And I would have had to tell them, you know, we have to pack the house up that we just moved into. So it's sort of like it's always there. If you've ever been like walking through your house and you think you see something like out of the corner of your eye, it's like it's always there on the edges of like being sort of marked and like the public sort of shame and like the labels. So it's sometimes it's like it almost like it presses in, sometimes it's better. And everything is wrong that I do. So even getting emotional right now gets construed as like manipulation. So like you can't do anything right. It's still like an ongoing process that like I revisit with the therapist. It causes my wife anxiety, but like at the same time, I want the truth to come out. Like I want people to realize that I'm not this person that they think I am, but then I feel like I'm being selfish. I'm worried about public perception of me. I should be worried about her. And so like there's like an internal sort of like battle of fight.
All right. So anyone have any thoughts? Because
Yeah,
I gotta
so
pause him. I
many.
gotta pause him right now because I'm feeling for him.
Yeah, you're getting that empathy thing, and you're also connecting with it because those of us who have PTSD are watching this guy doing what we do when it manifests.
It's like we're trapped in a corner.
Yeah, and if you listen to him, like the way he breathes, he really does feel trapped in this conversation.
Yeah.
But he's handling it very well. Very
I wouldn't say
graceful.
it's the conversation. It's just it's the situation and retelling the situation and reliving the situation.
Well, that's it. That's
Yeah.
what happens with PTSD is
Yeah.
you
Oh,
relive
no,
it.
I get that. Yeah, I'm well aware of that. This is what it's like dealing with narcissistic sociopaths, and like my parents are narcissistic sociopaths. So anytime that I do anything that is inconvenient, that's literally how I respond, and I shut down, and it's fun
Yes.
for like weeks.
Yeah.
That's not fun.
They're
Yeah,
I
no.
think yours and my idea of fun is like totally different there,
That
Kate.
was obviously sarcasm.
I know.
We know that. We're being sarcastic with you.
Hey, I totally agree with you. I deal with a person like that, and when the email shows up, I get like a, you get the anxiety. Like I don't even want to read it.
Yeah,
Who's okay?
that's me.
Sorry,
I'm sorry.
And
it's okay.
It's holding crap.
yeah, and I think that the claustrophobia this poor guy feels, like he said,
Yeah.
he feels like the walls are closing in, and
Yeah.
when he tries
Yeah.
to explain himself, he gets vilified for it, and there's just no right answer to this.
There isn't though, because when you're put in this predicament, it comes to the point that if you're emotional, you're trying to use emotional manipulation. They'll use that as a tactic.
Right.
If you're numb and look like a blank wall or a slate, you're looked at as a monster because you're not showing an emotional thing. So no matter what you do, like he says, you're going to be wrong. And the way he's fidgeting in the chair, he's fidgeting with his shirt. But there's another thing that we kind of missed or didn't touch on when he started talking about his kids. He started to smile, and that is his therapy memory in a way that helps him realize that
Well, that's
not
fine.
everything can be wrong because his kids are something right.
But
Yeah.
yeah, I'm a father too, and your kids give you that inner strength to push forward because you're doing it for them, and that's part of the bigger issue here too, that these cancel culture freaks don't understand. They think that they're taking him down, but they're affecting his
Yeah,
children.
they're hurting other people.
Right.
Exactly.
There's a ripple effect that they don't really care about because they can't see past their own agenda.
No, because they're narcissistic sociopaths. They aren't capable of that. They live in their own convenient little bubble, and
Right.
they surround themselves with people who are the same.
Right. So these virtuous, so-called virtuous, air quotes I'm using, people
Mhm.
don't care about putting two kids out on the street.
Oh, they do care. They do care when they suit their agenda, like you said. When those kids supposedly fall into whatever category that they pretend to give a shit about, then they care
Then
so
they care.
much. But no one can beat how much they care.
Right.
They're just, they're psychopaths.
Can you use that voice quickly and say Care Bear stare?
Which voice? The one that's super sarcastic.
Yeah, that one. Yeah, that one. It's the Care Bear stare. Come on.
Are you being serious?
Yeah, it was being
I
serious.
don't know if I can. I don't know if I can mimic that again.
Okay, fine. Then we'll wait till later till Sarcastic Kate comes back.
Okay.
But people in the chat, thank you for actually sticking around and watching. I do appreciate it. And the panel, you're okay.
Getting,
Man.
because some people have taken interest and they're sort of investigating it because they're like, a lot of this. I was basically the catalyst to like 200 some odd claims coming out about other people in the industry last summer. I was the first person.
I recall that.
So my stupid dumb face is on all these articles. My hair's really long then, but this background's the same.
I remember that because I have a personal friend that was caught up in that, and it was a false allegation, and they were prepared to pursue it legally. So that's why when I hear stories like yours, I think of my friend's situation, like what if that person didn't have the financial backing to even do that in the first place? Like what, you know what I mean? Like what happens then? If I just look at this from the perspective of due process in an actual courtroom, there's, you know, a sentencing with a duration, right? So you, since June, and losing all of your, basically your livelihood, I'd argue that that is actually worse than the actual accusation. Because in my eyes, if someone were to lean on me, you know, as if in your situation, I don't think that they should lose their income, lose their house, lose their career over leaning on me. I would say that now, if I were to pursue all of that to make sure that this person isn't able to pay their bills, I would look at myself as the aggressor at this point, personally.
Right. Well, and they wanted that. Many of them said he needs to find a new career. One of the guys who runs the con, King Gothalion.
Hold on. I'm going to pause that before we get into the Gothalion. Wade, your comfortability is for streaming is going to be based on how much comfortable you want to show yourself. Just because you want to be a streamer doesn't mean you have to show your face. I don't show my face. I wish Gary wouldn't show his face, but wait, it's different points of the coin. But there we go. There's your erection killer right there. But at the same time, don't base on these types of stories on how it should affect what you want to be as a streamer. If you don't want to show your face, that's cool. If people have a problem with it, guess what? It's not their channel.
Right.
Just do what you feel comfortable doing if you want to become a streamer. Don't let situations like this, these are extreme situations, ever mismanage what you want to do. That's all I'm going to say on that.
Said he needs to find a new career. One of the girls said he can bag groceries for all I care. It's like he's at one point said something to the effect of, he's a white man, he'll be okay. Like I guess I don't know where I'm supposed to cash that card in, but
wow.
It was like I lost a 6-figure business. I didn't like get fired and I can take my resume over somewhere else and start making comparable income. Keep in mind, this is in the middle of a pandemic. I'm telling my wife, I was like, I don't know what I'm going to do. Like, so I just go, am I going to have to get a regular job? Like, how am I even going to do that? Like, what is it even going to look like? And how am I going to earn comparable to what we need to survive? And they were adding my sponsors. They were adding my agency. They celebrated when the sponsors dropped me. It never came across as like, this guy wouldn't leave them alone and they finally had to say something. It was, he's being too successful. Like,
right.
We don't like that. We don't like how successful he's being. And so financial pain and lots of everything was justified because I'm this predator. So the night it happened, I record an apology and I try to sort of say, look, I was a damaged person. I'm sorry I made people uncomfortable, but I wasn't a danger. Like, and everyone hated that apology because like they said it was alligator tears and people claim that like men can't be raped and stuff. Which, as someone who had to process my own abuse, my own sexual abuse, and learned that I had suppressed it and learned that suppressing it created 20-something years of maladaptive behavior and relational self-destruction and all these things. It's like, to have that like doubted, mocked, or jeered. They misrepresented my therapy. They made it sound like I was in therapy because of what they claimed I did, and it's like, that's not why I was in therapy. So they misrepresented even like my mental health journey. And so I delete that apology because I'm like, everyone hates it. Like my poor wife, she's like falling asleep on the couch. It's like 2 a.m. by the time I realize I need to like try to re-record it. And I sat in my office. I didn't eat or sleep. I just stayed up all night, all through the night. I recorded video after video and it just never worked. It was like, I'm trying to apologize to stop the bleeding. And so people will, like you want it to stop. You're like, I'm watching my sub counts, my follower counts, everything's just plummeting. It's like a free fall.
Mm-hmm.
But I also felt the need to defend myself. Like in both of my apology videos, I'm in duress, I'm panicked. And even then I kind of had the presence of mind to be like, man, I didn't assault. They were saying I assaulted people. I was like, I didn't assault anybody. I didn't harass anybody. Like even harassment by definition, like there was never any persistence, like one remark, one time, one joke or something, and then that's the end of it. They didn't have any proof. If they were asked, you know, do you have any evidence? They would be like, well, testimony is evidence. That was their comeback. And I said, you know what? Testimony is evidence in a court of law. Let's take it there. I'm happy to go into an actual legal proceeding here because I've lost everything. Like the magnitude of what happened to me should require a proper process.
Right.
It's not like I lost a contract with a company and you know, I lost a couple $1,000s. I lost hundreds of thousands of dollars and could have put my family like in a destitute situation. So the magnitude of that pain and that harm to my life requires due diligence, and nobody wants that. Like this independent investigation. There was a woman who was looking into another guy that was accused of rape, and it wasn't covered by a lot of the news outlets. And she's trying to expose the fact that this guy's been sort of insulated and protected by journalists who won't, like, I guess, report on what happened to him. And she came across mine, and she diligently read through all the claims and accusations. And she's like, this guy lost everything over, she calls them made me feel accusations. She's like, nothing actionable took place, no assault, no harassment. These are just made me feel accusations, and he's lost everything. And he's been labeled as a predator. I'm an industry pariah. Like I lost like every friend that I formed a friendship with over the 5 years, all my colleagues, all the people that I looked up to and got to host with at Twitch, like everybody just unfollowed me.
Those aren't friends. Those aren't friends. Can I give you some advice? I want to give you some advice. Do you mind?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay. Because, I mean, I don't know if you know my story. I've been canceled on Twitch so many times at this point. Like the original love that I had for the platform is gone. It's just, I am very jaded by the Twitch community. Yeah. And one thing that I have learned is that you cannot reason with these types of people. An online mob, you cannot reason. They will never be satisfied. And the first mistake I think you made was apologizing. And once you apologize, they think that they can just get away with pushing you around and getting you to do what they want. So in your case, if you really wanted to apologize for leaning on someone, you could have had that apology directly with that person. The rest of the world didn't need to be a spectacle, because that's signaling to the mob to just do whatever. So that's the first thing. Second thing is, stop looking for the tweets. Don't look at the tweets. Don't look at the tweets.
Right. Like, I think I've gotten to a point where like I see through sort of the veneer and the facade of all of it. It's all fake. All the virtue is fake. It's for clicks. It's for impressions. You believe lies about social media and about importance and like, does it give me value? Does it mean I'm better or living a more fulfilling life? It's so easy to fall into those traps and believe those lies. Like Instagram and Twitter and Facebook is just, it's like quicksand. Yeah. Before you know it, you're falling into this idea of like, oh, I need these people's approval and everything. So
much to unpack.
Yeah, I do think Twitch went downhill when Amazon bought it. That was a horrible move.
I have never ever used it. I'm glad I never did.
Same.
It was a lot of fun early on, or like early on.
Well, that can be said about Twitter and Facebook and all.
Yeah, everything was fun before it became corporate.
Yeah, they get taken over, and
well, it just becomes a norm. It becomes a cliche, and people end up pretending, putting more effort into pretending into just being.
Right. Yeah, I feel bad for this dude. I really do.
Yeah. Somehow my mic just muted for no reason, so I was trying to figure out why. But YouTube's the same way.
Oh yeah.
YouTube, you have people that you might look up to, channels you might watch. Some of them are genuine, and some of them are just a showman. When as soon as they get off the air, they're not what you think they are, and it sucks sometimes. Whether it be Twitter, Twitch, YouTube, Facebook, when that reality is broken, it makes you realize how much energy not only you've wasted in trying to get to know these people and get them to acknowledge you, that they're not the people that you wanted to be acknowledged by.
Right. I think the saddest part of this story is when he was talking about, he worked hard to build up his entity on Twitch and get to the point where he was monetized to 6 figures. And these people just tear it down. And, all these people that go after people like that and just want to tear things down. I'd like to see a list of their accomplishments.
Oh,
What have they created? What have they accomplished? What are they contributing back to society themselves?
Jealousy.
Nothing.
Well, I've found that a lot of people who are critical of other people or things tend to not have done shit themselves.
Right. It's
And
one of the 7 deadly sins is envy, right?
yeah, and it's an ugly, ugly hat to wear. And I've never reacted to it well. I was at a Kansas City convention once, and some guy walked up. I was doing a commission for a Hellboy sketch, and I was doing it in the style of Mike Mignola. And the guy walked up and he started just trashing Mike Mignola, not knowing that I'm friends with Mike Mignola. And so when he was done with his diatribe, I said, "What the fuck have you done?
Yeah.
What have you done? Show me. Go back and bring a book here that you published. No, don't have anything. Move along." And that just irritated the shit out of me. But that's the mindset you deal with even this cancel culture. Is they like to sit in judgment,
Right.
and haven't done or contributed anything else other than their judging.
They don't have a sense of self. They don't.
No.
They don't know how to achieve.
Despite
that
being
because-
complete narcissists,
Right,
that
but
you're
that's the
right.
thing.
It's weird.
Being a narcissist doesn't mean you have a sense of self. That just means you're full of yourself. That's not the same thing.
Yeah.
What if you have a big dick and you put it in your hands? Is that still full of yourself, or is that narcissism?
Well,
I
you've
don't
got
have a
2
chance.
hands,
I don't have
so
to answer that.
I would think that second hand is required for that to be true.
I'm just trying to break it with jokes because Care
Oh.
Bear's there.
Okay. No, I think it's funny. I think it's funny when people get all worked up because they don't understand how to do anything. Because they either are some trust fund brat or because they have some convenient, cushy corporate job. And people who actually make things confuse them.
I think a lot of it, Kate, and I've beaten this to death, is we've been handing them trophies for doing absolutely nothing for 20 years. And
It's
I think
been
that's a huge part of it.
I mean, I don't know. I think there's a lot of generations of spoiled people. So I think it's just kind of got to the point where where it's just expanded. It's like a family tree of spoiledness. So that's not really a trophy thing. That's just a lot of affluenza.
I love that word ever since it got
I do too.
created, affluenza.
Is there a
It's
vaccine for
true.
that?
It's absolutely true. But because they have everything that they ever need right away in life, whether it's because they're told to go to school for this and get a job with daddy, or they happen to just know the right people, they don't create things. They don't understand the mentality of creation.
Right. So we need a vaccine for the affluenza.
I don't even know if I ever want to start tweeting again. People think that I should. I sent one generic tweet. I forget when this was. I don't even know. It might have been August or September. It's a super generic tweet about, hey, for the people that still follow me and support me, I might start putting some things back on here again. And I spent the entire weekend getting harassed. I had to block like over 1,000 people.
Mm-hmm.
And so I was like, well, I guess I don't go back on Twitter, because it's so destabilizing. It's like you think you're in a better headspace, you think you're in a better place, and like the smallest thing, like all of a sudden I have like this internal dissonance of like, I see people talking about me and saying mean things or terrible things. And so I end up falling back down into preoccupation. You know, my therapist is like, you get really preoccupied with this. Like, you got to break that cycle of preoccupation. But it's hard not to, because we have that natural inclination to defend ourselves. So it's like, it's really difficult not to just go on there and scorch the earth. And I didn't lose my Twitch channel until I defended myself. That was the other thing that really caused me to recoil. It was like July 2nd, I think. So this all comes out June 20th, July 2nd. You said I shouldn't have apologized. A lot of people think that. My apologies made me look weak. And they all went on like victory laps on their streams and started sharing all these stories.
So do you have any plans of stopping content creation? You want to keep going with it, right?
Yeah, I mean, I love it. Like, I don't know, like, I've even getting kind of bumped to YouTube, I've kind of realized, like, okay, there's things over here I can do that are better than what I could do over there. We've kind of reinvented some things. Mm-hmm. And I don't know, I just feel like it's the way that I'm wired. Like, it sort of allows me to do all the things I feel like I'm good at and things that I love. And people really seem to enjoy what I do. So yeah, that's the big conundrum, right? Is being viewed by the public is already hugely challenging and taxing for your mental health. It can be taxing on your relationships. Like, I've sacrificed a lot over the years to build this. But then at the same time, I'm like, would I be satisfied doing something else? I don't think so. Like, this is where, like, I feel like this is just sort of part of my journey in human flourishing, is to do something where, I was talking about it just today, where people were talking about, like, the difference of a normal traditional job and a content creator job. And I said, well, content creators, I said, you know, I'm working 80 or 90 hours a week. Like, there's a beautiful simplicity to clocking in for 40 hours. You get a steady paycheck and health insurance and all that. And I was like, everything's on me. It's all on me. And so I've had mental breakdowns. Like, I sit in front of the television with my wife and I'm getting everything ready for the next day. And all of a sudden she catches me, like, she calls it zoning out, or like I kind of go somewhere else. She's like, what's the matter? What are you doing? And I'll just, like, fall to pieces. And I'll be like, I don't know if I can do it. I don't know if I can handle this. And I'm like, I'm crying. And I'm like, it's all on my shoulders, you and the kids and the house. I don't think I can do this. I don't think I can stay in front of it. And, like, she has to like physically grab onto me, but, like, you got to calm down. Like, it's basically like a full on anxiety attack.
I'm going to decide for you. I'm going to take an executive decision and say, no, you're not going to stop.
Okay.
And I've had those same exact thoughts, because I used to work in corporate America, customer service, my entire adult life. And, you know, I've had those thoughts after my run-ins with online mobs. Maybe I should just go get a regular job, you know, it'll be a lot easier than that. No, because the reason that I asked if you want to keep doing that is, with you going and looking for these messages, and even looking at every time someone unfollows you, you are giving them what they want, because you are self-sabotaging the one thing that I think helps you succeed in your field, which is your mental health. It's your brain, right? It's the mindset. And you even said it yourself. I think there is something to be said about the fact that you couldn't get money out of these people if you were to take them to court, because you are more successful than them. I think there's a lot that goes into just mental, just your mindset, your mental toughness, your drive, that tunnel vision. And I think that instead of sabotaging it, you should just try to protect it as much as possible. So that would, in my opinion, get rid of that app. Get rid of it. Don't look for the messages. You see a subtweet, get out of it. Don't look at it. I don't even go on my homepage anymore on Twitter. I don't. I leave it alone. Because at the end of the day, I know that I'm just going to keep focusing on it. And you can get 200 amazing comments about you, but you're going to focus on that one jackass. I can relate so much to how you feel, because I thought that I was, you know, I got canceled. I took a month off, came back, put on a fake smile. I said, I'm ready to do this. And then it hit me like a ton of bricks, and I just went back into that depression. And it was like, okay, stay offline for 3 months, come back for a month, back to that depression.
Sorry, what was that?
I got a point. So when how do you say his name? Lotto?
Lano, L-O-N-O, Lano.
Okay. I don't know why I think it's a D. I don't know.
Londo, Brazilian.
Lano. When he started talking about how he's pushing through this and all that, and he started to actually sit up straight and and his demeanor is changing. And now that he's nodding as Gothix is saying this is fascinating because men only nod when they agree, whereas women nod when they're listening. So that's a very interesting thing. So they other than like all the editing jump thingies, which I get that they want to keep this tight, and you can see that his demeanor completely changes from fighting these panic attacks to saying, yes, I'm doing this. This is just, I'm going to finish this thing. And that's good. That's good. And I suppose whatever parameters he set up with this conversation, I'm sure the goal was to get to that point saying, yes, there's better people out there and there's nothing wrong with that smaller group.
I think she's
smaller.
She's got a really healthy perspective too, because she's been through it. So
yeah,
kind of being like basically a little support system for him here.
Yeah, true. I mean, it's a different kind of interview because it's saying, "Hey, this happened to me too. Let's talk about it."
Right. I love how polite she was, saying basically that these people are broke, so stop.
Yeah, yes. I love how she says assholes. There's just the perfect like New England accent.
Anything else, or should we continue?
Can go. I don't know.
And it's a process, but it also takes a lot of self-control to not have me go and look at what other people are saying about me, because that's the first thing. It's you have to understand with these types of people, they want the attention. So when you go out of your way to look for it, it's like, yes, he's doing what we want. That's going to keep him preoccupied instead of making content. And yeah, you're going to have people that still criticize you because the bad guy is getting successful. Screw them. Screw it.
Right.
You can only control what you can control, and you can't control what other people think about you. Some people do not like me on Twitch. I am okay with that. I don't think this cancel culture is going to curb it all or slow down until people start being held accountable for it. Because you know how people like to say that, oh, cancel culture is for accountability, right?
Yeah.
Okay, let's say I was in your situation and I had a financial backing to get the people that threw me under the bus and sue them for defamation or pain and suffering. Because right now there's no accountability. People can just fabricate things and be, oh, well, not my problem. Any advice you would give to someone that is currently going through cancel culture, or maybe even more specifically with like a Me Too situation?
The first thing I would say is something that the night I lost the channel, my therapist told me. He said, "You're going to be okay. We don't know what okay looks like, but you're going to be okay." And I think that's like a really good thing to kind of like continue to say, like, loss of job, loss of finances, it happens to everyone. That doesn't minimize what you're going through, but you're gonna be okay. Like I got through this. I'm on the other side of it. My wife and I are probably closer than we've ever been. We almost feel like we kind of like got tried by fire. And every once in a while we kind of have those moments of like, wow, like we're closer because of this. Like that's a good thing that came out of it. And so I kind of had to hold on to that, because you don't feel like you can hold on to much when it's happening to you. Everything feels like fog. Like you lose your friends, people you thought your friends. You lose.
You know what you really
everything.
should do?
But if you can hold on to something like that.
Hold on.
Is brag about having an awesome wife, because that'll really piss people off. Not that he has the personality that would do that, obviously, but I'm just saying it'll be a good thing to be like, fuck all you guys. This is way cooler.
Yeah, she clearly is the anchor for him. I mean, God, and what a solid woman. Like, a lot of people would be like, just get off the stupid internet and go get a job, right? You know what I mean? They'd be like, all right, enough playing on the internet, just enough, But she didn't. She kept telling him to keep going, to stand his ground. Good for her. Well, you know what they say: behind every successful man is a great woman. So.
That's true. Or vice versa. I guess it depends on who does.
True.
All right, here we go.
That can kind of stabilize you, because in the first couple of days, my wife and my therapist were like checking in on me because obviously they didn't know what I might do because I would just kind of sit around. And being able to hold on to that, I think, was helpful. Also, we got done with the therapy session, and I had a phone call with my parents, and my mom was like just a couple of really good, wise mom sayings, and that really stabilized me. So, maybe talk to people that can do that are, because it's like that comfort food, right? People should have some sort of a support system, somebody they can turn to ground them and to tether them to something, because you're going to feel completely untethered from everything that you thought you could count on. And then the thing, okay, so with the Me Too movement, as someone who was a victim and didn't know what to do or who to talk to, me being quiet about it, like if I was a 16-year-old that existed right now, I cannot imagine me looking at my former self and being like, what you should do? Don't say anything and then blast them on Twitter in 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I would say that.
Right.
Why? Because I would say, listen, this is a terrible thing that's happened to you, and that's exposing yourself like a nerve in a way that's not healthy. You would want that person, I would want that past version of myself to seek professional help, go to the authorities, do what's necessary. And I know everyone says, but the authorities are notorious for not handling these situations properly. Personally, I feel like that is true, but it also feels like a cop-out. It feels like, well, because the system fails us, let's just reject the system and make our own system.
And use Twitter instead, because that's way better.
Right. Like, should we all become Dexter because sometimes people don't get good convictions in the justice system? Like, we can't all become vigilantes, so this is a form of vigilante justice. I personally think public accusations against people is a form of cybercrime, because what you're essentially doing is immediately putting that person into financial undue harm. The only way they can respond to the public accusation is a public defense with evidence, which most people aren't going to have. Like, do you record? Do you wear a GoPro everywhere you go? No? Well, then you're probably not going to have evidence about claims made in instances like this. And friends of ours, they had like a relative that went through this. A woman wrote a blog post, used his full name, made all these claims, and he immediately has to spend thousands of dollars in legal fees to try to shut it down and to defend himself. So he's immediately put into undue harm. And he's now sort of permanently, if anybody Googles his name, right, he goes for a job interview or something, that's out there, unverified in ethos. And I think it's a form of, I don't want to go so far as to say it's cyber terrorism, but if somebody broke into my bank account and stole all my money and stole my ID and destroyed my business, what would we call that? We would call that a crime. Doing it publicly with an accusation, I actually don't think it's not a hop, skip, and a jump that far from it. I believe that these platforms are going to have to undergo some sort of, I don't know what you would even call it, but like regulatory thing where there was recently like a congressional meeting about this, and they described it as digital Thunderdome, and that's what's happening. Mm-hmm. Like, if you would have taken my 5-year business and torched it, and torched my inventory and torched my records and all of my customers so that I lost everything and couldn't recoup any of it. Like, obviously people are like, well, you've had insurance, but think about that for a second. If somebody were to do that.
I want to address Zach's comment. Do you think this is true?
Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah. When it comes to their culture, no amount of evidence would help them.
It wouldn't stop them. It would. I don't know if he would have got repercussions or any kind of monetary compensation or what kind of repercussions it have, but they still would have kept going. They would still multiply. And
I mean, people like us would of course try to throw that out there, but the cancel culture would definitely not stop, like Kate said. Yeah,
like they just keep going. It's none of it is new. It is absolutely not new. It's just
evidence doesn't matter to them.
Yeah. It's just a centralized place on one convenient, essentially, chat room. And that's why it seems so daunting, because it's all in one place.
Right.
I agree.
Yeah. And
Thank you, Zach.
He kind of proved it through this whole hour that there was no fighting. There's nothing he could do. No matter what evidence he tried to provide, it just doesn't matter.
The only thing he was fighting at the same time was himself and maintaining control. That's all he could do.
Yep. Like you said, what are we going to wear, body cams and stuff? I mean,
I will if you will.
that. Well, you would call that what it is. That's a crime.
Right.
And that's what I think these situations are. So like, I feel like we're getting it twisted. We're like, the Me Too movement like rose out of truly corrupt people in positions of power doing things in a way where they thought their only way out was to go public because the people were too connected or had too much control over their careers. And now it's just kind of turned into, well, if the person's a victim, they should speak out and they should out the person. I was like, as someone who is a victim and cares for victims, I'm like, is that even good for them? Like, is that good for their mental health? Because of what's going to happen to them? Like, don't pretend that you're not going to get completely targeted. You could be a genuine victim and have gone through something terrible. Why would you want to go through that as well in the public? And I know people are always like, false accusations are actually incredibly rare, and they cite statistics. I'm like, I think all those statistics have to do with like when you go through the proper authorities because there's checks and balances.
Right.
We have no way to verify how many false claims are made on Twitter. I mean, just in what happened last summer, I've already heard countless of them that were completely made up. Many of mine were completely made up or super exaggerated. In the case of yours, I know Angry Joe shut his down right away. He was like, that is.
I want to add to this. Let's all remember, what was it? Zoe Quinn, who falsely accused a man to the point where he self-deleted. You guys remember that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's how far this stuff goes, and they don't care. Zoe Quinn's never apologized for the fake accusation. I don't think she ever has. She never will. These types have no recourse or remorse if it even costs someone their life, because it's all about them. That's where the narcissism comes in. It's
so destructive, and it just happened to someone we're close to, Deanna and I, and it ruined their business. And even though legal action was taken against the accusations and all of them were retracted, the damage was done, and the company never opened back up again. And they ended up moving to another state to start all over again because somebody wanted to cancel somebody here. And it got started really because somebody was afraid that their boyfriend would get mad that they had had an affair with this person.
It's unbelievable, and they're basically they've been bulletproof to this point.
Well, that's the problem, is that we, as a culture, we've got to stop this making people who allege things outside of the legal system, making them bulletproof. We got to stop that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
If they go through the legal system, there you go. But the minute they take it to the court of public opinion, they need to be taken down just like anybody. Proof. If you don't have proof, fuck off.
Mm-hmm.
That's not true, because if the allegations come out there and Twitch is actually found to believe that.
Well, you're still talking about an investigation.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Right, but like you said, right away you're put thousands of dollars in the hole just getting securing a lawyer, paying a
and that's what happened here, and it was all false, every bit of it.
Right.
With this person we knew, and but the damage was done, and they paid thousands of dollars.
Right. To get basically nowhere. Right.
Yeah, to have their company closed and having to move to another state.
Right. Right.
And they were innocent.
It's terrifying. It really is.
Here we go.
It's not true. He had receipts. He shut it down immediately. So it's like there's no way to verify that. Like there's no statistic for this. We're in uncharted territory where there are bad people that exist and bad things happen, but I don't think this is the way out of the wilderness. This feels like we're diving deeper into a chasm that is actually worse, and you're destroying lives. Like who knows what would have happened to me if I wasn't able to bounce back, or if I didn't have a support system. And the cognitive dissonance is baffling to me. A week after they do this to me, some of these same people are out there virtue signal tweeting and saying we should be careful with what we do and what we say. And it's like, do you Do you actually know, like, the cognitive dissonance there? There's like two brains in your head. Like, don't you see?
There's
And then they
no
want to say, oh, it's
brain.
accountability. It's accountability. And I'm like, I don't understand who's holding you accountable for false claims or exaggerated stories or just things that are completely made up. It's like there is no accountability because this is not an actual like due process doesn't exist. And then when someone mentions due process or evidence, people will say, this is not a court of law.
No shit.
That's the whole thing. Yeah, that's the whole point. That's the whole
Wow.
point. Is it's like you're taking justice into your own hand. We don't have a great track record with like taking justice in our own hands and thinking like, you know, you go back to Salem witch trials. I mean,
Yep.
we don't have a great track record. So like, why is social media suddenly like this is the ideal place to like out people and drag them and ruin them financially? I don't know where it comes from, but there was a great video on cancel culture where the guy was like, they feel that they have the moral high ground, so nothing they do is wrong.
Right. And I find the people that utilize cancel culture the most, I would question how many skeletons they have in their closet, if I'm being totally honest. Because there is one thing, and I know that we're definitely way over our time. So, but very, very quickly, there was this one instance of, so during my, I don't know, 4th time of getting canceled through the Twitch community, I had a bunch of creators cancel me because of who I voted for. And it was very interesting because they were canceling me, and I look at it as just online bullying. I find no difference in comparison here. And only a few weeks prior, these same folks were raising money for anti-bullying awareness.
Like I said, it's cognitive dissonance.
Yes.
On the note of like skeletons in the closet, like I didn't go scorched earth, and I could have.
Mm-hmm.
Because I never wanted to stoop to that level. Because I could have outed skeletons, I could have pulled things and drugged things into the light.
Right.
And I never wanted to do it that way. I just wanted to defend myself and be like, this is the truth. I've always wanted the truth to come out. I don't want I actually believe some of these, and know that some of these people have been harassed, and people in positions of power have abused that power. And I think some of this is transference.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, hold on. I'm going to quickly add Zach's. The thing is, it might be a coordinated group there, but the thing is, even if people aren't even part of the group that tried to do this thing or tried to cancel them, there are people who are just listening to what is going on, and they don't understand the whole truth because the whole truth isn't out there. So they also could just be believing whatever the main wave of the story is. And eventually those people will start realizing that, whoa, there's a lot more going on that I was unaware of. And the people that believe some of the stuff will actually come back and either start apologizing or start listening to what the actual facts of the story is. There are people with conscience and a conscience as well as like the goodwill. But if there's such a huge narrative saying one thing, it's hard to see whether or not the people you've known for so long are lying to your face or not. It's that persona aspect, right? Getting through that glimmer effect of what a person is and what they're saying and whether or not it's always real or always true. So there is probably people with a conscience, but it's getting through to the actual people with a conscience that could also have been enveloped in the lie without realizing it. Am I crazy on that one?
No, what you described is kind of, being indoctrinated into a cult in a way. So.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it is. It is a religion, this cancel culture.
Yeah. It does
It's a
function
cult.
that way.
Yep.
It is. It's also a symptom of how Twitter in particularly how it works, because whatever you put out there, anyone can see. They've slowly started to curb that, but only in the last year and a half. And I guess they think they want to have a monetized system that will just crush their sad little business anyway. So please get to that, so people will go somewhere else. Really.
I would love Twitter to monetize.
Yeah, I think that'd be hilarious because no one's going to participate. I mean, get real. But that's the thing, is that everyone can see everything, and that you are never just talking to who you're thinking talking to. And all these people don't realize that. Or I shouldn't say all of these. A lot of people do not realize that's how it works.
Right.
I agree. I love having you guys on here, giving different perspectives and similar perspectives. And I have a small
And
video
so,
after
like,
this to
there's a
play.
concern I have there. It's like you're not going to sort of be free of this until like you actually sort of tell the truth. But that's all I ever wanted it to be about. Like I never wanted to be like take their channels and take their money. Like
Right.
no, like I don't care about that. Like I would just want the truth to come out, and I would also hope that they would do the right thing. Like they would sort of see that they've perpetuated a problem, not solved one. And so yeah, that's something that people have always wanted me to do. They're like, do just go scorched earth, do a tell-all, and I almost did very many times.
Does his body language look like he's protective in a way, the way he's crossing his arms and he's kind of like not making eye contact to the screen as much? Do you think he's kind of getting a little antsy over this now?
Yeah, probably. Generally,
I
that's
think
how it works.
I wonder if he's worried about what the blowback is going to be from this past hour.
Maybe.
You know, maybe he's getting a little nervous, like he knows this is going to drop now. It's coming to the end, and he's like, "Now I'm going to get pushback from this."
Right, but if they don't have the same, you have to keep in mind, if they don't have the same audience, he's going to be gaining a huge audience.
True.
Mm-hmm.
So even if there is pushback, there will be pushback to the pushback.
Yeah, well, I think it's important that he seems genuine. You know, just watching this, I believe 90% of what he's saying. I'm sure he's protecting a few untruths, but for the most part, I think he's innocent.
And I'm glad that I didn't, because
Yeah,
I just
don't.
think that just muddies the waters and makes it worse. It just turns it into like mudslinging, and then it's like now I'm doing the same thing.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. And plus, I don't believe in rewarding bad people or bad behavior rather with publicity. I don't believe in that.
That's always the thought process too. Is like now their name's going to be in lights and in articles and this and that, and it's like I'm not interested in that. You know,
Yeah.
It just the feeling that need of like defense is the biggest preoccupation that like I'm sort of left with. It's like YouTube's going great. I got multiple channels and different things I'm doing, and everyone's like, just put it behind you. Everything's going great. But like it's like that lingering like stain and cloud. It's so hard to not think about it and want to like try to bat at it, like get it out of here. But
it takes time. It takes time. You got to be patient with yourself. And what I try to tell creators now that are coming to me for cancel culture, or they're worried about cancel culture or anything like that, is like it's inevitable. You're gonna get canceled, and you're probably gonna get canceled 4 more times after this, if I'm being honest with you. So it's one of those things. It's like now is the time to train your brain. So when it happens again, it's just like you bounce back immediately. Whenever I see someone talking shit online, I just laugh. I'm like, aha! And I got nothing else to say, because you know why? I got stuff to do. I got videos to make. I have money to make. I can't be dealing with this nonsense. So
Right.
I mean, and like I said, in your situation, and for anyone watching this too, again, I'm not the judge, the jury, none of that. My point being, and the whole point of any of these videos that you're going to find on this channel, is that cancel culture cannot be used as a tool for accountability, because at the end of the day, it's random people, and a lot of the times it's people that have no direct connection to the problem. You know, a bunch of people making stories and saying, oh yes, I'm somehow connected to this because of a message that I sent to him 5 years ago. You're not helping. You're creating a bigger problem out of nothing. And if it's actually a serious problem, then people should take it seriously and not use Twitter. That's not how you solve things. Sorry. Yeah. But that's gonna be it for this video. Is there anything else that you wanted to say before we go?
I guess I would just encourage anybody watching this, like, maybe always second guess like what you're hearing, because I don't know. In like the 2 years that people were saying stuff about me, like nobody ever came to me and talked to me and like asked me what was going on. And just remember that everything escalates. So if you are going to put something out there on Twitter, just know how much it's going to escalate. Like a lot of what was said about me gets escalated into bigger things than it was. And so people need to know the risk involved there, and that social media is a machine that feeds on escalation. It feeds on hyperbole, and you got to know you're going to say this guy yelled at me and he's going to be a murderer 10 days later. Like it just absolutely escalates. So I would just encourage people to think that way, and just, I guess, try to be more discerning. Like when you hear something about somebody or read something about somebody on Twitter, how much it's probably been escalated by that natural sort of process. It's like a telephone game that's very horrible and destructive. You know, and you're not gaining anything by attacking, like, because people were like trying to like go after the people that, you know, did this to me. And I'm like, you're not gaining anything. You're doing the very thing that we don't want people to do. So you're never helping me or Gothix or anybody by like going to war for us on Twitter. You're like perpetuating the lack of nuance and like the like dichotomous, like over polarized scenario. If you want to support people like Gothix or myself, it's best just to like do that, like support, show up for streams, be dope, be awesome, but don't go down into the muck and the mire, because, you know, what's the saying, like, don't ever stoop to the level of like fighting an idiot because they're gonna beat you at it, like they're better at it than you.
I've never heard of that one.
There's something like that. It's like, don't stoop to the level of fighting an idiot because they're better at it. They're gonna beat you at that game, and then you're gonna have wasted your time.
I like that.
So yeah.
Okay.
It's like with trolls. Trolls don't have power unless you give them power. They have no power of their own.
Yeah.
They only have power that is granted to them. And the same thing happens in this scenario. Like, don't grant these people power. Just try to support the people that you think are worthy of it, and do it in a way that isn't like that, like going out and being combative and nasty.
Right. Exactly. Well,
there is a
Lodo,
point
it has been
actually,
a pleasure speaking with you today.
100%. There is a lot of power in retweeting hate, because when you point out that someone is a moron to a large group of people, then everyone knows that they are a moron. And it takes a certain kind of personality, like Michael Malice does it all the time. He just laughs at these fucking idiots all the time, and it works. But in a circumstance when we're talking about things that are not just like points of view, I guess, it's not necessary, but it's also, it has a place, and you got to be the right person to do it. And if it's not fun, don't fucking do it.
Yeah, I agree. You know, as a kid, my godfather, who's also an Irish priest, he would say to me, he says, don't go fighting them, Gary. Just mock them.
Yep.
That's where you hurt them the most.
Yep.
Mock them.
Exactly. Like,
Yeah,
the only
that's true.
thing, there's like, I think Kurt Schlichter wouldn't be anywhere near as successful if it wasn't for Twitter. And that's not to say he isn't good at what he does and the multifaceted things he does. It's just, he's so perfect at making these little dipshits exposed. And he just, like, even all he'll do is like, your mom jokes. And like, it's just perfect.
Yeah, I after, when I do engage one or two of them now and then, I just usually cut it off at some point and say, let's agree to disagree. Have a wonderful day. Have a great weekend. Oh, they hate that.
Exactly.
Yeah, God bless you. Bless you, child. Bless your little soul. Yeah, I don't interact with them at all. I learned really quickly that, you know, it's trying to have a conversation with someone who's absolutely batshit crazy is completely pointless. And it's a frustration. You're just frustrating yourself. You're increasing your own personal anxiety interacting with them. I just make fun of them and move on. I get called a troll for it, but I don't fucking care. I mean,
like, it's I just recently I noticed some interesting interactions, and I talked to a person that was involved who I've known on Twitter for a very long time. I've met them, and it's like, you know, when things get dissolved to talking points, I'm just, it's the agree to disagree. Nice talking with you, and they walk away. And it's like, that's fine. So I'm watching this from the outside. I'm thinking like, fuck, you have so much in common. Please stop arguing. So, and it's funny because I totally get where people are like freaking out and oh my God. It's like, but in reality, if someone has like a newer account, very few follows or whatever, don't give them, don't even acknowledge their existence. It's
Yeah.
such a
Yeah.
stupid waste of your time. And there are other people who do poke fun at those people, and they do a better job. And
Right.
let them have fun.
Yeah, I usually hover over, and if they've got 20, 15, 10 followers or whatever, I know they're a sock puppet. I don't
Right.
know,
Yeah.
Yep.
but
It's like I find GIFs are a great way of, or I even make my own memes. Like
Yes.
Steven does it too.
I
that
make
just-
memes. Holy shit!
Yeah,
Call
you're
somebody.
You're a
who cares.
meme.
You're an
meme
M&M. You're a meme
machine.
maker.
Meme machine.
And
No, it's a cramp
meme
song.
machine. Okay, there you go.
It's not mean, but meme. Oh,
Meme
God.
machine.
Yeah, it's
Or
funny.
triple M, meme making machine.
Yeah, it's true. but okay, never mind. Oh, my lyrical genius is always
Yeah.
so bored.
Hold on, we're almost done. We got like a couple more seconds. I got something else I
Sorry.
want to share. Don't apologize.
Thank you so much for doing this. I'm sure we're going to get lots of interesting comments, but you're not going to look for them, right? You're not going to look for
No, yeah. We'll just let the
fun.
video exist.
It's just going to exist. Don't look at it. Just don't look.
Yeah.
But yeah, that is it, everyone. Thank you so much for watching another segment of Cancel the Culture. My name is Gothix, and I will see you in the next one. Bye.
That was a great video. I'm glad you invited me to join.
I honestly love some of her stuff, but I found a video. I clipped it earlier. I actually have the day of when he got banned from Destiny by the developer ban, and the reason why I have this is because it's not gonna let me share audio. Give me a second. I'm gonna upload this quickly. Give me a second. But what were your guys' thoughts on the whole situation coming from an outside point of view?
Par for the course, I suppose. I mean, if you rise up in ranks quick, you are going to be a target in any industry now. Anything. And I would say to the fact that Gothix comes from a corporate retail like world, it's interesting having worked in an environment where a very spoiled person was a manager. And my direct manager and I would butt heads with that person all the time, and it was even told at points where like, yeah, you'd be better at her job than she is. I'm like, well, fuck, I don't want to be here, so is what it is. And that's that. There's so much of that toxicity in any field, and all you have to recognize that if you can handle that bullshit, you can handle anything.
Yeah.
And it's hard to realize. It was hard on me. It will be hard on anyone.
I do suggest giving the actual video if you want to hear without us acting like dicks. But I appreciate you guys. We're gonna show this now because this clip, this hit me. This is why I say
A little bit of a different start to my normal streams. I'm not gonna do like the intro and tell you that there's timestamps below and a link to my upload channel. So I have been really banned. I can pull up the game and show you. So I'm not faking you out here. I opened up Steam this morning. It said that I had been banned from Destiny 2 permanently, that it was not a VAC ban. It was a developer ban. Thank you, Storm White, for the membership. And I went to my email. I received no email. So I don't even know how to appeal it. I can log in to Bungie.net. I can still see all my characters. I can see my 7-year-old account that I have. I've played this game since the beta.
same as I have.
I'm just really like tired, man. I was feeling really good yesterday. I was feeling really good. Rode the bike and like my blood pressure's been better and I've been playing this game since the beta. And I decided that instead of like trying to gloss over it and just move forward with some stupid stream, I didn't even do my intro. I called Creature. I was like, dude, what am I supposed to do?
This is heartbreaking.
Yeah. It's nuts.
Look at the nervous energy he's bouncing.
He's trying not
Like,
to
I just
cry.
want to be left alone, you know? Like I have a family and I just want to like
That's what cancel culture
I
works.
just
They don't
wanna play
leave you alone.
video games and
They
talk
want
to
your
you
soul.
guys.
What's worse?
I
is
know.
that
I've
really
seen
forced
your
Earth to move
links,
on to the next
Noberto.
one.
I've
That's the bad
seen.
part.
I saw what you put in the Discord. That's a 3-month-old ban on that guy. I don't think they're just randomly dev banning people by accident. What am I supposed to do? I can't appeal it. They tell you to go to bungie.net/ban, and when I do that, there's nothing there. It's like I'm not banned, but I am banned. It's like I'm not banned. It's like I am banned, but I'm not. So here's the game. Here's the game. Not so fast. This account has been banned. For more information, please go to bungie.net ban. I don't have an email from Bungie. From the TOS, Bungie reserves the right in its sole discretion to terminate your access to any or all Bungie services and the related services or any portion thereof at any time without notice.
This was
It's
earlier.
got to be a
today.
mistake. I tried it on my Xbox.
Sorry?
This was earlier today. It says 13.
No, no, that's when I recorded it. This was, I believe, a week or so ago.
Jesus. That's still very recent.
It is really recent. But the reason why I kept that thing, not because I get off on like unhappiness, it's because it was like another thing that got taken away. And the thing that's funny is one of the people that are like on this bandwagon for the canceling and all that stuff and the accusations is actually married to a Bungie developer.
So how can
So
we?
extra shady.
Definitely extra shady. So, and these developers and these cons and all the people there are now in like that are all their stories are falling apart, right? They've been blocking Upper Echelon. They've been blocking probably Gothix. They've been blocking everyone who's doing an investigation into this to find the truth, even if they've had no interaction with them. So, if you have nothing to hide and your accusations are true, why are you hiding and blocking anyone who wants to hear your side again? Like, that doesn't make sense to me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's a pretty obvious covering of your tracks, isn't it?
Yeah, it pretty much is. But I didn't want to depress anyone here. I just want to get so like this is how much it can hurt a person. Like they had to take away the game. They had to take away other stuff. And it's like they'll never be satisfied. But you still gotta hold your ground. He's still pushing through. He's doing his gaming, he's still doing his other stuff. He's still progressing, he's still being himself, and his channels are showing it. And I'm hoping that other people who might eventually get in the target of cancel culture realize you don't have to give up. But don't apologize, because that's the first mistake.
I don't know if you see this this chat post by Zach. Says her husband, the dev, posted a taunt immediately after.
He did. He said it was a Nokia phone saying bye-bye.
Oh, yeah. So
yeah,
Well,
I remember.
that's,
Yeah.
that's an odd
nothing
choice.
planned there.
Right, but that's a funny choice because most people don't realize that the summer that Nokia boasted being top dog, they were dismantled by Apple that year, like in the fall, completely taken down. So that might be a little bad, what's the right word? Not karma, but along that line, might come back to haunt them.
And to the panel. You guys, you've been great. I'm glad I have fresh eyes here who know nothing about what's happened. They know nothing about Lono. They don't even know who he is until I've been sharing stuff like this, because if a normie not in this community can see that this doesn't fit right for people who can't see what's going on, go back and also watch the Upper Echelon coverage we did, I think it was a week or two ago, for those on those panel. But it's
the one thing we do walk into this with is, because we're not walking in here completely dumb of it. It's just an extension, a new extension of the same shit of cancel culture.
Yeah, right. I agree.
And we all have our opinions already of it, which is pretty much weird. I mean, oddly, we're pretty much an echo chamber of our own when it comes to cancel culture. But
are we an echo chamber, or are we the? No, I'm not an echo chamber.
Because I totally am okay with these tactics being flipped onto these idiots.
Well, I do too, and that's why I don't mind it. I don't think it's bad, Kate, that we are kind of an echo chamber when it comes to our basic shared sentiment.
Right. No, I didn't realize you agreed with me. That's because a lot of people get all defensive, but then when I point out that's exactly what Project Veritas does.
No, I agree.
15 years, then well, that's cool, because most people think I'm crazy.
Payback's a bitch, right?
Exactly.
And I've been warning people about this, for a long time. And early 2020, about a year ago at this time, people were telling me I was being an alarmist, and they were like, "Oh, stop falling in. That's clickbait stuff." And I'm like, "No, this is going to get worse. If we don't start standing up to this, it's going to get worse."
You know what's interesting? A friend of mine, who she's one of my best friends. She did an article on Twitch and how it's actually fun entertainment, but she's coming from a perspective of listening to mostly music and watching what's that stupid farm game? Animal something. I don't
Animal
know.
Crossing?
Yeah, there's makeup for it. That's all I fucking know about it. And so she's like, yeah, well, I like this, and this one's pretty cool. And I'm like, okay, but just be careful, because there's hoes on there. And it's like, yeah, I know. I made sure to tell people to go to these places. And I'm just like, because she's essentially writing to normies who would never in a million years think of checking out a place where all my kids go there. And now they might reconsider letting their kids just do whatever on their parents' phone or tablets and shit. But it'll eventually get to the point where no one will listen to these psychos and things will turn on them. And then you can't cancel us. It's like, well, we're just ignoring you, and you're hanging yourselves with the rope you insisted on having.
Well, exactly, because basically the internet gave them their platform. These assholes have been around for forever.
Oh yeah.
We knew them in high school, and we ignored them. We made fun of them. We ignored them, and of course, they had no power. But the internet gave them power, because the minute they got a platform like Twitter or whatever, because I remember seeing this shit going on in the late 2000s on Facebook, and I'm like, guys, stop listening to these people. Stop sharing their shit. Yep. It's not a legitimate argument that they're making, but that's it. They, crazy people congregate.
Yeah. To be a great band name.
Are you laughing, Kate?
Yeah, she is.
Band name.
But I mean, they're intellectually bankrupt, and you can find, because as much as I enjoy certain people, because Freddie Prinze Jr. was brought up, because I've always enjoyed him, and then he opened his mouth about his personal beliefs, and it was like, oh, why'd you do that?
Yeah.
Same thing with Ben Affleck when he tried to say that Islam is a race.
I was a good
on
time.
Bill Maher's. I just laughed so hard. How are they not?
I remember.
How are they not wrecking? And they did kind of wreck him on the show, But Ben was just showing just how fucking intellectually
I love it.
vacant he is.
But that was so much fun.
They
Like,
don't. They don't
friend-
share the same Earth we do.
They
those
don't.
celebrities.
It's a
They
Well, no, their Earth is flat. Remember that. So that's why. The point is, their idiocy reaches a certain point where they just fall off the edge of their Earth, and even as they're falling off their Earth and realizing I just fell onto Earth, still because it's not flat, they're still claiming it's flat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's falls back into something because actor Jeremy Roberts, he's the first guy on the commercial for the credit card that says "What's in your wallet?" And he did the very first commercial, and we go back a long way. And I did this interview with him where he opened up about the Vietnam War and his experiences, and after the interview, he's like, "How did you do that? And you got me to open up and talk." And I said, "I used the skill that I was taught as a paramedic when dealing with crazy people, because actors are basically just crazy people." And he just started laughing. And
in crazy people's defense, I need that tactic used on me when having blood tests, because otherwise I have a full-on panic attack, which is so much fun.
Well, you know what I find that worked for me helping people who had that problem is get them to tell a joke and look away.
Yeah. No, a couple years ago, I had a young kid and then a very much older gentleman who he was shadowing, and the kid's like, "Oh, I've done like, how many times have you done this?" "Oh, like 100. What is that, a day?" And I'm freaking out. And so I made him uncomfortable accidentally, and then the older gentleman he's shadowing just does it, and I'm like, and I say to the kid, it's like, this is really important too, being able to distract me, because this is not fun. And he calmed down a bit. I'm just like, "Oh my God, I'm sorry."
God, yeah. I love that drawing of Fat Steven. That is great.
Yeah, I know. Captain Murphy with his belly hanging out. But I have to give a shout out to not only Gothix, but Say No to Rage, because both of them contributed on an interview that was not only emotional, but it was honest and opening. And a lot of people, it's hard to be like that. And the people in the chat that has dropped by, whether it be a like, shared it out, or even just gave their comments, I thank you. I also give a shout out to RNG Jesus from Twitter, because I know he's and other people like Upper Echelon and the like are all doing their own type of investigations, and not only trying to fight for him, but they're just trying to fight for the truth of the actual matter. And I think more people out there need to hear that and understand that there's one side, there's the other side, and then there's the actual truth. And as Gina Carano says, everyone's trying to destroy my life with lies and false accusations, but I can only destroy them with the truth. And that's pretty much what's going to happen. It might take a while. It might cost a lot of things to people, but you got to stay strong. You got to hold your ground. And you know what, Lano, man, I give you much respect. If you ever hear this, your wife is one strong woman, and she's definitely been an amazing support for you. And you're a lucky man. Your family's lucky to have you just as much as they're lucky to have. You're lucky to have them. I think you are a good man at heart, and I hope you hear that in the future. What do you guys think? Any thoughts?
I thought you were sucking up a little bit, but that's good.
I'm not sucking up. I'm a member of this channel. You know what? It's not sucking up. Like, you guys all expect me to be the meme, right? But it's not about the meme all the time. It's not all about the joke. It's serious, man, because he had to go out there and share himself. And I watch his streams in the morning, right? I like the music he plays in the back.
You're a Hufflepuff.
I think that's really
Look, you want? I'll put
that.
lipstick on and kick all your fucking asses. I swear to fucking God.
Why would you put lipstick on to kick asses?
Well, because he called me a butt kisser. I might as well kick ass and take names. Sorry, kiss ass and take names.
No.
No, I think what you said is profoundly important. I think that what he said is profoundly important. I think what she said, whatever her name is, the host of that show,
Gothix. It says it right there.
name is-
Gothix. Yes.
I don't see it.
Vanessa, I think, is her real name.
Vanessa.
Yeah, Vanessa, yes.
I just subscribed to her. I'm going to be checking that channel out a lot because that's one sharp lady right there. Let me tell you.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
She's had a lot of other cool interviews and been on other cool interviews. She's a good time. You can find her like original intro for Twitch. That was fucking hilarious, and it's no wonder she just blew up. So.
Wait. I gotta hide this quickly. Wait, are you offering to hurt us with stilettos, Max?
Just saw that. That's great.
She wants you to see you in stilettos. That's
I thought you wanted to see me in lipstick.
stilettos.
Jedi 6 says I like to kick the mood in the nuts.
Hold on, what was that, Captain Murphy?
But if this is crazy, babe, I don't want to be sane. I'm in love with you, Wendy.
Oh, Captain!
God, I love him.
But no, Gothix is amazing, very intelligent. I agree. She's very smart and very to the point. Upper Echelon is the same way. I love to see those two team up and do a video one time because it would be pretty awesome. I am not a slay queen. What is this supposed to mean? What is this shit?
Yeah, I'm impressed by Gothix, especially, she said she was canceled 4 times, and she's very strong, and she's got a really healthy perspective on the whole thing.
Yeah, you're only canceled if they turn off your channel and you go home with your toys.
True.
That's it.
See, why can't we direct the cancel culture in general instead of doing accusations? Just go after things like Star Trek Discovery.
Right, exactly. You got
they
to flip
defend
the
that
script
crap.
on them. No, you got to flip the script on them. So you got if they have a new season greenlit or whatever stupid shit, right?
Oh, strange new breeze.
Whatever, exactly. But every episode there's something really stupid. You just lambast it. I mean, for fuck's sake, Az has a climbing top hit for a meh genre of music, and it's really good. So that's how you win. That's all you got to do. Make fun.
So you're
of
saying we have to record a song, Kate, and all have to sing? So you need to get that Care Bear voice, and we'll be that Care Bear.
Maybe we should use reverse psychology and start saying how much we love Star Trek Discovery.
No,
love The Last Jedi, and then they'll say no, it sucks. They'll flip it.
No, they won't. They're not.
And then they'll get rid of it.
You've come to our side. How good!
Exactly.
It's
wow. That was a new voice I haven't heard before. That was great.
You're a weirdo.
Yeah,
Anyway,
thank you.
But I personally think music is the fastest way to combat things. That's why I brought up that lovely single. But at least these days it's among the fastest. This is pretty poignant as well. It's just you get an earworm out there and things will start to change. So
I think it's going to change, but it's going to take a while. It might not be our generations in general, but we're starting to get a realization, and people are starting to smarten up. Their eyes are opening up because it's even if you don't believe the accusations, getting swept up in the accusations and the drama of a story or whatever it is, drama seems to sell just as much as sex sells now. You know what I mean? It's the same type of thing.
Yep.
Yeah, and it's now everyone wants to be the Keemstar, but also everyone wants to be the person who finds the fault with the Keemstar at the same time, and it's very hard to differentiate whether or not you want to be yourself or you just want to be the person that gets the clicks. And no offense, man, but if you're going to go on the way of cancel culture for clicks and clout and popularity at the cost of one man or one woman's or however you identify soul, you're the demon incarnate in that story. And you can tell yourself you're doing this, you're virtue signaling that, but at the end of the day, you're still going to be as empty as a gargoyle on top of a building. And that's something I don't ever want to live as.
what about the ones that come to life?
That's only Zool, and I will beat a bitch before that happens. No, I do like gargoyles. I love that cartoon. But honestly, if I see a gargoyle coming to life, the first thing I'm throwing at is Melissa McCarthy. I'm going, here, you deal with this. You're a Ghostbuster. I'm out, bitches. Fuck that shit.
As a duly authorized representative of the state and city of New York, I would like you to remove yourself to the nearest plane of existence.
Yeah, and I'd also like to apologize to Lano if you do see this in the future. I'm sorry that I screenshot your hair poofy like that. I didn't mean it to be like that. I'm looking at it, it's like that looks like I want the Jaws music to start
playing.
It almost looks
like a bun.
Well, no, it's like a pompadour.
Yeah, I got the worst picture.
But it might just
pompadour, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not in denial. I have to have something to be denial in. But you guys have been great. There's 19 people here. I'm glad that people have showed up and watched this. I hope you watch this on the replay. I'm going to try to focus more in on cancel culture across everything as it comes out, especially if it's Lano, L-O-N-O, Hunter. But thank you. Yeah, it's Lano. Yes, I know how to spell Lano. Yes, Lano. But I want people to understand that cancel culture is a virus. Gina Carano was the main example. Lana was another one. There's probably more out there, but I'm not saying that every time you hear an accusation, it's automatically false. But do some digging, because other people are, and the more you dig, the more the truth comes out. Yeah.
Yep.
Hey, Mr. Tickle Trunk.
Hey, Tickle. I'm not your trunk. Sorry, but thank you guys. This has been great. I love.
Yeah,
doing
thanks
these
for
types
having
of
us,
shows.
man.
Yeah.
Appreciate it,
Anytime, anytime, man. And honestly, I'll say this out. If he does watch it, Lano, this is the type of stuff I like doing. You're always welcome just to talk, share. Even it doesn't even have to be about this. If you just want to share about yourself ever, you're always welcome on this channel, man. You got people that are probably not only sub to you now, but they're also sub to Gothix because of the way you deliver this. So you can smash that like, you can smash that cake, or in Mags' terms, you can put on lipstick and stilettos and go all ape shit for all I care. But I'm going to sign out with 2 small videos before we do. I appreciate everyone for coming. But can you feel this?
No. Can you feel it when I do this? No. Can you feel it when I do this? No. Can you feel it when I do this? No. Can you feel it when I do this? No. Hey, idiots! What time is it? Exactly 3:14. Shame.
I missed that show. I gotta start watching it.
I have every episode on there, and I have the filters working now. So
Yay.
we're gonna call it a night. It's been great. It's been fun. Catch the replay. I am Fat Steven. This is my panel of sociopaths. Y'all
And
take
I
it
hosted
easy.
one, probably,
I'm out.
so thanks.
Hello. Sorry, my voice is really messed up. Hey, how's it going? This is just an impromptu live stream. I wanted to cancel my own intelligent sentence by breaking my opening. So here we go. I have a couple other panelists that are going to show up in about 5 seconds after I'm done ruining my sentences. I wanted to do a quick overview discussion and look at Upper Echelon's video from last week about the Say No to Rage conspiracy involving cancel culture. So I'm going to bring up my panel before my mouth and my lips decide to fight over each other again. And we have Lethal.
Good morning. I woke up with an erection this morning, like morning wood, and then I realized it was because Fat Steven Seagal had messaged me.
That's great. So I have now a known source for erections for males. That's great. My life is coming up. Millhouse. How are you doing, Runner? This is where you talk, Runner.
Oh, I didn't know you were calling
Hi,
me. Hey,
how
my
are
bad.
you, Runner?
Hi, everyone.
Oh
It's
my
Runner.
God.
How's everyone doing?
I'm well, thank you.
That's good. That's good. My first question is, hey Bone, nice in the chat. Do you guys know anything about Destiny, Destiny 2, Bungie? Do you play anything? Do you know anything about like Twitch streamers or anything like how the community is over there?
Do you want to go first, Rana?
I played like a teeny bit of Destiny 1. I played more Destiny 2. Wasn't a huge fan of it overall. Wasn't my cup of tea, really. So that's all I really know.
Yeah. My knowledge from Bungie is probably completely outdated because it comes from the Halo trilogy, the trilogy. So yeah, and Reach and ODST, I guess. But I never played Destiny 1. I played Destiny 2 for the first time like 2 months ago. I've played it sparingly. I haven't touched it in about 2 weeks, I reckon. I downloaded it for free. I hate the fucking multiplayer. But I don't. I quite like
Is it the
game.
PvP
Actually,
you don't like? Sorry.
the PvP. The PvP can fuck off, man.
Oh, well, PvP's been having problems for years. And it's like 7 years in, and we're still having problems with cheaters and stuff and all that stuff. That's why a lot of player bases is terrified with the cross-platform coming, because you'll just be PC players ruining everything. But
yeah, they tend to do that.
It's horrible. It is horrible.
But I know nothing about the community or anything about it. I'm just someone that just played it a few times and was like, "Yeah, this gun's awesome." Pew pew pew.
Let's just say it's been getting very toxic. Hey, Brightest. Hey, Wookie. Senate. Bone. We also have Shellback. Thanks for showing by. But it's bad. Like the community with Destiny itself, my eyes have been opened up to it a lot more recently. I think it was 2 or 3 weeks ago. There was a Twitter guy who decided to complain about a name of a challenge that was called Blood and Honor, and they started to complain to Bungie that it was a motto for Yahtzee kids back in the day. So they actually bent the knee within 5 seconds to a Twitter handle with only 400 followers and get it changed in the next update. That was my first step of like, what the hell's going on here? And then I started going into I've been following SNTR for a while when he was back on the purple platform, and I got a gist of what happened. So, hey, DD, we are going to look at Upper Echelon's video, because if Upper Echelon wants to do a video, he goes in with non-bias, he goes in with the facts and brings them to the surface of how a story either is solid or falling apart. Are you guys down for that?
I certainly am.
Absolutely.
All right, so we're going to bring it up. This is called the Say No to Rage conspiracy, also known as Lana. I want to state ahead of time that 2 of these people know nothing about what has happened, what is going on, and that's why they're on here, because then they can give an unbiased opinion and feelings of how this video breaks things down and whether or not it is a conspiracy to a point, or whether or not the fiction and the fact are not the same. Does that make sense to you guys?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
All right, and let's get into it. Let's play the video, not on the actual channel, but here we go. And credit to Upper Echelon doing this video, first of all.
No, Upper Echelon's good people.
Okay, so today is going to be a pretty intense video because the situation I'm about to talk about has literally ruined a man's life. Can he rebuild? Possibly, but that would require that he be allowed to move on from these events, which the Twitter mob is apparently unwilling to let him do. The subject is Say No to Rage.
So even right there, sorry, can we pause?
The situation is an onslaught of accusations that paint him as a...
Even right there, like, that's spot on. Like, they just never let you move on. Like, even if you are in the wrong and you go, yeah, I take the L on that one, my bad, they're still going to hold it over your head forever. And it's just ridiculous, you know? Like, whatever happened to forgiveness?
It's not even that, though. It goes deeper, bro. Like, it's gone to the point where they banned him, the developers banned him from the game without reason or anything.
See, that's bullshit, man. Like, if he was like a known cheater within the game, yeah, that makes sense then. But
no, dude, it's messed up, and that's why I like having honest opinions like right away, because you're already
serial harasser, with some even going so far as to claim that he is a predator or abuser. The story begins, well, it actually begins over 5 years ago, but the main portion kicks off with a situation in 2018 involving a fellow streamer named She Snaps, or Mind of Snaps. Snaps, as I'll call her from now on, was a friend, maybe at worst an acquaintance of Lano, who had been a guest on his podcast while exchanging messages with him for quite some time. These messages
that's him on the top left
at that time. However, there are in fact 2 different timelines.
Hey,
here.
Biggles.
The first timeline is the actual occurrence of these events, and the second timeline is when they were weaponized against Lano. It's an entirely separate occurrence here. What transpired in the initial timeline, as the events actually occurred, was an incredibly complex chain of events unfolding during a Destiny-based convention. I won't turn this into a rehash of all the existing testimony because most of it is almost a year old at this point, some of it is far older, and the documents are very, very, very long. I'll have everything I used in the research of this video linked down below, however, as an index, so if you want to check it all out, feel free, it's all there down below. In summary, the convention went sideways when Lano got extremely high off of a vape pen belonging to She Snaps. This put him on a pathway to oblivion because as the night progressed, he said a number of things and acted in a certain way.
All right, I'm going to pause that quickly because I'm going to bring something up in a second. But that related to that, as my hard drive wants to kick in, I'm going to show you the screenshots that someone sent me of those that day. So right here, this is the actual vape pen in question. Some people in my other comments in the previous videos when they first went live were saying it was possibility of nicotine. This defeats that purpose when they're actually at a dispensary. This is the same snaps. This is the same thing. I will have a better video in the future, but I just wanted to share those screenshots. Now let's go back to the video.
which resulted in She Snaps feeling uncomfortable. Some
Did you pause that there? Sorry.
When he touched her hair at the dinner table, when he leaned against her on the bus, and when he would rub his own.
All right, go ahead.
Did he just say that he got extremely high from a vape?
Well, technically, you can have THC and other type of vape pens, right?
Is that what this is? Because
he actually goes into it. The fact is, he didn't know, and that's where this is all falling apart. He actually will link the whole stories. Like you said, there's two different timelines, and he'll actually explain both of how the actual timeline event happened and what's been going on after.
I'm very curious what was in that vape, because if it was this,
if you're not a smoker, didn't know what was in it, and someone handed to you something, don't you think you would be like kind of out of place, right? Especially at like a game convention or something, right?
Or if it's just like an everyday vape, like you see those people that vaping, that shit can't get you high.
It wasn't. It was a THC.
It was THC.
It was a marijuana one, yes. I just don't want to get keyword. I don't know how YouTube moderators are today.
No, fair enough. But I mean, okay, if that's what it is, and shit, man, don't most people, not speaking from experience at all or anything like that, but most people go into more of a chilled out stage.
I guess it depends on the person, right?
All right, well, we'll find out.
Own legs and say things like, I get very sexually liberated or awakened when I'm intoxicated. These things, among others, resulted in She Snaps claiming she felt very uncomfortable and subsequently avoiding socializing with him for the remainder of that trip. After that, the downward spiral began. There were claims that Lano stole a creator badge for future conferences, which he was banned from, or snuck into them, that he tried to be near her at those events, that he even went so far as to schedule his own meet and greet time slot to be adjacent to hers as a way to get closer deliberately. And ultimately, their relationship from a professional and personal level completely fell apart. Here's the thing. I don't care about this. No one should care at all about this, because as described from all sides, it is effectively petty high school drama. A St. Jude's legal team investigated the situation after it was reported to them, found there to be no significant action items whatsoever, and life went on for both of them. Or so they thought. Now, when I say I don't care, I don't mean that there is nothing of consequence in those interactions. If you want to say that he was creepy, perfectly fine. If you want to say that he should have acted differently, also fine. If you want to personally distance yourself from someone because of accusations like this, or their actions at conventions, all power to you. But the most critical component here is that these interactions were dealt with at the time. She Snaps sent Lano an extremely long letter laying out all of her feelings. She told him exactly what had transpired from her own perspective, exactly why his actions were so unpleasant for her.
We've seen quite a few of these things recently, haven't we?
Years ago. What happened after that is where things got bad, because that is when accusations of him specifically rigging his meet and greet time slot to be near her surfaced, or allegations that he either stole a creator badge or snuck into the conference that he was banned from attending. Now we move forward in time to last summer, 2020. Right now, there's just two main characters, Lano, the man accused, and She Snaps, the accuser. However, our cast is about to expand dramatically, because 2 years after the letter had been sent, 2 years after the St. Jude's legal team had investigated the incident fully, and 2 years after they had determined that there was nothing significant to act on, She Snaps goes public with a long, detailed document rehashing the events from 2018, reposting the letter she had previously sent him, and further explaining a few situations in the time since, where he had allegedly, as I stated previously, scheduled his meet and greet purposefully during the same time slot as hers, and snuck into an event while hiding his badge because he had somehow maliciously acquired a creator badge so as to get close to her again. That's when things really hit the fan, because she wasn't alone. Simultaneous allegations of inappropriate conduct came cruising in from all different directions. Princess Kitley, another streamer who had long been socializing with Lano, posted a series of direct message screenshots to Medium with a detailed description of how his sexual jokes had made her uncomfortable. And Viro, another member of Lano's community previously, posted a Twitter thread about how they had engaged in a very intimate conversation at a bar one night where he asked, "Would you like to go someplace quieter, like my hotel room?" which pushed her to have a nervous breakdown and miss her flight the next day. A streamer by the name Jules Verne spoke up.
Now, Lethal.
Yes, sir.
If so, don't call me sir. What am I, old, dude? Man, it's just my voice. Like literally, like if hey, do you want to go back to my hotel room? Does that make you feel like you're gonna have a nervous breakdown? Someone coming on to you, even if it wasn't coming on to you? Do you want to have a nervous breakdown?
No, I mean, assuming. Okay, look, no. To answer your question, no. But in the heat of the moment, if I wanted to, I'd say yes. But if I didn't, I'd just say no. No, I do not want to go back to your hotel room.
What's going on, Biggles?
Is it the Google moderators?
They love me like white on rice for some reason.
That's what I was gonna say. Is it the Google moderators?
I don't know what they're doing.
They've done that to me on a stream yesterday.
All right, but that sounds pretty weird. Now it's gonna start getting interesting. Watch this.
Up about how he had put his hand on her thigh during a card game at one point. Next, a streamer named Sarah Daniels jumped on board, saying he had creeped her out after he cornered her and made her feel uncomfortable at some point. So much so that she apparently, at the time, blocked it out of her memory entirely. And lastly, a streamer by the name of Melrose chimed in, saying that Lano had come up to her at a bar, put his hand on her thigh, or tried to, as they talked. She denied him, and he later messaged her his hotel address. Meanwhile, her comment thread is filled with, "I'm so sorry you had to experience that. That's disgusting. And I'm so incredibly sorry this happened to you." Lano got hit from all sides, and it wasn't even over. Streamer Sh55, and I can personally attest to the fact that she is a drama fiend. This girl absolutely loves drama, seeks it out whenever possible, and I have personal experience with that from way back in the Division days. She jumped on board calling him an abuser and a predator, escalating the language dramatically. Dr. Lupo signal boosted some of the allegations out to over 1 million people and got his name literally trending on Twitter.
Yeah, Lupo, man.
Twitch banned his account. He lost tens of thousands
Now
of
here
followers
comes,
on
guys.
all
Now
other
watch.
platforms. And now, most recently, his Destiny account, the game, which is his main game and therefore effectively a major slice of his business income, has been developer banned with no option to appeal. That's important. We'll come back to that. This is where the timelines merge. Years ago, Lano had been attending conventions and made certain women feel uncomfortable. At the time, they dealt with it by sending him messages, letters, or even asking St. Jude to open a legal official investigation. 2 years later, in unison, their stories come out, and Say No to Rage gets buried. Here is one section I feel I need to highlight. These situations were largely handled before the publicity hurricane. As for instance, we can look at Princess Kitley, who posted a series of screenshots, deliberately omitting all of the parts where she sent explicit messages back to him, and she concluded with a screenshot of the lengthy message she had sent to him in light of his comments making her feel uncomfortable. I'm not going to read it all. It's pretty lengthy. There's really no point. You can if you want to, but it is phrased respectfully. Honestly, it's high quality, while bringing up the issues and clearly setting boundaries. It's a healthy thing to send. Well, Say No to Rage, Lano, responded to this with his own paragraph reading as follows. Quote, "No worries, Kitley. It was just a silly joke that I probably pushed too far from early on. Sorry, I joke like that with the guys and being dirty and never considered it would make you uncomfortable. To me, you're just a fun friend like the rest of the guys I chat with, Skype with, and play with. But you're right. It isn't cool to put you in that spot, and I'll keep it in check from now on. You're obviously a good friend that respects me to bring this to my attention, and I appreciate it." End.
Now, I have a quick question. I know a lot of people probably disagree with this. Do you think that the apology was giving them the bullet for the next handgun?
Yeah, unfortunately, yeah.
Probably. Yeah.
I thought so.
These people just don't accept apologies. I can't just go, "Oh, Rana, sorry, that was my bad. You know, I'm sorry." And then Rana just goes, "Cool, whatever. We move on."
Yeah, exactly.
You know,
but he's also a family man. He's very articulate. He doesn't cause drama. He stays away from it. He speaks with, like, if you ever watch or hear one of his podcasts, he's one of those things you can turn on the background and not realize you've lost hours of the day just feeling like you're having a conversation listening to the radio itself. It's very well done, and he takes a lot of pride in his stuff. So I can see his kind of persona that he wanted to be like every other person. You don't want to offend a friend. That's the way it
Yeah.
works, right?
Yeah, no, that's totally right. Yeah.
Quote, this interaction is perfectly fine. She clearly articulated what he had done to make her feel uncomfortable and how it occurred, which is very healthy to do. He responded, apologized, said he would make sure it didn't happen again, and it didn't happen again. He had been flirtatious. She had rejected that. Whether or not I or anyone else feels from the additional context in screenshots that she was engaging with that behavior willingly as well is irrelevant. He had apologized, fixed the problem, and no further issues occurred with that person. That's dead and buried. That's a situation that has been resolved. And I'm struggling greatly to understand what about that deserve to be called abuse or harassment. Likewise, additionally, many of the other claims also follow this parallel. The claim that one night in a bar he talked intimately with someone about their past and stated, "Would you like to go someplace quieter, like my hotel room," can be considered creepy, depending on cadence, tone, or phrasing. It can be insensitive or even highly obnoxious when it's understood that the person he was asking was an openly self-professed queer individual, if his underlying intent was truly that of a sexual nature, which he disputes. But is it nervous breakdown worthy? Is it miss your next day flight worthy? Is it bring this up again years later in a slew of accusations about times where he flirted badly or hit on a woman with little success so as to ruin his entire life worthy? You tell me. Here is where I have to play some clips because the narrative that emerged on one side claimed collusion in order to coordinate these statements for maximum damage, while on the other side, the narrative shaped that he was so awful, all these women, emboldened by the continuous stream of excessive bravery, posted their own encounters. One of the most vocal advocates for people to unfollow Say No to Rage on Twitter especially was Sarah Daniels. Sarah Daniels repeatedly claimed that, quote, there wasn't a group or a plan or collusion, but casting doubt on that statement in her own words, you can hear the following.
So Danielle's partnered with Advanced GG, and they recently
is anyone else getting hiccups, or is that just me?
And at the same time, he got verified on Twitter.
I'm fine.
So we had all been talking about it in a thread, and it was just like, is someone gonna come out? Like, is someone gonna finally say something about this dude? Because like, he's just like top of the Destiny directory all the time. Like we have to do something. Like something has to be done. So
Well, we have to cancel him.
So I was like, I'm not gonna come out.
Wait. Okay, so you automatically thought by the way they're talking, it wasn't even about the fact that they consider him a predator.
Say it again, sorry.
So you just said you think that you automatically hear by the way she's talking, you sound like they just wanted to get rid of him.
By the sounds of it, yeah. Like, oh,
Yeah,
this guy's at the top of this guy's at the top. We have to do something.
But does that?
Like,
but if he's at the top, why is that important if they're trying to claim he's a predator? Do you understand what's going on here?
Well, just based on the way this whole thing's structured, it's kind of pointing out that, hey, these are the people that are going after him, that they want to get rid of him.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know the Destiny community, but I dare say there's some jealousy involved.
It is high school bad.
What, just like click shit, high school click shit?
Pretty much. Popularity and money click shit.
I hate this shit though when they
my
fucking
story's powerful enough to like be the one to come out
fake,
and start
like
the whole thing, because we knew. I mean, we all knew about snaps and we've known about other women in the community, but it was hard to.
Since when is hitting on a girl sexually assault, or sexual? Like, don't get me wrong, there's a fucking line. There is a line, but 9 out of 10 people know where the line is. You know, like I don't think there's anything wrong with hitting on a girl in most situations. Like, obviously, there's exceptions to the rule, but what's so bad about shooting a shot? If you get knocked back, you get knocked back.
Yeah, that's the whole thing with dating. You're always going to get rejection. Well, except for Runner. Runner hasn't hit on a girl yet, so we're hoping that day comes soon.
Oh, thanks.
Oh, you're welcome anytime, bro. Just because you wanted to tell people how to promote. I'm just joking. But the thing is, this shouldn't matter if they're trying to label him as a predator. Is where I'm coming from this. If he's actually this type of horrible person that's been horrible to women, why does it matter if he's on the top? Why does it matter?
Because the whole predator aspect is like I don't want to say guarantee, but it's a pretty strong bullet to shoot at him.
So it sounds like the playbook from the cancel culture, doesn't it?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And it just seems like it's a tried and tested method.
That's cool. We'll go back into it. We're doing good time though. Thank you.
because she also references, what are we going to do? He's top of the Destiny directory. In her own He Also Creeped Me Out thread, she says, quote, and Twitter out here putting verified badges on these nasty men, and female Destiny Twitter out here like, oh, that's cool. He harassed me. Good thing he's glorified everywhere and top of the directory. That's awesome. Coolio boolio, end quote. The context here now has a completely different atmosphere. He was successful. He was rising in his career. He was top of the directory, verified on Twitter, gaining new contracts. And Sarah Daniels openly admits that a group of people, I am not privy to who exactly was contained within that group, were discussing what's to be done. Look at him. We need to take him down. It's already a spiderweb, but there's much more. One of the core components of the manifesto of She Snaps was that Lano had rigged his meet and greet at one of the conventions to coincide with her own. But from the receipts, email verifications, and DMs that both her and Lano shared, we can see quite clearly that his appointment was booked and confirmed a full day before hers was. He could not possibly.
This is just
have
a
booked
full
this maliciously.
just setting him up to look like a full-on creep.
They are literally trying to pull everything to make him look like that, and that's why I wanted to get other people on who don't know the situation, right? Because you don't even have to know what actually has happened to understand from this point of view of video that it's unbiased and it's using just facts, and it's already pushing the thing apart.
Well, look, he's got like the dates, the times, and shit.
Yeah,
His shit was set up before. And they're trying to say, oh, he's manipulating it so he can be close to us. It's like, no, he's fucking not.
I was on Lano's stream, watching it the day of he found out he got banned. And
okay,
you remember the Gina Carano interview, right, where she was talking about certain things where they're coming after, and she almost looked like she wanted to cry, break down.
I haven't actually seen it.
Oh well, it was great. But there was a point now where I saw in his face the same face she had when they came after him again with the dev ban on Bungie with Bungie or whatever, and it's like you lose your way. You're losing yourself all at the same time, and then you have a family on top of that, and it's like you're just trying to take his soul away. And it's starting to now come to the point where this perked up a lot of people's ears, and I think Echelon covered this because he is good with factual, unbiased reporting.
He's actually just a cool dude as well. I've been lucky enough to be on a stream with him one time, and he's just a chill dude. You can just make jokes and shit with him as well.
All right. Well, it looks like Biggles cleaned up his room. So yeah, don't give me a thumbs up. I don't know where that's been. But we're gonna let him on, and no swearing for right now. Out of too much control, Biggles. Okay.
I thought you were talking to me for a minute. I can't promise that.
Hey, Biggles, we're gonna go through this. Do you know anything about the whole Signal Rage conspiracy, or you just want to get here on the cancel culture with gaming?
So I don't know about the story, but it sounds just like when I got fired from Under Armour, and all the girls that worked there was one of the my best friend had broke up with one of the girls that worked there. So she got all the girls there, and they created this sexual harassment thing. And I don't talk to any of them. And they said it happened on this day, this day, this day. And there was no women on that day that was working there. Nothing matched up, but all their stories were identical. So it kind of sounds like that's kind of what they did here, as what happened to me 12 years ago.
That's fucking bullshit. I never knew that.
Yeah, damn. All right, we're gonna go back in the video. And we can share more thing going on, because if I don't want to. Yeah, let's just do it.
To get closer to her, seeing as his appointment was actually scheduled first. Next up, the idea that he had somehow stolen or procured a creator badge for one of these events in an inappropriate way. Well, there is eyewitness testimony from someone also in attendance, which verifies that no, in fact, he was given the badge by a convention staff member who insisted he have one. It was confirmed by St. Jude that they legally could not bar him from the event, so his attendance was in no way violating any given order or parameter set forth by any actual authority. He did not schedule his meetup at the same time. He did not steal or otherwise maliciously acquire a creator badge. It was given to him with insistence. Furthermore, a quote from She Snaps on a future live stream came out where she discusses the events and more specifically, the moments where this most recent campaign began.
So I was like, babe, I gotta go. She posted it. It's go time. I gotta go support her. So I reached out to my lawyer immediately because, again, I'm afraid. I'm gonna be honest. reached out to my lawyer immediately and ran just the first draft of like the text I was going to respond to Jaws with through him, and said like, this is what I want to post. Is there anything that I need to be concerned about? And you know, he gave that base level approval that I needed. So I responded to Jaws and said like, me too, and I'm gonna need some time to compose my thoughts.
Pay close attention to the verbiage. She posted it, it's go time. That is the language of someone expecting a post to be made, understanding that when it is made, they should be ready and springing into action instantaneously. This clip also outlines that she had contacted her lawyer, fed her proposed message through him, and then posted it in response to Jules Verne within 5 minutes. 2 minutes later, Sarah Daniels had posted her own thread. Within 1 hour, far less than that actually, Dr. Lupo and King Gothalion were on board, and eventually this snowball of impressions and engagement catapulted the topic into the trending tab, thereby ensuring that the widest possible reach of the message would be people who know nothing else and simply see the surface level accusations, never looking deeper, never finding out more. Thus, his reputation was surgically, perhaps forever, ruined based on statements from years prior that had been handled between him and those involved under most circumstances, or even in the most severe case that I could find, investigated by a full legal team who determined that there was no actionable behavior to punish whatsoever, with the added detail that in some of those other scenarios, they had been handled amicably, where he immediately stated he was sorry for ever making anyone feel uncomfortable and stopped. Or situations where he simply said, "Want to come back to my hotel room?" and the person had a nervous breakdown. Here's the part where I need to make something very clear. Even if he had been officially banned from these conventions, I would not care. I am not a fan of his. I am not here to speak for his redemption. In fact, if he got banned from a convention for making people feel uncomfortable, fine, whatever. At a certain point, it just becomes a cost-benefit equation where the hosting party needs to weigh whether or not his participation or ability to attend at all is greater than the value for other creators that might not go if he does. Whatever they decide means nothing to me, because having there be punishments for someone who makes others feel uncomfortable is not something I'm going to pretend can't or shouldn't happen. That's up to the hosting company, purely up to them. We live in a corporate world, undeniably. Likewise, someone being banned from Twitch for their actions that make fellow broadcasters uncomfortable. Is it biased? Is it inconsistent to an extreme? Absolutely, but I'm not here to say far and wide that everything these companies did in response to the situation was unfair. Lano got hit by a massive PR bomb, and there was going to be casualties. But it wasn't nearly over at this point. He lost the majority of his sponsors, untold revenue, and his entire Twitch account was banned after the accusations reached critical mass. But still, if that's all that had happened, I would not have covered this. He began to stream and rebuild on YouTube, finding a measure of success at least, until mere days ago, his entire 7-year-old Destiny game account got developer banned. Now, remember...
Wow!
Now, this is probably going to pop up later, but I'm going to bring this up now. One of the people I believe that are the accusers, I might be mistaken, I'm not going to say too much, in my opinion, is actually married to a Bungie dev.
Oh, fucking!
And the other thing is, I've gone through a lot of some of the devs that have Twitter accounts, and they've all gone to virtue signal with the pronoun in their bio. So that's the first red flag for most of us who know how pronouns, cancel culture, and all that other stuff that they put in their profile works. Correct?
Yeah.
It's like a cult. And I'm saying that through opinion. But we'll get back into this. Hi, Moira. Hi, Gen X, Wookie, Lasso. Everyone who's here, thanks for actually watching and giving. I like getting an opposite opinion because this is part of pop culture and like the franchise stuff, but this is the gaming stuff. And gaming does have a hard like standing when it comes to cancel culture because it's part of our pop culture. It's everywhere. And I hope that I want to bring a light to this because cancel culture bothers me. It's probably bothers a lot of people, and when that came up, that ban that during that stream, I felt so bad for them.
So you were there when he saw he was banned?
Yeah, it was the title of his stream, and the people come. Even Gothix has done, I believe, an interview with him, and that hasn't dropped yet. And it's, if you know who Gothix is, that's the one who did the coverage of the zombie kills not too recent, right?
I thought that was Tipster.
No, but yeah, but Gothix did another one with actually showing all the receipts of how it was all false.
Oh,
I'll keep going.
Do you want, can I brag a little bit? Is that okay if I brag a little bit?
As long as it's not about your dick again, we're good.
Well, I do have a big dick. No, but The first time all the zombie.
I'm sorry, Lethal. Your big dick just muted you. I'm sorry.
I thought I plugged it out. The first time zombie kills went, got on the spotlight for bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
You typed in her name on YouTube. Mine was the first video that popped up. I
was there on that live stream. Yep. She's blocked me too ever since I said I had stupid tweets and screenshots of stuff because she was complaining about someone doxing her, right? But when she posted the screenshot of her invoicing that 2K thing to that small YouTuber, yeah, her full name was in the PayPal post that she screenshotted and put up there.
Yeah, I saw that. We were making fun of it on someone's stream.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Wasn't she the one that like got a free Xbox or PS5?
It was the Xbox, but a week before, she actually got one for herself through Target.
Yeah, she bought one.
So she's been caught in numerous lots.
It's the only kind of thing I remember from her, but that's really it.
All right, so we're getting a little off topic right now because that's somewhat related to what she did in the past. Let's go into the rest of this video.
Sarah Daniels, the one who focused repeatedly on his success as a primary factor, his verified badge, and his new brand deals in her initial statement, and further discussion of the topic. To refresh everyone's memory, here she is again.
We, for a few weeks, have been talking about this particular situation because recently he was partnered with Advanced GG, and our sweet Danielle is also with Advanced GG, and he recently got verified on Twitter, and we were kind of just seeing someone who had been handsy and harassed women, and that we've heard stories of in the community for so long, being like rising to power, being promoted, being put on a pedestal essentially. Yes, thank you, babe. Don't take my sign with you. So it was really the Advanced GG partnership that sparked us talking about, okay, well, how do we what do we do?
Incredibly, there are tons of these moments with identical phraseology. Her framing is always about his success, and she consistently references groups where this was being discussed for weeks in advance.
I'm saying it, and here it is, and it was him. And I mean, I was like, and I was talking to I was talking to Lupo at the time, and we were trying to figure out what the to do, and so
I was just gonna. That's pretty much what I was gonna say. The Toxic Manfield. I was gonna say, this is like you said, Fast Stevens ago. This is just fucking high school bullshit.
It is.
It is.
It is. It is. But they went after that because he was popular. He was becoming successful. So they just tried to destroy a man down to his income and everything. He lost everything on Twitch, right?
She's just jealous, man.
This is jealousy, but this is how the Destiny. The whole cancel culture is not just one thing where we see on Twitter. If you even follow a couple of people on Twitter, you can see it. It's the same thing. It's everywhere. It's infected everywhere. And it's most of the time it's not about including people, diversity, this or this. You know what it's about? It's about goddamn money and popularity.
Yeah, which is fucked up, man. It is. Look, don't get me wrong. Look, it's nice to make a little bit of money. I make fuck all money online, to be totally honest with you.
Well, you got a big dick. It probably blocks out the webcam. So
Exactly. I don't know. Making a few bucks here and there is always good. I did a 6.5 hour stream last night. I made $1.50. I don't give a fuck. It was a fun stream. It's probably one of the funnest streams I've done in a while.
But you nailed it right there. It's supposed to be fun. It's not supposed to be fake. It's not supposed to be about the dollars. Because as soon as you start focusing on the money, I'll say that again in that. I know I sometimes will pin my stream elements tip jar thing.
I don't see anything wrong with that.
But the thing is, when you know the difference, when you start getting monetized and you start actually building your community larger, it becomes to a point where you start focusing more on the colored windows, and you forget that before you had those colored windows, those same people were there, just shooting the shit with you and talking.
That's it.
That's the line you can't cross.
No, that's it. And then to get jealous and to go try to destroy someone because they're making more money. That's fucking bullshit, dude.
Oh, I got a check mark on Twitter. No one really cares about that. No one really thinks that's like a badge of honor. I wish that these people would realize that.
Most people get roasted for having a check mark. There's like 4 good ones I can think off the top of my head.
Yeah, we make fun of a lot of the blue check marks except for Young Ripa. That's the only person I can think of.
I think Young Ripper would kick your ass, Biggles, first of all, I think.
I don't know. I don't know.
Ripper, Axel, Snyder, shit, they're probably like the only 3 I can think of at the top of my head. The rest of the time you look at it and you go, oh, shut the fuck up, check mark.
All right. Yeah, let's get back into this. We're almost done. There's about 5 minutes left.
I'm up. I have to back her up because the more people that start saying stuff, the more serious stories are going to come out. And even though I feel like I don't have a place by just being like, he was creepy, he cornered, he just said a little too much about sex, whatever. I felt really fucking weird about saying anything. And I was like,
this isn't like backing up a friend. This isn't that at all. This is lying with a friend.
I'd been cornered and creepy, etc.
She can't even make eye contact.
Retweeted my tweet.
Yeah, Lupo's it. This is where I don't like that.
Tagged the person.
I was gonna say, just
She
look at her
even directly
face.
states that there was a discussion with Dr. Lupo. Her verbiage contains things like I'm up," and continues on to say that more people need to say things. So even though her story is insignificant, even though she stated previously, he didn't touch me, he was just creepy like half the island of Manhattan, paraphrasing.
I was like, well, why didn't you report it to the police? I'm like, I can't. Someone made me uncomfortable. I'm gonna report it to the police. Like, I have to report the entire island of Manhattan.
She still piled on board a mere 7 minutes after the initial tweet, 2 minutes after She Snaps had apparently run something by a lawyer and already posted, which kicked the whole thing off. But that wasn't even the point, because Sarah Daniels, probably speaking to him directly during one of the clips that we just played, is married to a Bungie developer. Now, circling back to Destiny, Say No to Rage was developer banned with no appeal and no explanation or email. And Sarah Daniels' Bungie developer husband tweeted this image 15 minutes after the ban. Not even done. Soon after the ban, as Say No to Rage was attempting to switch his content, an image of him looking at the Outriders logo circulated on Twitter, where users were flat out advocating that people mass report to the Outriders community managers and do everything possible to make sure that they, quote, know of his predatory past that led to bans from Twitch and Destiny.
Now I'm going to stop it there again. It's the same type of thing that a lot of us have been fucking dealing with. Rowan, I can send you an invite if you want on. He can't sue them right now. I don't want to give too information away, but he can't. It's going to cost too much. And he doesn't really want to attack these people back. He doesn't want to ruin them. He just wants what the Purple platform owes him or other sources of income that were taken away are given to him. He also understands that there's people out there in the community that believe the lie without understanding that it was a lie and a false narrative and went along with it. And they just went along with it. So this man has a good heart. Okay, he does. And honestly, I know that the people won't agree with the fact that he apologized once and that was just loading the gun. But if you are a person of integrity and you have your principles, you do apologize when you F up. You own your mistakes. That's how you grow as a person, because we're not perfect. We're always going to F up.
Yep.
But
absolutely.
But they go after him for a demo so he can't play the demo. How petty of a person of this on here. And when I even heard that My Name is Bife, the guy who does lore videos for Destiny, decided to open his goddamn mouth, that's when I unsub from his channel. And these are like this. The names this is all attached to. If you follow us on Twitter, it's getting crazy, and they're blocking people. Okay, the people that are like in question, they're blocking people. Actual conventions are blocking people. It goes deep. We'll get back into it.
End quote. Effectively, they are trying to kill his entire chance at making a living in the current game that he plays, successfully, I might add, at this point, and actively seeking out any future games he might even try in order to kill his future and his livelihood forever. When I began looking at all this, during the time I began researching this chain of events, the Bungie developer husband of Sarah Daniels blocked me on social media. I am preemptively, without ever having spoken to any of them, blocked by a large number of the people involved in this story. And looking at these events in context, I have one simple question to ask. Does Say No to Rage, Lano, deserve to have his entire business and financial future in this industry ruined completely because he creepily flirted a few times. And when they asked him to stop, he stopped. Is it okay to brutally, constantly harass someone because you think they harassed others for a brief period multiple years ago and have since improved dramatically? Even Sarah Daniels herself expressed, quote, "I've said clearly and so many times I felt weird about saying anything simply because he was totally fine at the last 2 events. Perfectly nice, and I had 0 issues." End quote.
What the
Is her
fuck?
husband involved? The one tweeting bye-bye after Say No to Rage is developer banned with no explanation from a game in which he did not violate the terms of service in any noticeable fashion.
He didn't.
Years after
Yeah, see, that's
any
the
of
thing
these
right
events
there.
actually-
Like, as a developer, you're
You
in
just
no
played your card.
position to do that. A developer can, if he was cheating at the game, I would be totally on the developer's side with the banning of him. But why? Because the developer is fucking one of these girls that basically tried to did cancel him. So now he's such a fucking cuck.
But they've even been deleting their tweets. There's people that have been going along with it. They've been deleting their tweets. They've been doing all that stuff. Like,
yeah, you got to burn the evidence, brother.
But
Yeah,
everything's
after you
archived.
shoot-
Everything's archived.
But that's the mentality. After you shoot someone, you got to throw away the gun. You know what I mean? That's what they're fucking trying to do. Not like they're killing him or anything like that. But you know what I mean.
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. But now I want to ask Runner first. Runner, you've been watching this and understanding this now. And you don't play Destiny, but you know of it. How do you feel as a younger gen? I'm going to keep calling you that because you are.
Yeah.
When you hear something like this, like if you want to become a streamer and the fear of getting popular could lead to something like this.
I mean, it would be a lot to handle, but I mean, like this whole thing going on, it's like, oh,
what the hell was that?
That was me moving in my chair. I'm sorry.
Man down, Biggles is down.
Fuck, what was I gonna say? Like if you know, if you're gonna do something, you know, weird or whatever, and you know, they tell you to stop, and you just give them an apology, it should just end right there. But it ends up with this streamer who I guess is married to a developer. I'm gonna say cancels this guy. Yeah, it's not what I would have done, but that's just it's dumb.
Runner says it's dumb.
Yeah, it's dumb.
Okay. What about you, Biggles, before you drop something again?
No, I was moving in my chair, but I thought I had my mic muted, so that was my fault. I think it's stupid. Like, I've had stuff like this happen to me in real life, and I lost my job just as I was getting a promotion and moving to a different state for it. So I guess that was kind of a good thing in the long run. But sometimes, like, people just lie and they'll back up their friends, and like, it's like, oh, he said this, and they don't, and like, a lot of people don't like competition, so they try to like crush it. So,
all right, and before we finish up, I want to know if anyone from the chat or anyone on the panel, do you think this video has been biased at all, trying to favor one party outside of the other?
Not really, because he's even calling them out, saying, "Yeah, you're a bit fucking creepy."
Exactly.
I just want to make sure. That's why I wanted people that don't know about this to be on here, because it's a fresh pair of eyes, but they're still knowledgeable when it comes to cancel culture and how it's everywhere. And
See, that's what I was saying. Like, yeah, the dude was a little creepy or whatever, and you know, he apologized and you know, and stuff. And you know, like you said, Fat Steven, this is high school material drama. I mean, yeah, I've seen it. I don't go anywhere near it. I have a small group of friends. I don't get into that shit. But yeah, it's exactly that.
Well, do you know what this man's biggest crime is? He's shit at talking to girls, and they're kind of
He's
using
married.
that to say, well,
he is
kids now.
Yeah.
He is now, but they're
he
trying
was
to say
then.
like,
He was then too.
oh well, okay. So you were flirting with girls when you were married. So okay, you're a
It
bit of a
wasn't really-
douchebag.
but that's the thing though. They're saying it's flirting, might not even been flirting, but that's not what we're looking for right now. Yeah.
Well,
he
at
might have
worst, that's what he's doing. At worst,
Yeah,
that's what he's doing. And okay, you're a bit of a douchebag then. Like fuck you. But
I'll give you that. Like I honestly want an honest opinion, so I'm gonna go into let's get into the last of this show so far because I'm actually loving your guys' opinions. Hello.
Actually transpired. Is any of this okay? You can think he's a creep. He was certainly inappropriate at that time when one considers the fact that he was married
He just said
with
it.
a family. But what is the price for asking a woman, would you like to go someplace quieter? What is the price for getting too high and making someone feel uncomfortable with your nearly incoherent words and you rubbing your own legs? What is the price for making sexual jokes and when asked to stop, respectfully and immediately abiding by those wishes? And lastly, how long should that price be paid? 1 year, 2 years, 5 years, forever? Should it be the death of a career, no future prospects, throw him in a gulag? Where does stuff like this end? And how on earth did we end up here? In closing, I don't even enjoy his content, but watching what has happened to this man for the better part of a year is frankly shocking. No one is willing to speak up because if you do, especially if you exist in the Destiny community, you get crushed by larger personalities and streamers. They have banded together to make sure that no one goes against their narrative.
that's cancel culture 101.
That's right there. But like that's the thing though. The fact that it got all the way up to a dev, that means any game that you get popular, like especially if MMO, and you've put years in. Like I put the same amount of years probably Lono has, and maybe not as much depth, but I've been playing that long. And to just have that account wiped out, you have to think about every dollar you put into that, all the friends you've met with that. That's everything gone in a moment. And from what I understand is that he actually did the appeal, right? And they just closed it. They never responded.
Bro.
He's still waiting. He's still waiting, bro.
See that would hit, man. As much, like, don't get me wrong, losing, God knows how much money he lost for all this. That's terrible in its own right. But losing your account, like I know a lot of people are gonna be like, it's just a video game. Like, well, fuck you. You're not involved in this conversation, then you dumb cunts.
The same people, but no, hold on. Yeah, that's you're exactly saying the same thing when people say, well, it's just Star Wars. You're saying exactly.
It's just a movie. It's just a comic book. It's just a video game.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like I get.
What?
Go ahead, Lethal.
I was going to say, I was going to wrap it up.
His account isn't wiped. He's just been banned. He can still access it through other apps, right? Because we have other apps like your item manager. If you want to pull stuff out of the vault, like it's still there. He just can't get to online. Yeah,
that's like that's terrible. Yeah, sorry, Biggles, go on.
They do. Sorry, go on, Biggles.
Yeah, so it's like if I was to get banned from World of Warcraft, like I've been playing that since like the first month it came out. So if you think of how much money I've spent on that game just from the subscription for the monthly, it's like over $1,500 of just subscription to play the game. So if they just randomly ban me because some girls say, "Oh, he talked to me at a convention," it's ridiculous, you know? I didn't like what he said. Ooh, scary. Go ahead, Fat Steven. It's all yours.
Oh, thank you for letting me have my channel. Thank you. With you and Runner, you're the ultimate team of yeah, just do it. He doesn't care. I'm all good. But I appreciate that. That's pretty much dead on. We'll finish it up, and I'm loving the chat too because most people don't know about this.
I'm not in the Destiny community, thank God. I'm not a part of that world, and unless there's some seriously more intense allegations out there with proof, I cannot comprehend how it is justified to take this man's entire life through which he supports a family, an innocent, unconnected family, when considering all of these events, and
that's
burn
what it's
it
getting
ground
to, Gen
with
X.
salted earth.
Like, we're laughing at that comment, but that's what it's getting to.
Again, and fence him in to make sure he can never move to another game. It's disgusting. That's it. If you want support, please consider checking out Odyssey, linked down below. It's a YouTube platform alternative, diversifies my options, and it's very rewarding for its creators. Also, Locals, for $5 a month, you can access ad-free versions of all the videos and also the audio podcast versions. There's another YouTuber to check out, merch, social media, etc., etc. But I'll cut it there and stop rambling. As always, thank you all for watching, and have a nice night. Oh, and if the Destiny community does try to bring their band over here and brigade me and attack me with everything they have, bring it the fuck on, okay? I don't care. You're really not going to be able to do shit to me. And if you are, I have other things in the pipeline. Like, seriously, I'm not one of the people that you can just shut down because I'm obsessed with the Twitch Destiny directory and blah, blah, blah. Like, get out of here.
Wow.
So
So after watching that, all I gotta say is, do you think that man is a target, or he is actually fully accepting of what
He's
happened
absolutely
to?
a fucking target. There's a big fucking bullseye on him, and everyone's taking their shot to try and take him down, which is total bullshit. And like I said before, at the absolute worst, he hit on a girl and was a bit creepy and did it while he was already in love with a girl. And in that regard, you're a bit of a fuckhead. But that's nothing to lose everything over. Do you know who I think should have been the one? Like, because you said he was married at the time, right?
He is still married. Yeah, they've been married 14 years.
His wife should have been the one to go up to him and say, "What the fuck?"
He actually went through heart problems supposedly, and everything. He has to keep his stuff all in check, and he literally, yeah, he I understand that. Like, no one's perfect, and I do agree with that. But I don't think what they're doing or what they're saying he's done adds up to how they're trying to destroy him.
No, there's no correlation at all. This was an opportunity. That's what there was. They used that as an opportunity to take him out.
I agree. What about you guys, man? Come on.
I mean, just watching that, I was gonna say, just watching that video alone, you know, all the stuff that was shown. Yeah, he's a fucking target. Just plain and simple. Yeah, he's a target, without a doubt.
Well,
I skipped ahead because he just went into a little bit more comedy stuff, and I didn't want to take away from it. So, yeah, this is me talking right now. We're going to go into the third episode. It's another different panel. It's going to be showing not only the upper echelon video we just showed to Lethal, Runner, and Biggles, but it's then going to have the follow-up video and reaction with a bunch of different people on the panel, what happened with them, the copyright strikes, and the constant coming after that takedown video. So you're going to see a lot more, and you're going to see how much this is spreading out in such weirdness. So those who have been staying around the whole time, thank you. I do see you, Makini, Zax, Just a Normie, other people like Wookie who have all been here. Thank you very much. I am watching the chat. And for the 3 hours, whoever stuck around, thank you very much. And here we go. I agree, Dutchie. I haven't seen you here before, but thank you for dropping by. Good morning, good morning. I brought another panel, 3 new fresh faces, fresh eyes who know nothing of the situation, and we are going to be going back to Upper Echelon Say No to Conspiracy video, followed up by his bungled, aka Bungie video, which is somewhat related and connected. I'm going to bring my panel up now. They are friends, they are allies, and they are people that have been around the internet and don't know everything about this. So we're going to start with first Kate,
Hi.
Explorer of the Universe. I can't say his name because I'm crippled with words right now. We have Makini90, the t-shirted historian, and of course, Gary. How are you guys all doing today?
Good.
Once again, I'm the only living person.
Now, before I start, they have not seen the Upper Echelon video nor the bungled thing. That is where it's coming from. They were the first panelists for the Gothix interview, but they do not see the other 2 episodes. So they are definitely watching it for the first time and getting a better perspective.
Amongst all you Muppets.
How dare you call me a Muppet?
And we're demonetized already. Quick thing, I'm gonna say, I know. I'm just being. I would like to say, first of all, good morning to Wade, as well as DD Myers and anyone else who is watching in the chat. This is going to be another one of the cancel culture virus episodes, and again, focusing in. We also have a special guest who is just waking up and combing his hair. Welcome, Nickweiser.
What's up, dude?
So,
dude, I
No
got
swearing.
on like 10 minutes ago, and then my internet would not let me log on. I had to shut it back off, and then I shut it back on, and then Twitter was giving me issues to get onto Streamer. I'm like, are you kidding me? Really? 10 minutes before this all starts?
As it happens, but since you're here, I'll give the rundown right now. We're going to be T-shirt, Macney, and Explorer of the Multiverse are pretty much going to be the fresh eyes on the first video that we have seen before. So if you have any questions or want to give perspectives, just say pause, or I will pause and ask you guys questions.
Okay.
From there, we're going to go into the second video, which is the red logo you can see behind you. We're going to keep swearing down to a minimum, and we're going to see how you guys look at this without knowing anything about it. You understand?
Okay.
Understood.
Thank you for giving us your time. Welcome, chat. We are going to start now, adding to the stream. And let's do this. Welcome to the first part of the follow-up reaction. Yeah, I know. As we have I think it's an OCD thing. The downvote is probably from someone who can't get over it, but it helps the algorithm. I thank you for that dislike. Everyone in the chat, thank you for rewatching these already done panels and giving me your time. A public service announcement though, living in the rent-free head.
Okay, so today's going to be a pretty intense video because the situation I'm about to talk about has literally ruined
And
the
mute your
man's
mics
life.
if you're not
Can he
talking.
rebuild? Possibly, but that would require that he be allowed to move on from these events, which the Twitter mob is apparently unwilling to let him do. The subject is Say No to Rage, also known as Lano, and the situation is an onslaught of accusations that paint him as a serial harasser, with some even going so far as to claim that he is a predator or abuser. The story begins, well, it actually begins over 5 years ago, but the main portion kicks off with a situation in 2018 involving a fellow streamer named She Snaps, or Mind of Snaps. Snaps, as I'll call her from now on, was a friend, maybe at worst an acquaintance of Lano, who had been a guest on his podcast while exchanging messages with him for quite some time. These messages were friendly at that time. However, there are in fact 2 different timelines here. The first timeline is the actual occurrence of these events, and the second timeline is when they were weaponized against Lano. It's an entirely separate occurrence here. What transpired in the initial timeline, as the events actually occurred, was an incredibly complex chain of events unfolding during a Destiny-based convention. I won't turn this into a rehash of all the existing.
Now, before I get into that, for those that are new watching or don't understand, Destiny is pretty much a game that's been around for 8 years, going from 1 till now 2. I have been playing it for about the same amount of time since the beta. Pretty much a multiplayer online first-person shooter with raids and etc. This is pretty much their community focused on and how it's spread out through their conventions he is relating to, for those that don't know.
Testimony, because most of it is almost a year old at this point. Some of it is far older, and the documents are very, very, very long. I'll have everything I used in the research of this video linked down below, however, as an index. So if you want to check it all out, feel free. It's all there down below. In summary, the convention went sideways when Lano got extremely high off of a vape pen belonging to She Snaps. This put him on a pathway to oblivion because as the night progressed, he said a number of things and acted in a certain way, which resulted in She Snaps feeling uncomfortable. Some of the keynote items were when he touched her hair at the dinner table, when he leaned against her on the bus, and when he would rub his own legs and say things like, "I get very sexually liberated or awakened when I'm intoxicated." These things, among others, resulted in She Snaps claiming she felt very uncomfortable and subsequently avoiding socializing with him for the remainder of that trip. After that, the downward spiral began. There were claims that Lano stole a creator badge for future conferences, which he was banned from, or snuck into them, that he tried to be near her at those events, that he even went so far as to schedule his own meet and greet time slot to be adjacent to hers as a way to get closer deliberately. And ultimately, their relationship from a professional and personal level completely fell apart. Here's the thing. I don't care about this. No one should care at all about this because, as described from all sides, it is effectively petty high school drama. A St. Jude's legal team investigated the situation after it was reported to them, found there to be no significant action items whatsoever, and life went on for both of them. Or so they thought. Now, when I say I don't care, I don't mean that there is nothing of consequence in those interactions. If you want to say that he was creepy, perfectly fine. If you want to say that he should have acted differently, also fine. If you want to personally distance yourself from someone because of accusations like this, or their actions at conventions, all power to you. But the most critical component here is that these interactions were dealt with at the time. She Snaps sent Lano an extremely long letter laying out all of her feelings. She told him exactly what had transpired from her own perspective, exactly why his actions were so unpleasant for her, and he profusely apologized. This was years ago. What happened after that is where things got bad, because that is when accusations of him specifically rigging his meet and greet time slot to be near her surfaced, or allegations that he either stole a creator badge or snuck into the conference that he was banned from attending. Now we move forward in time to last.
All right, I'm going to pause it there and ask the three people that have never heard about this before. In general, do you think at all when it comes to this, the apology was meant to be for everything, or do you think it was more if you were friends with someone, you're apologizing because you didn't mean to make them feel uncomfortable and you want that misunderstanding gone? How would you take that?
I do not know what to make of this yet. This seems very complex.
Yeah, this is a really, really complex thing, and I think I need more info.
Cool. That's good.
Summer 2020. Right now, there are just two main characters, Lano, the man accused, and She Snaps, the accuser. However, our cast is about to expand dramatically, because 2 years after the letter had been sent, 2 years after the St. Jude's legal team had investigated the incident fully, and 2 years after they had determined that there was nothing significant to act on, She Snaps goes public with a long, detailed document rehashing the events from 2018, reposting the letter she had previously sent him, and further explaining a few situations in the time since where he had allegedly, as I stated previously, scheduled his meet and greet purposefully during the same time slot as hers and snuck into an event while hiding his badge because he had somehow maliciously acquired a creator badge so as to get close to her again. That's when things really hit the fan, because she wasn't alone. Simultaneous allegations of inappropriate conduct came cruising in from all different directions. Princess Kitley, another streamer who had long been socializing with Lano, posted a series of direct message screenshots to Medium with a detailed description of how his sexual jokes had made her uncomfortable. And Viro, another member of Lano's community previously, posted a Twitter thread about how they had engaged in a very intimate conversation at a bar one night where he asked, "Would you like to go someplace quieter, like my hotel room?" which pushed her to have a nervous breakdown and miss her flight the next day. A streamer by the name Jules Verne spoke up about how he had put his hand on her thigh during a card game at one point. Next, a streamer named Sarah Daniels jumped on board, saying he had creeped her out after he cornered her and made her feel uncomfortable at some point, so much so that she apparently, at the time, blocked it out of her memory entirely. And lastly, a streamer by the name Melrose chimed in, saying that Lano had come up to her at a bar, put his hand on her thigh, or tried to, as they talked. She denied him, and he later messaged her his hotel address. Meanwhile, her comment thread is filled with, "I'm so sorry you had to experience that. That's disgusting. And I'm so incredibly sorry this happened to you." Lano got hit from all sides, and it wasn't even over. Streamer Sh55, and I can personally attest to the fact that she is a drama fiend. This girl absolutely loves drama, seeks it out whenever possible, and I have personal experience with that from way back in the Division days. She jumped on board calling him an abuser and a predator, escalating the language dramatically. Dr. Lupo signal boosted some of the allegations out to over 1 million people and got his name literally trending on Twitter. Twitch banned his account. He lost tens of thousands of followers on all other platforms. And now, most recently, his Destiny account, the game, which is his main game and therefore effectively a major slice of his business income, has been developer banned with no option to appeal. That's important. We'll come back to that. This is where the timelines merge. Years ago, Lano had been attending conventions and made certain women feel uncomfortable. At the time, they dealt with it by sending him messages, letters, or even asking St. Jude to open a legal official investigation. 2 years later, in unison, their stories come out, and Say No to Rage gets buried. Here is one section I feel I need to highlight. These situations were largely handled before the publicity hurricane. As for instance, we can look at Princess Kitley, who posted a series of screenshots, deliberately omitting all of the parts where she sent explicit messages back to him, and she concluded with a screenshot of the lengthy message she had sent to him in light of his comments making her feel uncomfortable. I'm not going to read it all. It's pretty lengthy. There's really no point. You can if you want to, but it is phrased respectfully. Honestly, it's high quality, while bringing up the issues and clearly setting boundaries. It's a healthy thing to send. Well, Say No to Rage, Lano, responded to this with his own paragraph reading as follows. Quote, "No worries, Kitley. It was just a silly joke that I probably pushed too far from early on. Sorry, I joke like that with the guys and being dirty and never considered it would make you uncomfortable. To me, you're just a fun friend like the rest of the guys I chat with, Skype with, and play with. But you're right. It isn't cool to put you in that spot, and I'll keep it in check from now on. You're obviously a good friend that respects me to bring this to my attention, and I appreciate it." End quote. This interaction is perfectly fine. She clearly articulated what he had done to make her feel uncomfortable and how it occurred, which is very healthy to do. He responded, apologized, said he would make sure it didn't happen again, and it didn't happen again. He had been flirtatious. She had rejected that. Whether or not I or anyone else feels from the additional context in screenshots that she was engaging with that behavior willingly as well is irrelevant. He had apologized, fixed the problem, and no further issues occurred with that person. That's dead and buried. That's a situation that has been resolved. And I'm struggling greatly to understand what about that deserved to be called abuse or harassment. Likewise, additionally, many of the other claims also follow this parallel. The claim that one night in a bar he talked intimately with someone about their past and stated, "Would you like to go someplace quieter, like my hotel room?" can be considered creepy, depending on cadence, tone, or phrasing. It can be insensitive or even highly obnoxious when it's understood that the person he was asking was an openly self-professed queer individual, if his underlying intent was truly that of a sexual nature, which he disputes. But is it nervous breakdown worthy? Is it miss your next day flight worthy? Is it bring this up again years later in a slew of accusations about times where he flirted badly or hit on a woman with little success so as to ruin his entire life worthy? You tell me.
All right, I'm going to stop it there because now I actually want you guys to answer that question, if you guys have any thoughts on that part.
Well, there's a lot of information that's being left out of this that I've read on the case, including all the stuff that led up to the vaping, and that some of it seemed like he was set up by a few people. But past that, I'm not sure if he's ever going to get into that, because it seems like we just kind of glossed it over.
Unless I somehow missed it, they keep saying he said things. I don't feel like we're knowing exactly what's being said to make them feel uncomfortable. Because if they're legitimate concerns, then yes, they should be addressed. But it feels like there's information being held out, and because of that, I can't really say if what he's doing is bad or not.
Well, I have this general opinion that if you go to a lounge, you should expect people to hit on you.
Oh, of course.
You know, and it's not a safe space. It's a place where people interact and mingle. And for you to have a nervous breakdown because somebody hit on you is bizarre.
Yeah. Oh, no. And there's nothing wrong being hit on. Of course, there's not.
Yeah.
But they're saying, oh, he's saying these are inappropriate things. Okay, what inappropriate things? Like I said, unless I'm missing it, I don't feel like they're saying it. It's just like, so did he actually say anything inappropriate or not? Because
exactly. Well, it's also because each person has their truth as to what's appropriate or inappropriate.
Yes, everyone has their own, and that's where it's complicated because
they're being too vague. Yep.
Yeah, you got some who say they want to be treated like everyone else, but then you want people who have special treatment. Sometimes the two contradict each other with those same people. So I was like, which one is it?
All right. But the other thing I want to ask quickly, like the way he just said that, if you're at the bar and let's say you get hit on, right?
Yeah.
To the point where it made you uncomfortable, you're gonna have an emotional breakdown where you miss your flight. Probably, and flights aren't cheap. Do you honestly think that even has any relevance? But the thing is, he also said is that she contacted a friend to take her home or to the hotel. So if he wasn't coming from the hit-on creepy standpoint and said, hey, if you're uncomfortable, if you're having some problems, do you want to go someplace quieter? I know how that line seems on both sides, but
something doesn't add up, Fat.
Yeah.
Yeah, it isn't like he said, well, I'm going to head back to the hotel and then forced her into his room. It was an invitation. How is that creepy?
Yeah, he just said it, and you just ignored it.
Yeah.
And he left, and that was it. He didn't.
Go ahead, Mackie.
No. Go ahead.
No, yeah, go. I'm still trying to.
I wanted to ask, is the second video Upper Echelon's response?
No.
Okay.
The second video has to do with this video and what happened after this started gaining traction.
Okay.
You will find out more because he does.
Okay, because I saw because I did see Upper Echelon's like follow-up video after this. I figured that was the one you were talking about.
Okay. Good morning, Amber. Nice to see you.
Good morning, Amber.
So, do you guys have anything else to add before
I? I guess from my just rewatching this again, yeah, I do agree. There may be some things that don't add up, but at the same time, Rage, he did apologize. He showed sincerity, and he made sure not to happen again. So, I guess.
Well, he was apologizing for conception. It's all about that. He's apologizing if that was how you felt.
Right, if that's how you felt. So I do think that this is something. I agree that this is something. This should be just like one and done. Hey, we're wrong way.
Amen.
With that, I don't see any reason for it to be blow this situation up, especially with all the allegations and such coming out at the same time as he was saying.
At the same time, you have to remember these events happened in 2018 and they're rebringing it back up in 2020.
2000.
Well, when cancel culture runs out of things to do.
And also, it's just one other thing is that I always believe that people deserve second chances and people can change. And for what I've seen of Say No to Rage, he's definitely much different, much better than he was back then. So I don't see a reason why he can't be forgiven or given a second chance, because he's shown clearly that he's moved on, he's matured, he's become a better person out of it.
We're gonna get back in the video, but I think you'll understand more as Echelon gets on, unless someone else has something else to add. Good morning, Wendy. Good morning, Ezekiel, and good morning, everyone else who is lurking in the back. Let's get back to it.
Here is where I have to play some clips, because the narrative that emerged on one side claimed collusion in order to coordinate these statements for maximum damage, while on the other side, the narrative shaped that he was so awful, all these women, emboldened by the continuous stream of excessive bravery, posted their own encounters. One of the most vocal advocates for people to unfollow Say No to Rage on Twitter especially was Sarah Daniels. Sarah Daniels repeatedly claimed that, quote, there wasn't a group or a plan or collusion. But casting doubt on that statement in her own words, you can hear the following.
So Danielle's partnered with Advanced GG, and they recently took a partnership with Lono, and at the same time he got verified on Twitter. So we had all been talking about it in a thread, and it was just like, is someone gonna come out? Like, is someone gonna finally say something about this dude? Because like, he's just like top of the Destiny directory all the time. Like we have to do something. Like, something has to be done. So I was like, I'm not gonna come out. Like, I he didn't touch me. He said some weird shit to me, but like, I just don't feel like my story's powerful enough to like be the one to come out like and start the whole thing, because we knew. I mean, we all knew about snaps and we've known about other women in the community, but it was hard to.
That begins to frame these events quite differently, because she also references, what are we going to do? He's top of the Destiny directory. In her own "he also creeped me out" thread, she says, quote, "And Twitter out here putting verified badges on these nasty men, and female Destiny Twitter out here like, oh, that's cool. He harassed me. Good thing he's glorified everywhere and top of the directory. That's awesome. Coolio boolio." End quote. The context here now has a completely different atmosphere. He was...
Go ahead.
Just that, like I understand from like the other stuff that we were just hearing, like the other accusations, that's very iffy. But from what Sarah Daniels was saying, and from what she was saying, that just comes off as very malicious.
Yeah,
a very coordinated attack to cancel him. It's just like it actually, to me, it kind of puts the other accusations beforehand more into question.
Can I add to that?
Yeah, go
Sure.
for it. This is
Yeah.
open forum.
You know, I don't know how well you guys know of the drama that's happened in the comic industry, but this sounds just like that. Where there's this thing out there called the Whisper Network. It basically consists of a Mean Girls Club.
Yep,
Your Gail
exactly.
Simones and
One
your
at a
Kelly
time,
Sue
yes.
DeConnick's, and it feels like that, but with the video game world. It's an equivalent to that, and this is looking. The more this is adding up, it's looking very planned and coordinated. Like they're using Twitter as a way to form an alliance, and they probably have some behind the scenes club where they collaborate and they collude and they are trying to cancel this guy.
Now, before the next person replies, I want to say this in general. Nick, McAnee, T-shirt, and Explorer, you have never heard about this situation before, have you?
No, never.
Clueless.
No, the only reason I heard from this situation because you were bringing it up on a Stephen Walton stream and you were very upset about it.
It hurt me because I was there the day when he realized he got developer banned.
Yes,
I know what it feels like putting 8 years in a game and having it take it away and no reason why or no way to fix it. And it's heartbreaking because you invest yourself. Your guardian is you in a way. So that's why I brought fresh eyes on this. And you guys already bringing this up is pretty crazy because we're only 10 minutes in and you're already seeing some weirdness.
Can I say something?
Yeah, go for it.
The weird thing is, at this point, it's already happened. He said what he said. He's never touched her, right? So he's just said on a thing, and he has already apologized, right?
Yeah.
Then that should be it. We're done. We apologize. I'm sorry, and don't talk.
Not to
him.
mention, there was an investigation that was done,
and there was an investigation
and found to be nothing there. So what happens next is, well, if I can't get justice through the legal system or the school or whatever or program, I'm going to take it to the court of public opinion.
Right.
Yeah, and that's like, no, we it's over. Why are we? Yeah,
because people from the cancel side of the culture like drama. They love drama.
And once you apologize to the mob, they don't stop coming back.
Exactly.
Thank you. The other thing you were saying is like I'm going to rewind it back a couple seconds just because I want to actually where is her? I want you guys to listen to how she's phrasing things.
Right.
Oh, I caught that, but yeah, do play it
because
it's interesting.
Go ahead.
No, that's all I said. It's interesting.
Danielle's partnered with Advanced GG, and they recently took up a partnership with Lono.
All right.
At the same time, he got.
So already they're bringing up that he got partnered with GG. This is the first one.
This sounds like envy to me.
It sounds like envy, and the things that she was saying afterwards, such as, is anybody going to bring up the accusations? Everybody's going to talk about it, because I've never interacted with him. I've never been hurt by him, but someone needs to bring it up. That comes off as very malicious,
it's petty,
very petty, and in some cases kind of evil.
Very.
It kind of seems just like dogpiling.
And
that's a good terminology.
She's a Destiny player too.
I'm not going to spoil too much. There's more in the video.
Yeah, there's more.
But she is playing Destiny right now. This is her gameplay. This is actual clips.
Okay.
But
I'm gonna get back into it. Just listen to her words.
Okay.
So we had all been talking about it in a thread, and it was just like, is someone gonna come out? Like, is someone gonna finally say something about this dude? Because like, he's just like top of the Destiny directory all the time. Like we have to do something. Like something.
All right. So far, partnered with GG, and he's part of the Destiny community Twitch at the top. So everyone's seeing the Twitch community. He's usually at the top. Does that sound like a reason that?
No, it's not a reason.
No, it's not a reason.
It's popularity. This is what it sounds like. Popularity jealousy.
She's mad that he's more popular.
Absolutely.
And she comes off like the Anita Sarkeesian, like the I think we forgot what her name was. Her name was Jessica, and she was fired off of Guild Wars a few years ago. Just a lot of those people who come off as very catty, as you say, and very malicious and evil, kind of like the Whisper Network and such.
I mean, this is continuing to look more and more just like the Whisper Network of the comic world. And this is, but when they do this collaboration, this is their way of getting to the top. Rather than work their way to the top, they cancel their way to the top.
Which is a good point, because given that she's playing a game and her body language is limited, her eyebrows perked up like she's annoyed or disgusted when she said he's always at the top.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's not just that they're being malicious because they're malicious. They are very envious.
They want what you have.
This is why we need to gatekeep, because this is
if
the
we
type
can't
of
beat him
involved.
Yeah, if we can't beat him legitimately, let's break him down and destroy him as
Let's destroy his soul.
Yeah,
that's okay.
Yeah, this is definitely sounds like something. Ezekiel brought this up, but this definitely sounds like something that Sophia Norwitz would be covering and such as well. So, like the more independent outlets, not the the mainstream outlets.
Right. We're gonna go back into this unless anyone else has anything to add, because we still have this plus the other.
Now go for it, buddy.
No, I'm good.
Has to be done. So I was like, I'm not gonna come out. Like I he didn't touch me. He said some weird shit to me, but like I just don't feel like my story's powerful enough to like be the one to come out like and start the whole thing, because we all knew about snaps and we've known about other women in the community, but it was hard to.
That begins to frame these events quite differently, because she also references, what are we going to do? He's top of the Destiny directory. In her own He Also Creeps Me Out thread, she says, quote,
all right. She says, he said weird shit. Okay,
yeah, right.
Okay, weird shit is like
very interpretable.
Yeah, it's
very
like,
interpretable. Yes.
Like if I tell you guys, well, today I just took my frog out for a walk and we both ate lizard grass. That's weird.
That's some weird shit. Yeah.
Weird shit.
It's like, what does she mean by weird shit? Because I got to tell you
what does she
something.
mean by weird
I've
shit?
had a lot of women say some weird shit to me.
Yeah, it's like did Lano say like something really offensive?
Your mic is tweaking a bit, historian. Sorry to tell you that.
Is it?
Yeah, but at the same time, like that's like saying she's never been on YouTube, where 90% of YouTube is saying weird shit.
Yeah,
it's like going to a bar and finding that drunk that just threw up and then they're hitting on you. That's definitely saying weird shit. That's not French, Ezekiel. That's not French. That's Quebecian. That's definitely a difference.
And I'm not trying to downplay just like the whatever accusations and such that were thrown against them before this, but it sounds like that in a real situation, if somebody says like weird stuff to you, normally people wouldn't get so uncomfortable. Usually they would just walk away or turn away or just be like, okay, and then find another place to sit at or stuff like that. Because
or you talk to security. Sorry to cut you off. You talk to security. If you're that uncomfortable at a bar, you know what you do? You go to security. Hey, can you get that weirdo away from me?
Yeah, the first line of defense for every woman at a bar is the bartender.
Or kick him in the balls.
Or and I think to add on to that is that even I think the same thing is if guys trying to flirt with you and you turn it down, you either just kind of walk away, ignore them, or you go to security and talk about it, and then that's usually just it. Yeah,
Yeah, but the problem with some of these people that are, I refer to them as safe space people, that they don't want to be put in a position of having to say no. It's like, you shouldn't be pressuring me in any way, shape, or form. Well, if that were true, then the human species wouldn't propagate. You know, that's how humans work. We're animals. We're a higher level of animal, but we're animals. And they want to take that out of the equation. It's like, sorry, you know, there's no safe space from being hit on. It's going to happen.
And the thing is that it's very, I'll even say it's high school. It's very middle school.
It's very childish.
I've been turned down when I was growing up. They said, I like this girl. Did you go out with me? And said no. And then, you know, I may have felt bad. I may feel like I felt dumped or something like that. But you move on with it. Just like they weren't interested.
Well, you have people out there that are trying to say that doing this is a form of sexual assault. They're actually saying that flirting and hitting on somebody,
or if you're just asking somebody out, you know.
Yeah. It's sexual harassment and potentially assault if you touch them, like on the arm, not in one of their private zones. Just touching an arm,
or if you're just not even making any like physical contact, you're just talking to them directly.
Well, it's even at the point now, like offering to buy a drink. They're trying to, they can even twist that, saying, "Oh, if he buys me a drink, is he going to carry it over? Is he going to put anything in it when he walks from there to here?" I'm like, well, he's trying to talk to you. They are trying to talk to you. It's not about uncomfortability,
right? And to be fair on that statement, yeah, you know, it goes into the whole, you know, never like take drinks from somebody else because you don't know what they put
never
into
do that.
That I can understand.
Yeah.
There's some contextual stuff here too.
All right. Someone had something to say. Who was it? Was that Nick?
That would be me. I look at it, I thought about this and I realized a lot of the people who are coordinating this stuff are very, very young people, and you're probably thinking, what the heck has to do with anything? This is the type of group that comes from the internet generation where they learn how to associate with people online first and in person, whereas I'm assuming some of us come here from the generation where when we got turned down in person. We didn't have to rely on the internet to approach them for conversation. And that alone is a huge difference because for some reason, if they had lived in the world pre-internet, they would not handled anything then because they have such little social interaction in person that the slightest sliver of it in the real world hurts them.
There's some contextualization problems too, I've noticed. What?
I hate to say this again, but your mic is getting worse.
Like how? What do you mean worse?
It's really
crackly.
crackly.
And popping.
I mean, some crackling and popping.
Shit. Okay.
You might. I'm gonna mute you. You might just have to unplug and
turn
replug
down the
back
gain.
in. Or turn down the gain.
But I think he's right. I'm interested to see what T-shirt has to say because this is in what you were saying a minute ago about this generation. It really is just a messed up way of thinking. And it's like, oh my God, imagine how these kids would have reacted to the stuff we had to react to.
They don't know what it's like to have a proper social life because everything they do is through a screen.
They don't even understand. No, they don't even understand Halo loading room thingies and the shit talking therein. They don't understand.
Oh my God, yeah.
They wouldn't last 5 minutes in a Modern Warfare 2 lobby.
Absolutely.
Where you got 12-year-olds
what happened to all those tough
puberty
little
yelling all that
10-year-olds
stuff
from Halo?
They'd all break down. Like they'd all break down.
Sorry, and to add on to what Gary was saying is that, you know, this kind of situation where, you know, a guy flirts with a girl and then, you know, they go around making accusations on Twitter. That's something we're seeing very common. I'm noticing it's very, very common with these kind of situations, and it's happening more often than not, you know, to where, you know, people, you know, it's that thing where, you know, guys may be afraid to ask girls out, you know, because of that stuff.
That might be common. Okay.
Sorry,
that might be common amongst quote unquote influencers, but real
Right.
people, I don't think so. That's a little hyperbolic.
Well,
That's a good
I work
point.
in
That
the
is a good
comic
point.
book. I work in
That's
the
a good
comic book and film industry, and a lot of my friends that I do work with, we've all come to the conclusion that if my wife doesn't go with me to the convention, I'm not going, because I don't trust some of these people that are going to these conventions. I think they're all looking for their opportunity to do this shit to people.
To add to that's the same thing that, like, with the, remember when the whole ninja controversy came out about how he won't stream with girls, right?
Oh, God,
this falls
yeah.
in the same type of line, because technically Kate also falls with you because he is also an influencer, but he's also protecting himself from anyone doing a screen cap, an image grab, any type of kind of content they can twist to make it look like something else.
Right.
And right away, when they didn't want to understand that narrative because it made sense and it was logical, they tried to make him out look like a sexist. They went, like, no matter what, they're always going to try to find that one way to trap someone, and that's where it is. It's like the Admiral Akbar always yelling it's a trap because they go through it all.
Yeah, and that is why Henry Cavill, of all the men in the world, is still single.
Right, and Ninja said that if he has a female streamer with him, he's gonna have a bunch of other guy streamers as well, just to play it safe. If he's gonna be streaming with a female streamer, he's gonna be doing it in a group with other guys.
Okay. Okay. Should we get back into it? Or do you have something else?
Well, yeah. I never got to finish.
Okay.
Oh, you're back. I didn't know if you were back yet. Yeah, because I was waiting for you.
Back.
Right.
I was waiting for your
Okay.
statement.
All right. Well, okay. She mentions at one point that she says, okay, we all knew about snaps and others. And the thing is, where she puts.
What happened?
You're right there, dude.
I think there's something up with his mic. I think the gain is overwhelming his computer.
I can't even hear him.
The audio card. No, he's gone.
Yeah, he's cut out completely.
I tried. Hold on. T-shirt, if you can hear me, leave and come back from the studio.
All right.
Wait, stop. Wait, talk?
Yeah.
You're perfect now. Okay.
Yeah, now is the best he sounded.
There you go.
Yeah.
Okay. As I was saying, there is a contextual problem with what she says, because she talks about, first she says, what are we going to do about this guy? And then she says, she talks about snaps and others and everything. So it's kind of like, to me, you have like a priority issue here. It's like, okay, her first priority is him being at the top of the yards and everything else. And then it sounds like she's coming back to using snaps as the excuse to try to take him down.
So she's using snaps as a wall, is what you're saying.
Or as a, like a brush fire, basically.
Meat shield.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No,
All
it's
right,
like
cool.
a catalyst. So she's using that other person as an excuse to then build up a narrative that doesn't exist.
Exactly. And I'm curious about whether or not what Snaps has had to say about this in light of all these things. Does anybody know?
Not at this point that I can remember, but let's get back in the video because it might be mentioned. Is
Okay.
that cool with you guys?
Yep.
Awesome. All right, you guys are doing awesome. Thank you.
And Twitter out here putting verified badges on these nasty men, and female Destiny Twitter out here like, oh, that's cool. He harassed me. Good thing he's glorified everywhere and top of the directory. That's awesome. Coolio boolio. End quote. The context here now has a completely different atmosphere. He was successful. He was rising in his career. He was top of the directory, verified on Twitter, gaining new contracts. And Sarah Daniels openly admits that a group of people, I am not privy to who exactly was contained within that group, were discussing what's to be done. Look at him. We need to take him down. It's already a spiderweb, but there's much more. One of the core components of the manifesto of She Snaps was that Lano had rigged his meet and greet at one of the conventions to coincide with her own. But from the receipts, email verifications, and DMs that both her and Lano shared, we can see quite clearly that his appointment was booked and confirmed a full day before hers was. He could not possibly have booked this maliciously to get closer to her, seeing as his appointment was actually scheduled first. Next up, the idea that he had somehow stolen or procured a creator badge for one of these events in an inappropriate way. Well, there is eyewitness testimony from someone also in attendance, which verifies that no, in fact, he was given the badge by a convention staff member who insisted he have one. It was confirmed by St. Jude that they legally could not bar him from the event, so his attendance was in no way violating any given order or parameter set forth by any actual authority. He did not schedule his meetup at the same time. He did not steal or otherwise maliciously acquire a creator badge. It was given to him with insistence. Furthermore, a quote from She Snaps on a future live stream came out where she discusses the events and more specifically, the moments where this most recent campaign began.
So I was like, babe, I gotta go. She posted it. It's go time. I gotta go. I gotta go support her. So I like reached out to my lawyer immediately because, again, I'm afraid. I'm gonna be honest. Reached out to my lawyer immediately and ran just the first draft of like the text I was gonna respond to Jaws with through him. And said, like, this is what I want to post. Is there anything that I need to be concerned about? And, you know, he gave that base level approval that I needed. So I responded to Jaws and said, like, me too. And I'm gonna need some time to compose my thoughts.
Pay close attention to the verbiage.
She
She posted it. It's go time.
Yeah.
That
Oh
is
my
language of
God.
someone
Oh my God.
expecting
Let's
a post.
unpack what we just saw.
Okay, so
one at a time, guys, wait, one at a time. No over talking, please.
Sure. No, because I wanted to point out the very thing that what's her name, Sarah Daniels said. You know, it's just too much. He needs to be taken down. Okay, that statement right there, it pretty much negates everything. It pretty much negates the accusations you're throwing at him, because it's not really about justice anymore. It's about just taking him down, just for your own growth. And the fact that it's coming from someone who has had no interaction or little, or hasn't been hurt or has little interaction with rage, makes it much worse. It makes it feel more coordinated. Here you go.
One of the first things you discover about a thing called gaslighting is the use of emotional manipulation, where you act emotional about something, and so therefore it gives it more gravitas, and it's to lead your listener into believing that you're really upset about something. And she started doing that, and that was really annoying me because I cannot stand manipulative people, and that was very manipulative.
I agree with that. It's because they're not. She didn't look very emotional. It looked like she was trying to force the emotion, like she was trying to think of something horrifying to look like she felt attacked in an emotional level.
Yeah, she's talking about the most mundane thing in the world. I got to go support my whatever the heck she was
My
saying.
sisters, my kids.
Oh, geez.
And even the thing is that I think we heard from Snap. She just brought up Me Too, and I'm like, oh, yeah, I feel like that's a red flag.
They were piggybacking it on the movement.
Oh yeah.
Agreed.
Does anyone else have anything to add before we go on?
I'm good.
I'm good.
Thank you. Let's get back into it.
To be made, understanding that when it is made, they should be ready and springing into action instantaneously. This clip also outlines that she had contacted her lawyer, fed her proposed message through him, and then posted it in response to Jules Verne within 5 minutes. 2 minutes later, Sarah Daniels had posted her own thread. Within 1 hour, far less than that actually, Dr. Lupo and King Gothalion were on board, and eventually this snowball of impressions and engagement catapulted the topic into the trending tab, thereby ensuring that the widest possible reach of the message would be people who know nothing else and simply see the surface level accusations, never looking
Pause
deeper,
for a second.
never finding out more. Thus,
This is called a coordinated attack. This is
Sure
planned.
seems like one.
It doesn't seem like it. That's the only way that happens.
I'm going to try to stay unbiased to this, but I can agree. But I've already seen this, and I already can see how this looks more like take the man down. Over.
Yep, they're setting up a hit piece.
Yeah, it feels
When
like
they're that close together, all on at the same time within an hour. I'm telling you,
They all
that's
knew she was
coordinated.
going to do that.
Yeah, it's coordinated.
Right, and I completely understand, Stephen. Being unbiased. It's just the way she's wording. I guess my thing is that the way she's wording it, it just doesn't. It comes off as a wolf in sheep's clothing. It comes off as it comes off as malicious. Like it's all different ulterior motives, rather than just wanting to see justice for the accusations or for the women that Rage has made uncomfortable with.
Yeah. Can I just add I don't mean to sound biased.
Sure.
So I've known who King Gothillion is for a long time. And I don't think that this would be something that he'd bandwagon on without thinking he didn't know everything. So the way they set this up, I think he was being manipulated. He's one of the most popular people in Destiny. And the thing is that when this lady started streaming, he was like, that was like the second or third group of people who jumped on his bandwagon, so to speak. And I was getting like uninterested by that point. And like this person, not a fan. A few others, not a fan. And I get where he would be open to believe people because he's married and has 2 daughters. I get that. But I think they manipulated him too.
I'm gonna actually cut in and I agree with that, Kate, because this is actually one of those statements that actually Lono said. He was like, could be people out there that just got caught up in the waves of everything happening, and the way the story came out, there was so much going against one person that it automatically made people assume or believe or understand that he must have been this evil person. He must have been the evil queen. He must have been that evil tyrant because the words, the wording, and how everything came at once. It was like a shotgun. All the pellets, all different accusations, all over Twitter. And Lupo, no offense, he is known as the Twitch poster boy. So when Lupo came out, that pretty much a lot of people will automatically believe that without question because he's done so much. So I agree with that. And I agree with that. Maybe there are going to be streamers, there are going to be content creators within the Destiny community, or even who know the situation and know these people, that are going to be persuaded by the dismissive fog of what is going on rather than the truth that has been manipulated.
Right.
So you're very right, Kate. You're very right. Anyone else, or should we go on?
I guess in the end is that I think what Kate's saying is, I think Kate makes a really good point that I think a lot of people might just be might end up just being manipulated by all this.
Yep.
It's just I don't see. I may sound biased, but I just don't see anything truthful or anything pure in what Sarah Daniels' specific intentions are, especially with how she was wording everything.
It gets better, and I really want to get into this video. So are you guys ready, or do you have anything else?
No, go for it.
Because Nick looks excited. He's like he's reading a comic book. Nick looks kind of excited on the camera. We're going to get into this. And I'm trying to break with a little bit of humor, because if it gets too serious, it's going to bring down a lot of stuff, and I don't want anyone to feel down about this.
And another thing is, just say again, I'm going to try to not be do I sound biased?
No, you sound like you've never seen this before. How do you sound biased?
Okay.
Bias means you already know what's going on and you already have a personal attachment to a situation. That's my point of view of that.
Right.
Yeah, that's why I preface that, because I'm wearing a King Gothillion hoodie. So I have a bias.
That's why it all works, right? Because we have like 3 or 4 people who don't know anything, and we have other people who've already been through the first episodes of this cancel culture virus series. So it's both not only beneficial, but it's not twisting you guys into thinking we're trying to make you see something that's not there. That's what this whole story that's going on is telling us, in my opinion, before someone decides to go, bad demon.
Right.
Let's play.
His reputation was surgically, perhaps forever, ruined based on statements from years prior that had been handled between him and those involved under most circumstances, or even in the most severe case that I could find, investigated by a full legal team who determined that there was no actionable behavior to punish whatsoever, with the added detail that in some of those other scenarios, they had been handled amicably, where he immediately stated he was sorry for ever making anyone feel uncomfortable, and stopped. Or situations where he simply said, "Want to come back to my hotel room?" and the person had a nervous breakdown. Here's the part where I need to make something very clear. Even if he had been officially banned from these conventions, I would not care. I am not a fan of his. I am not here to speak for his redemption. In fact, if he got banned from a convention for making people feel uncomfortable, fine, whatever. At a certain point, it just becomes a cost-benefit equation where the hosting party needs to weigh whether or not his participation or ability to attend at all is greater than the value for other creators that might not go if he does. Whatever they decide means nothing to me, because having there be punishments for someone who makes others feel uncomfortable is not something I'm going to pretend can't or shouldn't happen. That's up to the hosting company, purely up to them. We live in a corporate world, undeniably. Likewise, someone being banned from Twitch for their actions that make fellow broadcasters uncomfortable. Is it biased? Is it inconsistent to an extreme? Absolutely, but I'm not here to say far and wide that everything these companies did in response to the situation was unfair. Lono got hit by a massive PR bomb, and there was going to be casualties. But it wasn't nearly over at this point. He lost the majority of his sponsors, untold revenue, and his entire Twitch account was banned after the accusations reached critical mass. But still, if that's all that had happened, I would not have covered this. He began to stream and rebuild on YouTube, finding a measure of success at least, until mere days ago, his entire 7-year-old Destiny game account got developer banned. Now, remember Sarah Daniels, the one who focused...
Now, I am going to stop you here because I didn't do this last time. I'm going to stop sharing screen for a second because I'm going to try to bring up a video if I can find it, okay? Because it's something that I actually didn't. And I got to find it.
I think somebody's muted.
You guys...
No,
I'm
good.
Yeah, but if you guys want to give your thoughts so far, I'm going to try and find that video because it's very much related. One at a time, though.
Oh, man, this is. I just felt like I had this was just like a dumping of not information and maybe even misinformation. Just it seems like they need drama to be there. They need drama to be there. I still don't know what to make of these last few minutes. So,
that's a good point, though. They need the drama.
Yeah, they don't know who they are without it. It's become so ingrained in them that when you take that element out of them, they're at an identity crisis, as if they weren't already to begin with.
Yeah.
Now, I want to show you guys something, and I want you guys to watch it because I was there the day this happened, and what this is directly related, and it hit me like the way a lot of things hit me when I can feel it on a personal level. So just watch this before anything else, and I want you guys to watch him, to watch his face.
I don't hear any audio.
Oh, crap.
I don't hear any audio. Sorry.
I messed up. Hold on. I messed up. I'm having one of those boomer moments, so just give me a second.
I'm so bored.
We needed a boomer moment, to be very fair. We needed it.
But can I say this, though? You can, even without the audio, you pay close attention to his emotion and his body language, and you can tell how frustrated he is right now.
Here's a little clarification because it says in the title. What I did is I'm making it a live stream about the 3 episodes we covered about the cancer culture virus and SNTR, also known as Lono. So I am here. I am live. You in the chat, you are live. The people on the panel in these videos, it's already been done and been recorded, and it's on my page. What I'm doing is just doing a live radio of these episodes so other people can get eyes on it and more people can see the situation. If there was any confusion, my apologies, but it was in the description and title of the video.
At that time.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
There we go. Got it. Where I just put the video in here. Where the hell is it? Oh my God.
Where is it?
No.
Why did you say that name?
Where is the trigger?
From everything I've seen, it looks like she wanted it, he had it, and I'm
Yeah.
gonna get it any way I can get.
Yep. Exactly.
God, it's like they're kind of like a real life version of Hydra if you think about it. They operate in the shadows. They work their way to the top.
Over talking. Hold on.
Sorry.
Yeah, I get what you're going. So I just don't want everyone to get like verbal diarrhea.
You're making a good point, Nick.
No, it's just, it really is.
Yeah, essentially cut off one head and two more take its place.
Yeah, and like Hydra, they operate the way they do quietly, and they like a snake. They slowly take that bite at you, and they take your head straight to the top.
Mm-hmm. Like the Winter Soldier program, you can take down an entire country in just one night.
Yup.
All right. Hopefully now I got it. I don't know why it was being a dink before, but I'm sorry about that.
And the Jack of all casuals says better. It's a real crabs in a bucket moment.
All right. Are you guys ready?
Yep.
Yes, sir.
All right.
To my normal streams, I'm not going to do like the intro and tell you that there's timestamps below and a link to my
you guys hear
upload channel.
Loud and clear.
So I have been really banned. I can pull up the game and show you. So I'm not faking you out here. I opened up Steam this morning. It said that I had been banned from Destiny 2 permanently, that it was not a VAC ban. It was a developer ban. Thank you, Storm White, for the membership. And I went to my email. I received no email. So I don't even know how to appeal it. I can log in to Bungie.net. I can still see all my characters. I can see my 7-year-old account that I have. I've played this game since the beta.
Yeah, can we pause for a moment?
And
Okay. Clearly with the sample story, this guy realized that they set him up to a point where they made the story against him bulletproof and filled with shields, so that way he can have no line of defense.
Yep.
You're to a degree, but I really want to play the rest of this first before you guys do this comments. I'm sorry, because you need to look at his body movement as well as his facial expression.
Can I say at least one thing before you hit the play button?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what this reminds me of?
What?
Gina Carano. This reminds me of Gina Carano because she got fired and she only learned about it via social media. They didn't even have the decency to even email her and let her know, tell her straight to the face that she was fired. I see the same situation with Rage. He got development banned, and they didn't even bother to tell him.
Oh, yeah, pretty much. But let's play the rest of this, please. I'm not gonna play the full thing, but I need you to just watch him.
Got it.
I'm just really tired, man. I was feeling really good yesterday. I was feeling really good. Rode the bike and my blood pressure's been better, and I've been playing this game since the beta. And I decided that instead of trying to gloss over it and just move forward with some stupid stream, I didn't even do my intro. I called Creature. I was like, dude, what am I supposed to do? I just want to be left alone, I have a family and I just want to I just want to play video games and talk with you guys. I know I've seen your links, Noberto. I saw what you put in the Discord. That's a 3-month-old ban on that guy. I don't think they're just randomly dev banning people by accident. What am I supposed to do? I can't appeal it. They tell you to go to bungie.net/ban, and when I do that, there's nothing there. It's like I'm not banned, but I am banned. It's like I'm not banned. It's like I am banned, but I'm not. So here's the game. Here's the game. Not so fast. This account has been banned. For more information, please go to bungie.net ban. I don't have an email from Bungie. From the TOS, Bungie reserves the right in its sole discretion to terminate your access to any or all Bungie services and the related services or any portion thereof at any time without notice.
All right, I'm done with that. I'm going to unshare it now. But that happened the day of. I was there when it happened. And now, if you're looking in his eyes, you're looking at his shaking, it felt like his whole world just got hit again.
Exactly.
Yep.
I feel bad for him. His life. That's his life.
He was shooken, and you could tell just like, do you see like, and he was not just figuratively, but literally, you could see like he was like kind of like shaking, like because like I say, his world just got rocked, and now he doesn't know how to cope.
It was brutal. I even had to like stop watching for a moment because it hit me at the same time. Because when you're invest like 7 to 8 years into something, from the when it started till like let's say present, that's part of you at the same time. You've built yourself around, and just to have someone take it away and you can't even fight it.
And the shitty thing about it,
like sorry, T-shirt.
the shitty thing about it is because their system allows for banning with no notification on anything. It's kind of like they can just ban you at will for any reason they like. I mean, they can manufacture whatever reason they want to, and they don't have to tell you anything.
Yeah.
And I imagine Bungie's not the only company that does this. I'm sure there's other companies out there that do the same thing. And
That's why. Sorry.
You have like no defense against this. You have no recourse and no appeals.
Yeah, they set him up so he couldn't have any way of defending himself. They set him up this way, and it worked. It worked in spades against him.
Yeah, that's why I brought up that this is a similar situation to what happened with Disney and Gina Carano.
It's the cancel culture is all the same. That's the problem. But
Well, those are some parallels. However, this is like a business someone built up from literally nothing, and then it was just gone the next day. That's
gone
insane.
next day. And and I think that the thing that hurts the most is just you could see how helpless that he felt. Like they made it so that he has no way of coming back at this, no way of being able to clear his name or defend himself.
And the worst part about this to me is that this could happen to any of us who are gamers out there.
It could happen to anyone who owns a business.
It could happen to anybody, period.
Oh yeah, no, I mean that they oh man, they have this. It's
a scary time.
Sad that the people who do these things, like these actions to a guy like him, these are also the people who have taken over at the top too. So that's why you don't have a chance of having an opportunity to defend yourself, clarify yourself, or explain your side of the story, because the people who at the top are these types. So it's not like, oh, there's already a bias right off the bat.
Yeah. All right. Are we good to get back into this, or does anyone else have anything to add?
Nope. I'm good.
Thank you.
focused repeatedly on his success as a primary factor, his verified badge, and his new brand deals in her initial statement, and further discussion of the topic. To refresh everyone's memory, here she is again.
We, for a few weeks, have been talking about this particular situation because recently he was partnered with Advanced GG, and our sweet Danielle is also with Advanced GG, and he recently got verified on Twitter, and we were kind of just seeing someone who had been handsy and harassed women, and that we've heard stories of in the community for so long, being like rising to power, being promoted, being, you know, put on a pedestal, essentially.
By whom, dear? By whom?
Can we stop, please? Can we stop that for a
That's
moment,
hilarious.
Wow, my
Hey,
blood
like I
pressure
said
just went up.
before,
Yeah,
like I
yeah,
said
my-
before-
yeah,
wait,
no,
hold
no.
on, guys, hold on a second. One at a time. Stop over talking, please. Everyone should be able to get to talk. I'm trying to say this nice. They said in the private chat.
Sorry.
Go ahead. Whoever was first, go ahead.
Her body language is very interesting. Besides the fake hair and lashes, which she probably wants everyone to believe is real, she just doesn't. She's beside herself. She doesn't understand why she doesn't feel good about getting what she wants. Because I guess at this point, she's theoretically has defeated their imaginary villain, and it's still not working for her.
They're never satisfied.
Mhm.
No, it's really hard to. It's really almost impossible for me to be able to sympathize with Sarah Daniels because it's very malicious. She's trying to paint him as another Harvey Weinstein when that wasn't even the case. Or he's trying to paint him as the things he was doing was equivalent to what Harvey Weinstein was doing. And that's just malicious and just downright evil. And it looks like she's, and I don't know about you guys, but it looks like she's smiling about it.
She is.
Or she's smirking about it. And I can understand why that makes I don't know if it was Geek Time who said it made his blood boil. Like, yeah, this is disgusting behavior.
You can sum it up like this. It's pretty much the Mr. Byrne. Excellent. That's exactly what she's sitting like, and she's not affected. This is supposed to be a serious thing, and it not. Gary, did you have something to say, or are you just waving? And he's gone again. He'll be back. Good morning, Max. All right, we're gonna get back into it when Gary appears, but okay, I'll get back to it.
This is really like a tough topic to go into with you know, a lot of people and not want to just speak out immediately because
I
it's
just
like,
want to make sure. Yeah, sorry.
I know, and what I'm trying to say is, it's just like the emotional intensity is ramped up so high for all of us because we can all relate to this in one way or another. Because that could easily be us sitting over there on the other side of that screen getting canceled.
Mm-hmm. I wasn't trying to be rude either. I was just making sure that everyone got a chance to speak, and it wasn't trying to be all crazy. So that wasn't my intention. My apologies.
You're good, dude.
You're good. It's just.
Are you okay, Gary? I wasn't trying to be rude or anything.
Yeah, I'm fine. I was just sending you a message.
Okay.
And when I came back from the message, it dropped me out.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was like parliamentary rules rather. Okay.
Yeah,
And
it's like my position is this: you have a panel.
Yeah.
And the panel don't know when they're supposed to talk.
Oh, okay.
So parliamentary rule is you simply tell the person that you want to hear from, do you have an opinion on this?
Okay.
Do you have an opinion on this? Rather than keep putting it on them like they're being a jackass for talking over each other that they don't know.
No, I'm not trying to make them look like jackasses. That's my fault. I'm still new to this. I'm not very NPR.
No, I know it. I was trying to help you.
All right, thank you. So,
All right, and I'm sorry. It's just, I guess.
Jesus
I
Christ,
guess
we just talked about this.
it's me. I guess maybe because it's just there are moments where I'm just, and I'm like the other streams where I just get too excited, or I just get too excited where I just want to say something.
That's
Well, it's okay because that's what this stuff does. It really does. Watching this girl say the things she just said absolutely should infuriate any logical thinking human being.
Exactly.
Oh, I imagine our people in the audience who are watching this, when they're typing their messages, there's some hard keys getting hit right there.
Yeah, that's why I like focusing on this, and I'm not trying to make it less of a thing. Is to show that this thing is a virus. You're trying to kill a person to the soul, their family. You're trying to hurt them just for popularity.
Oh yeah, and you know what they do though. These people, and what really infuriates me is they destroy the opportunity for when a real situation comes to take hold, because it causes us to immediately doubt.
And I hate to bring this up. I really don't want to bring this up because I feel like that might be the best time to bring it up.
I'm kidding.
No, it's just
I hate to bring this up, but I'm going to bring it up.
This is. I feel like the intentions. This is too much of that whole Zoe Quinn, Alec Holoka situation.
You got to be careful with the names.
I know. I'm sorry.
You really got to be careful because I have to go through this now.
This is just like that situation with that one person that we won't name and that other person we won't name.
But
okay, just call them all Voldemort. Just call them all Voldemort.
It's just that but it's just like that. If you know what I'm talking about, it's just like that.
It is.
It's just the good thing is that you know, Rage, he's got a strong backbone, and he's not gonna let let them push him over to the edge like that.
All right, hold on a second. I want to highlight Neon Soul. I've been following Lono, Signal to Rage, since he started, and this is such disgusting tragedy. This conversation needs to happen. I posted a link to this, and hopefully more can see it. Thank you, Neon. I have been following him since he was on the Purple platform. So yeah, I've seen him, and I've seen him grow. Do you guys want me to continue?
Yeah.
All right. Or Voldemort kills me.
Fine with you.
All right. That face. Does that look like, ha, I'm emotionally scarred? I'm getting his popularity smile.
Female Red Skull.
This is all about her right now.
Oh, I feel like she belongs building a dam in a Canadian river. I'm sorry. I'm going to make one bad joke. I'm sorry.
No, that was perfect.
So it was really the advanced GG partnership that sparked us talking about, okay, well, how do we what do we do? You know,
Incredibly, there are tons of these moments with identical phraseology. Her framing is always about his success, and she consistently references groups where this was being discussed for weeks in advance.
I'm saying it, and here it is, and it was him. And I mean, I was like, and I was talking to I was talking to Lupo at the time, and we were trying to figure out what the f to do. And so Jules tweeted that, and I was like, all right, I'm up. I have to back her up, because the more people that start saying stuff, the more serious stories are going to come out. And even though I feel like I don't have a place by just being like, you know, he was creepy, he cornered, he just said a little too much about sex, whatever. I felt really fucking weird about saying anything, and I was like, F it, I'm doing it. I'm doing it.
Can we pause?
I said my piece, you know.
Can we please pause for a moment?
Cornered and creepy.
Do you notice her expressions on her face?
Yep, that's exactly what I'm looking at.
Those are the kind of expressions that make you want to cuss her out. Straight up.
I am not highlighting that, Ezekiel. As funny as that is, I'm not highlighting that.
But I'm serious. Like, directly, those that's the kind of expressions that will make your blood boil. And it will make you want to cuss her out. And it's just disgusting.
All right.
Yeah, there's a few things I wanted to say about
The
it.
whole
but,
smiling and laughing. Yeah.
Mhm.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, T-shirt.
Oh, I'm just saying, it's like there's a lot of things I would love to say about her right now at this point, but yeah, we'll get totally banned if I do. So I'm just gonna keep it PG.
Think of it this way.
Let the chat do it.
It's that
Yeah.
too, but I also want you to remember that there's people from the community that, in general, that will watch this, and I don't want to tarnish what I'm trying to do of bringing eyes on this. So remember that in the back of your mind, please.
I know.
And I'm saying that to everyone, just in general. Like, you always got to remember there's always someone else watching the people watching the content.
Even I can be civil when I want to.
Oh my God. Let's get back into it.
Be, etc. And then Lubo retweeted my tweet and tagged the person.
She even directly states that there was a discussion with Dr. Lupo. Her verbiage contains things like, I'm up, and continues on to say that more people need to say things. So even though her story is insignificant, even though she stated previously, he didn't touch me, he was just creepy like half the island of Manhattan, paraphrasing.
It's like, well, why didn't you report it to police? I'm like, I can't report. Someone made me uncomfortable. I'm going to report it to the police. Like, I have to report the entire island of Manhattan.
She still piled on board a mere 7 minutes after the initial tweet, 2 minutes after She Snaps had apparently run something by a lawyer and already posted, which kicked the whole thing off. But that wasn't even the point, because Sarah Daniels, probably speaking to him directly during one of the clips that we just played, is married to a Bungie developer. Now, circling back to Destiny, Say No to Rage was developer banned with no appeal and no explanation or email. And Sarah Daniels' Bungie developer husband tweeted this image 15 minutes after the ban. Not even done. Soon after the ban, as Say No to Rage was attempting to switch his content, an image of him looking at the Outriders logo circulated on Twitter, where users were flat out advocating that people mass report to the Outriders community managers and do everything.
All right, I'm going to stop quick. It looks like Gary.
That's criminal.
Sorry.
Guys, let's do it. Let's go at the top. Kate, do you have anything first to add?
Okay, I understand that suing small fries isn't the way to go, but suing someone personally for possibly having done that, isn't that an option? I'm completely ignorant about how that stuff works, but that's a serious question.
I think he's looked at it, Kate, but I think it's the funding and whether or not it's worth the time. It would probably cost him more to make.
So even if it is like a personal suit, but that's interesting, because if that's still the case, that he's better off not doing it because he's just more well off than they are, even still, that's kind of a win.
Oops, sorry, but that was me dropping some things. But what I also want you guys all to remember right now before I go down the list. This thing where he just mentioned with the Bungie dev and Sarah Daniels, keep that in the back of your mind when we get to the next video. Okay, everyone, just keep that. I don't write in the private chat if you want to remember, but just keep it in the back of your mind because this is related. Explorer, you haven't talked much. What are your feelings?
Oh my god. So I haven't talked much because I play games a lot. Like I love video games. So and I watch people like Twitch people. So I've just been taking it all in, my thoughts. And after this part right here, it's upsetting because that happens, and that she's married to this person that has this much power, and they can just ban it whoever you want, whenever you want, without any explanation. And it's just frustrating that this man's life is ruined because of nothing, really, just because she wanted what he had. And it's really like, it's really upsetting to me.
Yeah,
it's a good answer. Take your time.
I can't. Some of, like you said before, some of the things I don't want to say because I want this to be, I don't want to ruin the thing you're doing about it by just going off like crazy. And I don't. So that's all I can say right now.
Mm-hmm. That's a good answer, man. And I know that you've popped up on my stream, and I do game a lot too, so I get it. And about investment in the game, especially when people play like things like World of Warcraft or Ark and having like your whole base destroyed. This is like having your whole base destroyed permanently.
Yeah.
Mackie, do you have anything to add again?
No, yeah, it's just first off, I want to apologize. Sorry if you heard me just sighing when we saw that tweet, him saying that he was banned after he was perma banned. The lawyer or the developer, sorry, posted that tweet saying bye bye. I want to apologize if you heard me sighing at that, because that was.
Oh, we just thought you were taking a crap.
No, it's just that was infuriating. That was honestly just.
I think we all had the same reaction to it.
Gary was stuck in permanent O face. If you were actually looking when we were doing that, you can watch that replay. But
it's hard to put into words, honestly. And we've seen this, before. Yeah, and we've seen this before. It's just, this is just disgusting behavior. At this point, the whatever accusations, it just doesn't matter at this point. This is very cool.
Mackie, what you just said, it doesn't matter anymore. That's exactly how these people are portraying this whole narrative. It doesn't matter. He doesn't matter to them. His life doesn't matter. What he's done doesn't matter to them, because they just want it. They want it gone. They want to be that center of attention. This is what it's coming down to. This is like the kid who tries to beat you up because you have a snack pack. It's the same type of mentality.
Mm-hmm.
It sucks.
It does. And just seeing that tweet he made, I'm just like, that is disgusting. Say if I was somebody, if I had an interest in wanting to play Destiny and I saw something like this and I stepped on this video, I would not want to be a part of it. I would not want to be a part of that, community, because it's just unsettling to look at.
All right. Yeah. All right. T-shirt, you're up, brother.
Well, first off, oh man, that's a lot of stuff to unpack there. But yeah, the fact that they are pretty much chasing this guy down and continuing to try to go after him, even though he is trying to make the moves and trying to get on with him, with his life and everything else. It's like there is no forgiveness, and yet there was no crime, or the crime did not warrant this level of response.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's a good one. And now we're on to Nick while he's reading Children of the Atom.
Okay, so remember earlier when I said that the same loonies who are out to get them witch hunt style are the same ones who are at the top? I was right. They are the same people who are at the top. Now that we see her connection and the whole bye-bye, they are connected with those who are at the top. These type of personalities have taken over, whether it's on the lower level or on the higher level. They have taken over, and that's why I was right. I swear I did not see this video or knew anything about going on. The fact that I was just right about all of that just is kind of weird. But man, it's still scary to see, even though I was right and I predicted all of that.
Mm-hmm. And then we're on to Gary.
Well, I mean, this is so fucking so high school.
Oh, I'm sorry.
There's this whole clique thing, and this is what this is. It's clique bullying. If you guys remember what cliques are.
Oh yeah, I remember.
Yeah.
Oh
it's
yeah,
like cheerleaders and jocks. It's like cheerleaders and jocks. Yeah,
that's what this is. This is this cancel culture group is it's a clique, and they've decided that they want him out because he's not their type, and they're going to go about it any way they can or want to, and they're doing it free reign. What's unbelievable to me is that nobody knew her association with Bungie during this whole thing. Are you kidding me? Someone had to know that. And they conveniently left it out. It's like, you cannot that's like political corruption. It's the same equivalent, but in the private sector.
They've made it all political.
It's so crazy that's why I had that giant O face going, oh my God, this is the first I've heard that she's involved with the guy at Bungie who's a senior official of some sort, officer of some kind. in the company, and then he posts that afterward, right after it happened. It's like, come on, an investigation needs to be done here, and that guy should be
It was
fired.
15 minutes before. That bye
Before-
Nokia phone was
even
15 minutes
worse.
before. Yeah.
Even worse. So yeah, that guy needs to be investigated and fired for what he's done. I'm not a cancel person, but that's unethical.
It is unethical. Now, before we go back into playing Historian, you had something to add.
Yeah. A lot of your audience is picking up on the same thing that I am, and that is that this kind of behavior actually is stopping people from wanting to engage, from wanting to post, from wanting to interact, from wanting to get involved with any of these platforms like Twitter, YouTube, Twitch, to show off what they can do or what they want to do, for fear that they will cross somebody the wrong way, or they will have basically conspiracy level banning put upon them for what they want to do. This is the stuff that makes me second guess doing my channel, because my worry is I'm going to run across somebody who is either deceitful, hateful, jealous, or whatever, and is going to want to take me down for what I have or for my success, or just straight up doesn't like me.
But
and it's a game to them.
But T-shirt, you want to know the difference between you and Lano is you
I'm
still have
nobody.
people in your don't say that. You have people like Gary and other people who have started to get to know you, to talk to you. You have people there, and they will back you up because they know you as a person, and they're getting to know you as a person. Lana went in doing this solo, so the people he has hung out with for years and got to know through the Twitch communities and all that stuff, he thought they were friends. Probably he thought they were good people. And at the same time, the same people who thought they were friends and allies also got manipulated by the way the lie was distributed, or the narrative was distributed. And the one thing they want, this is the way I look at it. This is like gatekeeping on an emotional threatening level. They're willing to destroy your life. You don't give up on that. That's the same thing Gina Carano taught us. We don't bend the knee because someone wants to say something that isn't true.
Yep.
So why would we do this here? Nobody should give up because someone wants to be a monster to make another person look like a monster. I refuse to believe we should give up on that. Nobody should believe in that.
Well, if I can go on.
I have your back. Sorry.
If I can go on. The thing is, what I see the future having is they're going to cancel enough people if they continue to get their way to where nobody is going to want to get involved with any of these things. And they're going to find their own subscriptions and viewerships are going to start dying and dropping off because, let's face it, when you have mediocre people at the top, nobody wants to watch you.
And then they're going to eat each other. That's the next.
Mm-hmm.
That's when they start to eat each other because they realize they canceled all the ones who they deemed problematic. And like a play-by-play, they're going to go after each other because that's what they do when they realize they've run out of everyone to cancel. They're going to go for each other next. And before you know it, that could be the end of Bungie, really. I mean, I hate saying this. I'm not a Bungie player, but some of these businesses are going to need to fall in order to learn from this. Some of these aren't going to need to fall.
Mm-hmm.
I agree, absolutely.
Can we get?
I agree partially.
Okay. Can we get back to Can we get back into the last 4 minutes before we get to the next video?
Yes,
sir.
Sure.
Awesome. You guys are doing amazing, and thank you.
Everything possible to make sure that they, quote, know of his predatory past that led to bans from Twitch and Destiny, end quote. Effectively, they are trying to kill his entire chance at making a living in the current game that he plays, successfully, I might add, at this point, and actively seeking out any future games he might even try in order to kill his future and his livelihood forever. When I began looking at all this, during the time I began researching this chain of events, the Bungie developer husband of Sarah Daniels blocked me on social media. I am preemptively, without ever having spoken to any of them, blocked by a large number of the people involved in this story. And looking at these events in context, I have one simple question to ask. Does Say No to Rage, Lano, deserve to have his entire business and financial future in this industry ruined completely because he creepily flirted a few times? And when they asked him to stop, he stopped. Is it okay to brutally, constantly harass someone because you think they harassed others for a brief period multiple years ago and have since improved dramatically? Even Sarah Daniels herself expressed, quote, "I have said clearly and so many times I felt weird about saying anything simply because he was totally fine at the last 2 events. Perfectly nice, and I had 0 issues," end quote. Is her husband involved? The one tweeting bye-bye after Say No to Rage is developer banned with no explanation from a game in which he did not violate the terms of service in any noticeable fashion years after any of these events actually transpired? Is any of this okay? You can think he's a creep. He was certainly inappropriate at that time when one considers the fact that he was married with a family. But what is the price for asking a woman, would you like to go someplace quieter? What is the price for getting too high and making someone feel uncomfortable with your nearly incoherent words and you rubbing your own legs? What is the price for making sexual jokes and when asked to stop, respectfully and immediately abiding by those wishes? And lastly, how long should that price be paid? 1 year, 2 years, 5 years? Forever? Should it be the death of a career, no future prospects, throw him in a gulag? Where does stuff like this end? And how on earth did we end up here? In closing, I don't even enjoy his content, but watching what has happened to this man for the better part of a year is frankly shocking. No one is willing to speak up because if you do, especially if you exist in the Destiny community, you get crushed by larger personalities and streamers. They have banded together to make sure that no one goes against their narrative. Well, I'm not in the Destiny community, thank God. I'm not a part of that world. And unless there's some seriously more intense allegations out there with proof, I cannot comprehend how it is justified to take this man's entire life through which he supports a family, an innocent, unconnected family when considering all of these events, and burn it to the ground with salted earth to prevent anything from ever growing again, and fence him in to make sure he can never move to another game. It's disgusting. That's it. If you want support, please consider checking out Odyssey, linked down below. It's a YouTube platform alternative, diversifies my options, and it's very rewarding for its creators. Also, Locals, for $5 a month, you can access ad-free versions of all the videos and also the audio podcast versions. There's another YouTuber to check out, merch, social media, etc., etc. But I'll cut it there and stop rambling. As always, thank you all for watching, and have a nice night. Oh, and if the Destiny community does try to bring their band over here and brigade me and attack me with everything they have, bring it the fuck on, okay? I don't care. You're really not going to be able to do shit to me. And if you are, I have other things in the pipeline. Like, seriously, I'm not one of the people that you can just shut down because I'm obsessed with the Twitch Destiny directory and blah, blah, blah. Like, get out of here.
Okay, I will load up the next video. Yeah, that's the first one.
Historian, go.
Okay. A lot of this... where to start on this? Okay. A few years back, or a year or two back, Blizzard had a similar situation. I'm not going to name the player's name, where they also banned him for 6 months, and they were going to do it for life or a year and all these other things. They vacillated on what their eventual outcome was several times, but they banned that player for his comment on a stream. And, you know, a lot of the community took umbrage with that. And, you know, a lot of us, we went ahead and canceled our subscriptions to Blizzard and stopped playing their games for 6 months, you know, as a show of solidarity for that ban, that 6-month period ban. I was one of these people who also closed down my account for the 6 months. But the thing is, first off, the developer set the precedent in this case by doing that to a player, which was really bad form to begin with. They shut down a player for a comment. And that has, I think, in some way pushed these other cancel culture people to think that, oh, look, they support this on some level, or it's okay to do this on some level. So let's do it too, which I think that was a horrible thing for Blizzard to do. And the other part of that too is the fact that, you know, the 6 months off of Blizzard, 6 months is over, and now I'm just kind of like, you know, I really didn't miss any of those games. I find that, you know, okay, I didn't play those games for 6 months. I saved myself a bunch of money, and honestly, I don't miss them. So in effect, Blizzard kind of screwed themselves over by doing that.
Well, that kind of echoes back to what was said earlier about some of these companies need to collapse, fall from this stupidity.
Okay, next.
Okay, so I'll go. You know, it's funny because they keep saying the creepy things that he says, but we don't know what exactly were that they were said. Because I mean, yes, he's married, has kids. Should he be flirting with women? In my opinion, no. But they're saying it, but it's just like, what exactly is being said? Is he just saying hello, and then they're calling that being creepy and flirting? What exactly is being said that makes it creepy and flirty? Because once again, the interpretation of flirting being creepy, you can ask 10 of these feminist gamers, and they will all have a different answer on if they're being nice, they're just being nice to, or if they're being flirty. None of them are gonna have a consistent answer. There's still nothing there, like receipt wise. So it's just like, I don't even think he probably actually said anything creepy to begin with. I'm like I said, I could be wrong. Maybe he said something slightly off. Maybe he did. But right now, the more information has come out, it sounds like he said nothing creepy at all, and he probably actually did nothing wrong. They need to find a way and a reason, and they need to create a point A to get to a point B, and it worked.
Yeah.
That's it.
Can I add on something there?
Yeah.
Basically, it's only creepy because it's not coming from the person that they're attracted to. That's really what a fault boils down to. If it was a person that they were interested in, it wouldn't be creepy.
That is a good point.
How would someone not think he's attractive though? Because he's really attractive.
Yeah, he's kind of a cutie patootie.
I would definitely drop my pants for him.
I think he's adorable.
Lano, I'm
he
single.
makes me want to give up cheesecake.
I hate you, Steven.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Kate.
I mean, that's a fair point, but I just don't think that's it's what's going on. I think they were just malicious because they weren't at a level that they felt they were entitled to be at.
And Kate, what do you think about this? What if he's in a polyamorous relationship?
Well, that's their business.
Yeah, but that's what he's being judged on by a lot of people.
Right.
They don't know what his.
I don't think that's his relationship with his wife.
They don't know that.
They don't.
That's my point.
And yeah, okay, I see. Well, then they're also hypocrites because if these people are queer and whatever else they want to slap on their forehead, then they aren't actually open to someone who is legitimately that. And
exactly.
That's funny because they just want all the attention. At the end of the day, these people are attention whores.
Yep.
Well, it makes sense. I'll let you go real quick, Mac. Hold on. The thing is that the missing we're looking at, and they've said it numerous times. He was verified on Twitter. He just got partnered with G&G. He's always on the top of the Twitch Destiny directory. That doesn't sound like things that would cause trauma if he was making you feel weirded out, creepy, or uncomfortable. That sounds like you are being seen more by people than I am.
Mm-hmm.
You have a bigger display case. Why can't I have a display case?
Amen, Steven. Let's get on with this video, buddy.
Hold on, Mac, I have one more thing before we go.
Okay.
I was gonna say something, but I realized to turn my mic off. To parrot what T-shirt was saying earlier before the end of the video is that the thing is it's got me thinking because as we're talking about this, I'm currently in the back. I'm just getting some art done, and I'm doing what Fat Steven suggested, which is going to be do a series of work based on Fortnite and such. And it definitely, what T-shirt was saying, had me thinking of just like, this can happen to anyone. This can happen to me. What happens if what I do does get trending? What happens if I become the target of somebody's radar? Do I want to do this? If it means it's going to have that kind of baggage, if there's going to be a painted target on my back for doing this, and it does have me thinking, and it's just like, and then I think about what Fastine was saying. It's just like, no, you you got a great support group. You got people who are gonna want to see what you do. Damn, anybody that's gonna try to hate on you or try to cancel you or whatever, I think you should be able to be comfortable doing the things you want to do and not having to worry about, if you're going to be in the crosshairs or something like that, especially if you're a big name or stuff like that. And it's just, and at the same time, I'm thinking about, you should still be able to support who you want to support and still be able to be a part of the community and such, and still, say how you feel about the community, because it's just, yeah, there you go. That's what I want to say.
Okay, Nick, you had something else?
Yeah, I just want to add to his comment. I mean, I get where he's coming from. It's a tough spot to be in. And I can't say I blame someone for not wanting to get involved with this gaming, but we do got to remember, like, it's a tough, I don't feel like there's a universal answer that's right. I mean, if you feel brave enough to want to play the games, you should do it anyway, because you got to remember at the end of the day, they want us gone and they fear us responding. They fear us having a backbone. So the fact that for me, if I was a big gamer, I wouldn't let them get to me. I'd say, you know what? Fuck you. I'm gonna game anyway because I know you want me gone. And I'm not gonna back down. That's exactly what they wanted. They want us to have this fear. And if we give them that fear, whether we're letting them win.
Right. That's
all I got.
Cool.
And can I add one last thing? Because it was just said in the chat. Lasso said it, is that really the marriage thing and him being married is a smokescreen. Really, it's all about the jealousy and wanting him toppled from the top.
Yep.
Thank you,
All right.
Lasso.
Yeah, the chat's been great. The panel, you guys have been great. Are you guys ready for the second part now?
Hail to the best chat on YouTube.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay. All right. Someone's belly sounds like a car. Wait. Hold on. And Explorer, do you have anything to add, or are you still kind of in a silent shock? Because you haven't said much.
I am in a shock and just not shocked. Well, not really shocked, honestly, because it happens. It happens all the time, and that's why I don't put my gamer tag or face out there, because things like this, I don't want people to know who I am, because if I say one wrong thing, that's it. You're over. You stop them from playing. You stopped him from playing Destiny. Now you want to stop him from playing Outriders. And then if he goes to another game, you're going to stop that game. It's like, when is enough enough? Like, you got rid of him off Destiny. That's where you are on Destiny. He's not there anymore. He's not bothering you.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. They're never, ever, ever satisfied. And it's only a matter of time until they start eating each other.
And you said, like, maybe some of the companies just need to go away.
Yep.
Let it all go away. And when they're finally gone, they don't know what to do. Then we'll take it back and fix it. And that's the only thing I can think of right now. So
it's cool, man. It's a little bit still a lot, man. You're good. It's all right. I'm not trying to put you on the spot either.
No, I'm good. So yeah, that's all I got.
Let's get into Upper Echelon's a connected video to this and the humoristic parts attached to it.
Today is about a W, a massive W. Today is about entertainment, honestly, because today we are discussing the great Bungie lawyer that decided to attack my channel and failed in the most hilarious way imaginable. He failed so hard, I didn't even know it was possible. And for all my gripes and complaints with YouTube, they basically stepped in for the mother of all clapbacks, ensuring that this exchange will go down in my channel's history as the most definitive and satisfying victory yet. Before diving further into this great adventure of bizarre incompetence, a word from today's video sponsor, Honeygain. So what is Honeygain? Short answer, it's an app that allows for your internet connection to be used to collect small bits of data online. The biggest applications are price comparisons. The prices in your geographic region might be far different than somewhere else. Search engine optimization and visibility
I'm letting the
metrics,
ad
as well
play
as
because it
advertising
is technically
verification
his
or brand
video,
safety.
so at least it's getting
pretty
his
simple.
promotion
Sign
on
up,
their side.
install the app using the link down below on whatever devices you want. It works for Windows, Mac OS, Linux, and Android currently. It is not available on iPhones at this time. And let the app gather small bits of info using your internet connection. It does not access your private data, merely the analytics generated through its own searches, which utilize your internet link. This means that you can leave the app running to passively generate income. There's a referral program, and you can easily earn enough money to cover Netflix subscriptions, Spotify, etc., etc. It's not going to replace a full-time job. Reasonable expectations here are the key, but it is passive income that will increase based on how many devices you have. You can use the upper echelon promo code, UEG, or click the link down below to sign up and start earning on all your devices. Big thank you to Honeygain for sponsoring the channel. Let's begin by establishing context. About 3 weeks ago, I created a video titled The Say No to Rage Conspiracy. This video, linked down below on 2 separate video hosting platforms, YouTube and Odyssey, discussed a rather concerning situation where a Destiny 2 streamer, Say No to Rage is his name, was targeted by a coordinated push to retell stories from multiple years prior, stories about events that had been handled and solved in those previous years, even going so far as to have a legal team investigate the most serious claim, finding no evidence of wrongdoing. These stories all had a very similar thread. He made me feel uncomfortable, and these stories were synchronized to within minutes of each other, with other large social media influencers signal boosting the claims to the widest audience possible. It even got on global trending at one point. The result was that the stories from as far back as 2016 were retold after being previously handled, maximizing their damage, synchronized, by bombarding him from all angles. The results were swift and as of yet remain unchanged. His Twitch account was banned, his Destiny account was then banned as well, his sponsors dropped him, his life kind of fell apart, and one of the most popular Destiny 2 streamers on all of Twitch, on all of the internet for that fact, was removed from the equation. As I said before, there is extensive detail in my previous video on who coordinated, how they coordinated, the rhetoric that they used, most importantly, the verbatim quotes from their statements, the contradictions, the discrepancies, and so much more. Some of their claims are verified as false. Eyewitness testimony contradicts what they said on numerous separate occasions. There are personal ties between one of the accusers and Bungie itself, making the more recent sanctions against Say No to Rage even more suspect because his Destiny account was developer banned with no appeal. And the overarching theme here, generally speaking, is that a man was brigaded into the dirt, and that brigading mob hasn't stopped for over a year. So where does the bratty lawyer come in? Bungie lawyer come in? Well, during all of these original events where Say No to Rage was initially canceled, one of the accusers, the ones synchronizing posts, openly talks about weeks of coordinated discussions in the lead up to that final push, and frequently talked about her beggar lawyer. Sorry again. I don't know what's up with me today, okay? I apologize. My words are all messed up. Her Bungie lawyer. This person, Sarah Daniels, is married to a Bungie developer and would often posture intensely regarding her legal team's efficacy, prowess, and skill. One such example, for context, can be heard now with regards to the, quote, Bungie corporate attorneys.
No lawyer would take his case. I mean, like, when we sent everything to our attorneys, they were like, don't worry about it. They're like, you don't have to worry about it. Nothing's going to happen. That was literally, like, they did not care. Like, the Bungie corporate attorneys were like, you're fine. Just go on with your life.
Now, it would appear that Sarah Daniels...
Before I get him to speak again, that sounded pretty goddamn pretentious, didn't it?
Yes, it sounded fake as, you know.
Yeah. Do you feel like she thinks, does it sound like she sounds safe and protected, that she has nothing to worry about, even though she, it sounds
She's
like
untouchable.
she knows? Yeah.
She's scoffing at it like she knew that's how it was going to go.
Mm-hmm.
Daniels, likely facilitated by her husband, has been utilizing the Bungie corporate legal team, and that her unassailable position was protected by a squad of slate black on black suited up legal defenders. Sounds scary, right? Better not challenge her, right? Well, I had plenty of brain cells to kill, so I figured why not? In my video, I utilized a series of clips from Sarah Daniels' public live stream broadcasts for the purpose of quotation, commentary, analysis, and explanation, while highlighting specific things that she said, which called into question the claims that this was not some kind of coordinated quasi-moral hit job against a direct and metrically superior, at the time, competing streamer. Well, she didn't like that. Her husband definitely didn't like that, and ultimately her bratty lawyer, what's up with me? What? Seriously, okay. Her highly respectable Bungie lawyer didn't like that either. About 3 weeks after the video had gone live, about 2 weeks after it had gotten roughly 90% of its inevitable viewership, likely to fade into the obscurity of archived YouTube uploads on contemporary topics that never really regain any public attention whatsoever, a completely logical and highly intelligent lawyer from Bitwise Legal filed a copyright strike against the video. This copyright strike gave me no warning and removed the video immediately. Well, YouTube may have a myriad of different flaws, but their system has been through nearly a decade of iterative design changes after creators complain, time and time again, about how easy it is to abuse their system. So, despite the fact that I was not given any warning on this at all, I was given the timestamps of what was targeted and what it was taken down for, as well as the name of the claiming party, Bitwise Legal. It turns out there was a 3-minute segment in my video, the clips of Sarah Daniels' live stream, that resulted in the claim, and it also turned out that Bitwise Legal is a boutique law firm serving a number of different clients, including, go figure, Bungie. Bitwise Legal also has a partner named Michael Schneider, founder of Hivebrain, who continues to practice law at the boutique firm. Furthermore, on Twitter, even tweets beneath my own post, which referenced the publicly displayed location of Bitwise Legal from their own website, drawing connection to that location and the location of possible hiring parties when all the speculation was initially churning, got struck down. They were quite literally reading and watching this thread after striking down the video while further striking people calling them out. Well, Michael obviously thought that it was completely necessary to take down the video, so with that, my battle with the highly respectable and inevitably terrifying Bongholio lawyer began. What followed was a truly horrifying, brutal, epic legal exchange that will be chronicled in history for all time. It was like Thermopylae and the 300 Spartans as they staved off the Persian hordes to save all of Greece. It was like Julius Caesar crossing the Rubicon and the ensuing Roman Civil War in its entirety. Better yet, it was like Goku versus Frieza after Goku's initial transformation. Just kidding.
I am going to pause right there before he goes into his seriousness. But any thoughts on why Bungie lawyer, or in Echelon's case, the Bungholio lawyer, apologies, would strike down a video covering this if it's unbiased? Go ahead.
I think it's because it showed that someone high up in Bungie did something really wrong. That's what I mean. Yeah, that's what I think. I think that he showed that she's married to someone really high up in Bungie, and then he did that tweet that said bye-bye, and then he's gone.
For me, I think he came across more of as a CYA, cover your butt move.
But yeah, that's what I think.
Anyone else?
Nothing. Not for now, at least.
Pretty much what they guys. Nothing for now. Pretty much everything that you guys just said.
All right.
It was fucking pathetic. The strike took down my video for all of 24 hours. In that time frame, the discussion surrounding the strike was viewed hundreds of thousands of times. Other creators got involved and discussed the events. Thank you to them for that, by the way. I was contacted by hundreds of people pledging financial support and even multiple lawyers offering their services, one of them pro bono, in order to preserve the integrity of fair use law. And honestly, for me, it was heartwarming and very beneficial. I'd like to take a moment and look at some seemingly unrelated events here that are actually crucial to our understanding of how this legal battle with a bumblefuck lawyer was nothing short of hilarious. First is the Streisand effect. The Streisand effect, named after, obviously, Barbra Streisand, was coined in 2003 when her attempt at hiding a photograph of her home from California state records backfired so dramatically it merely increased the number of people who eventually saw the image. The Streisand effect became known as a social phenomenon whereby attempts to suppress information has the unintended, albeit completely obvious effect of spreading it even further. And when a video has gained something like 90 to 95% of its eventual viewership already, enacting a spurious copyright takedown request, which results in further videos being made by other creators with a separate audience, as well as thousands and thousands of social media engagements, interactions, reposts, etc. on other platforms discussing the issue. Well, One might call that the Streisand effect. Now, keep in mind that the Streisand effect in this particular case is exceptionally beneficial for me. I get new viewers, new accounts that will be served my videos in the algorithmic feed. I got hundreds of other social media followers, hundreds of YouTube subscribers, hundreds of dollars, many hundreds of dollars from a pretty large number of people, and it's all still happening. I get free content, free media exposure, free marketing, free reshares, all of it, and so much more. The video itself gets views on alternative platforms. I get viewership on my other videos after people peruse the channel, and it becomes a spectacle that not only pulls an older piece of content that was largely irrelevant at that time back into the spotlight, but sequentially benefits me every single step of the way afterwards. Overall, the Streisand effect came into play here, to the detriment of this Binky lawyer, and to the benefit of me and my channel. But we're not done. The second thing to know is that we do, in fact, have case law here. I would expect a revered and highly skilled butthole lawyer. I just can't help my words today, guys. How incredibly unprofessional of me. Bungie lawyer to know that, but for those that don't know, there is case law defining fair use on YouTube. Primarily, fair use will revolve often around 4 pillars, including, quote, the purpose and character of your use, the nature of the copyrighted work, the amount and substantiality of the portion taken, and the effect of the use upon the potential market, end quote. I'll spare everyone the full breakdown of why and how my own video very, very clearly falls under a subset of content that conforms easily to fair use, but in terms of case law, there were 2 pertinent scenarios here. Number 1, the case of H3H3, Ethan Klein, and Matt Hosenzadeh, in which content punctuated by clips of the other creator won in court as fair use. Number 2, the case of Carl Benjamin, Sargon of Akkad, versus Akila Hughes, in which Benjamin rearranged clips of Hughes' content from her YouTube videos and live streams for the purpose of a transformative comedic upload. The court ruled in favor of Benjamin, despite the fact that he added no additional analysis, explanation, context, or material of any kind, and merely rearranged Hughes' own content into something that could be considered different and transformative. These 2 case law examples should already begin to clarify that a 23-minute video, complete with dozens of separate sources, screenshots for context, analytical breakdowns, and live stream clips for quotation and point case proof, is likely going to be fair use, when the sum total of that content is a completely new, entirely unique narrative, which will wholly and completely transcend any one of its individual parts, while not serving as some sort of replacement for the sections of unique copyrighted content used. Well, it seems like YouTube thought so too, because in direct public reply to my tweet about the strike, they posted the following, quote, thanks for your patience, confirming that the video has been restored unless you've deleted it. We've determined that the copyright takedown request we received for this URL was invalid. Your copyright strike has also been resolved, end quote. That seems good, right? Absolutely, but hang on here, because what a lot of people don't know is that YouTube is not ever, by law, the arbiter in these situations. YouTube is required, as per governmental regulation, to adhere to any and all valid DMCA requests, regardless of who submits them or who they target. Many people seem to have a long-standing misguided assumption about this process, where they view YouTube to be making judgmental validation decisions on what is or is not fair use, but that's not actually the case.
I'm going to pause it because I want to actually add to that. That's actually true. A lot of us do have misconceptions when it comes to YouTube, especially the copyright and DMCA system. Sometimes we all get a little persuaded that we think they're being vindictive or the algorithm has like the coof, but it's actually they have to legally take down on those requests. That's messed up, but it's I guess by law.
Yeah. Oh man, I mean, you see the powers at play here, and you see that every time when they have these guidelines and these rules, the minute the rules backfire against them, they change the rules so that they don't lose from it. It's just endless changing the rules so we win. So that way they can always come out on top. This is insane to see them not being regulated because they need it. All these companies do, because look at what it's become now. We have problems everywhere with this stuff, especially with these rules that are not always
Those rules are
really clear.
Those rules are regulations, so that's not going to help anything. More is not going to help.
It's like moving the goalposts every time.
Bingo.
Yeah. Anyone else, or should I go on?
Go on.
Okay. Case, which makes this whole thing even more hilarious. YouTube's copyright system is abused each and every day because if the request is even remotely plausible, they must act. Someone can, and they have many times, used spurious or totally manufactured reasons in order to leverage the YouTube copyright system and take down any content that they choose, regardless of whether that's valid or not. If the request is even passably valid, if there is even a hint of legitimacy, YouTube simply takes the video down and lets the two parties sort it out amongst themselves. This is honestly a meat stick slap to the face because it means the takedown was so incredibly absurd and so uselessly crafted, not even the hands-off, by law, do-nothing platform of YouTube was able to tolerate it. But I'm not even done, because YouTube actually emailed me the transcript of their communication on the subject. And yeah, I'll just read some of the quotes here. Quote, copyright takedown request received for your YouTube video. This to me through email. Quote again, hello, the following videos in your account have been restored unless you deleted them. We have determined that the copyright takedown request we received for these URLs was invalid. Your copyright strike has been resolved. Below is a record of the takedown notice we received. Please note the complainant's physical address and phone number have been redacted. End quote. First, it goes through the initial complaint. All of this information, by the way, email, title, name, etc., is publicly available as soon as you search up the company name Bitwise Legal. It's all displayed on LinkedIn pages. It's all contained within basic Google search returns. So I don't want to hear a single thing about doxing or private information. In fact, the only real private information was given when I was forced to dispute the claim by me to Bitwise Legal. Information the public does not know about me. So again, because we already established spurious takedowns of tweet activity referencing private information that this company did was not in fact private. It was publicly available on their website and multiple other places. Just don't go down that road. Nobody should be going down that road. The cited issue is 1604 to 1910 and is signed under penalty of perjury by the authorized party to act on behalf of Sarah Daniels, Michael Schneider. Well, YouTube responded, quote, we require a more detailed description of your copyrighted work. We won't be able to process your request until you've provided us with this information. Information such as the title of your work, the type of the work, its author's name, the date of creation of the work, a copyright registration number if the work is registered, and or the specific timestamps at which your work appears in the video in question will greatly assist us in processing your request. End quote. Lastly, there is another response from Bitwise Legal that reads, quote, the following is some additional information about the infringing content. My client, Sarah Daniels, is the author/owner of the content that is subject to this takedown request. The subject video of Ms. Daniels is live streamed from Twitch at the timestamps in the complaint, and an unauthorized reproduction of Ms. Daniels' wedding photo at 1856. End quote. Well, that was the end of YouTube's engagement in this transcript, and then the video got reinstated. And soon after, the tweet reading that the request had been fully denied as invalid was posted on Twitter by the official Team YouTube account publicly under my own tweet. Furthermore,
stop right there. Now, do you guys remember why I asked you guys to, because it's coming up, why I asked you guys to put the Sarah Daniels thing and the clips in the back of your mind, and the Bungie lawyer, as well as the who she's married to?
Yeah.
Is this making sense now?
Yeah.
Yeah. How the two videos are connected now, and how kind of sus, as Among Us would put it, sounds?
Yes. The thing is, I knew this was the video to talk about because I did watch both videos beforehand, and I before you started this video, I just went to browse Twitter to check to see, just looked at Sarah Daniels' profile, just see if I was blocked or anything, and of course I wasn't. So it's just really interesting why this was had to be done, because yeah, this is a Streisand effect. And because it's bringing it all up to task, and it doesn't hide from the fact that, you know, what Sarah Daniels did and what the lawyer and what, you know, the Bungie developer did, you know, it's still, you know, disgusting behavior, and that's a step too far to just outright ban him like that.
Anyone else?
Nada.
Okay, we'll go back into it. Because we're almost done this video. We're about 4 minutes left.
Or if you simply search, quote, Sarah Daniels C.G. Barrett wedding in Google, you get the exact photo and many, many more that I displayed in that previous video. It is publicly posted on her Instagram, and the photo can be actually found all over the internet. There is no grounds for a complaint of privacy. There is no grounds for a complaint of copyright. There really is no reason that any legitimate legal party with any expertise whatsoever should ever have entered this arena with regards to a copyright claim against my previous video. But hey, The past year or so has just been pretty insane, to say the very least. Imagine corporate Bungie lawyers being held up as some sort of weaponized deterrent in a coordinated push to deplatform a competitor. Then imagine that someone highlights contextual comments made on public platforms while analyzing that situation with extremely thorough personal commentary. And lastly, imagine a big, bad legal monster who consults for Bungie on behalf of someone who didn't want that content to be seen at all or used, striking down the video so badly it got flat out rejected by a platform that, by law, maintains impartiality and honors any plausible copyright takedown request. Now imagine that the result does nothing but benefit the person who they sought to attack and ultimately caused hundreds of thousands of people to engage with or view the material that they wanted suppressed. And all of this through the intermediary avatar that has been puffed up and even potentially referred to as Bungie's corporate legal counsel, who does in fact officially claim to have had Bungie as a client and advertised with emphasis as some sort of legal paragon ready to destroy all adversaries. That is what my battle with a bungling lawyer has looked like. And who knows, if they went after the last one to try and take it down, odds are someone in that rat's nest of a community will go after this video too. So just to add this in here, I'm not afraid of you. So far, everything you do and say is an absolute joke, or it's manipulative at best. The sum total of your personality is disgusting, so bring it on. Now, to go full-on conspiracy here, is it possible that some unknown troll created this entire scenario as a way to stir up trouble? Is it possible someone faked this copyright takedown, committing perjury in the process, claiming to be Bitwise legal on behalf of Sarah Daniels? Yeah, it's honestly possible. But when it all kicked off, I sent a very short, open-ended email to our dear friend Michael using the official Bitwise legal email address and got no response. I said, quote, "Hello. I wanted to reach out regarding a takedown that was placed on a YouTube video on behalf of your client. That video exclusively utilized public clips and social media postings for informational and contextual purposes as a situation was being explained. The content falls squarely under the 4 pillars of fair use, and I want to reach out directly after filing the counter notification to see if this was made in error or if there is an intention here to escalate to court proceedings. Thank you." End quote. If it was a troll, which is why it got rejected so hard by YouTube, perhaps, but if it was, I got no response. If it was Michael from Bitwise, I got no response. And from top to bottom, I have been able to sit back and watch as something so pathetically hilarious unfolds. Instead of stressful, which it normally would be or should be in this type of situation, it has been comedic, practically uplifting. What comes next, I guess I'll take it in stride because so far it really is either inconsequential or flat out beneficial to me. Maximum W. But that's it. If you want support, please consider checking out Odyssey, linked down below in the description. It's a YouTube
All right, I will close it there. That is pretty much the end. So before everyone gets a chance to talk, because you're all breathing, going, "Holy crap, what the fuck did happen?" So summing it all up from start to finish, especially people who haven't heard of the whole story, the whole situation going down, and seeing how Echelon can break it down with logical facts, not being biased. What are your thoughts, first of all, on cancel culture as a virus? How do you guys feel about this situation in general? We'll go from the top. Kate, do you want to go first?
Well, I'm not.
You want to come
It's
back?
something that I thought. What?
Sorry.
What?
Go ahead. Go ahead. I thought.
Words. No, it's not. I've never thought of it as a new thing. Like it's something that's been around a very long time. If you have wrongthink, you are not allowed to get work, and now it's just kind of trickled into what are smaller communities, everyday people, and it's really quite disturbing. It's very not draconian, but yeah, it's bad, but not new. That's the thing that gets me, is that when people act like it's only happened in the last handful of years. No.
I can understand that. For me, it's new to me because I'm actually starting to see it more. That's why
Right.
I'm not saying I can never disassociate that it hasn't been around a long time, but it's been very new to me since I started looking at it and seeing it.
Right. No, I get that. I totally get that, and I understand that more people are have become aware because they have been personally affected in some way or another. So, but that, again, it's kind of brings it to my point that it's now affecting smaller communities and individuals in a way that it hadn't before.
Mm-hmm. Do you think it's become a stronger toxic kind of situation in the coming years, or has it just been the gradual buildup from?
I think this is peak. I really do. I think the amount of people who are now aware and are like, well, fuck this, I'm out. They'll end up creating new things and it'll get better because there's obviously more rational people than there are a-holes.
Mm-hmm. I don't know. Gary kind of defeats that argument.
Well, I mean, you can be an asshole and rational. You would know.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, sometimes the two are synonymous.
Mm-hmm. I agree with you. That's a good point. That's why I like having you on the panel. Very direct and blunt.
Yes.
And now we're and I'm gonna go to Explorer because you are definitely been the quietest one, but I think you've also been kind of WTFing the most as well.
Yes, I have. Well, first, cancel culture is wrong. I think canceling anyone for the way they think, is stupid. Like before social media, these people had. Hold on, let me try again. Before social media, no one knew what celebrities or, important people, what their political views were, what anything was. They didn't care. They just wanted to be entertained, and that was it. Now with social media and Twitter mostly, everyone knows everything about everyone. And if you don't agree with them, if you don't think like them, then you're a problem that needs to go away. And you could go away quietly with, shadow banning, things like that, or you can go away loudly like this, where we get rid of you through Destiny, and then we try and get rid of you for other games you do in the future. So it's almost like you can quietly go away, or we make a spectacle out of it. And we need to go back to where, who cares what this person thinks? Who cares what this person thinks or this does? I mean, as long as, my feeling has always been, as long as you're not hurting anyone or hurting yourself, I don't care what your political, what, sexuality, all that is. I don't care. I care about if you're a good person and if I can be around you and talk to you. Just because if I don't like your politics, then I'm not like, all right, I'm not talking to this person. That's one thing I don't like about you, but you're great talking to you, other things, that's great. Then I just don't talk to you about that stuff. Who cares? And we need to go back to the point of not getting into everyone else's business all the time. Just focus on yourself. Who cares what they do? And now you're trying to ruin this man's life because now he wants to go play this other game, and now you're asking them to do it. I hope they say no. He didn't do anything wrong in this community that we're making.
Can I ask a question quickly, Explorer? You're referring to that tweet about how the Outriders thing, right?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Yeah, actually, that tweet did get deleted because it was against Twitter's terms of service. I didn't mention that earlier, but yeah, that was considered a weaponized.
Okay, so it's gone.
Kind of thing.
So
Yeah, supposedly it is gone, but there's been a lot of tweets gone. Eventually, if Huey does the next video and he does decide to go on that road, I plan on covering that as well with people so we can actually see how much stuff has been deleted. But there's a lot of people out there doing screenshotting and archiving, so that will all eventually pop up. But yeah, I agree with you.
Yeah, and also the internet is forever. Like, they're screenshotting it. Once it's out there, it never will go away. And that's the other thing people need to remember that too. If you don't want someone to know something about you, don't put it on the internet. Nowadays, everyone needs to put everything on the internet. Why? I don't want to, whatever.
Validation.
So, yeah, it's just like, look at me. It's like, okay. But that's it. That's really it. Like, it's just, cancel culture is a horrible thing. and it needs to stop. And maybe some businesses need to just go away for it to people to really be like, oh, we need to stop doing this, because there are other games, other companies that we can go to besides Bungie if they do more stuff like this, and that's what people start doing. And no one knew anything about. I didn't know anything about this, and then when more people see those videos, more people like us be like, well, that's, you know, what, I'm not playing your game now if you're gonna act like that. I say the wrong thing on there, I'm gonna get banned. So why do I want to do that? So that's it for me.
That's good points, man. And thank you also for being a part of the panel. I do appreciate those points of view. Now we're on to the third part of the Herald of Menace and Training, Nickweiser.
All right, so I'm gonna further what Kate said with cancel culture being around as far back as the Corey Feldman days. Once again, people who were speaking out against things, and then they are silenced and put away into obscurity. Yeah, it's definitely now become the face of the mainstream, but it is definitely, you know, creeping its way to the top, and now it is the top. And originally in my time, you know, when I saw these things, I don't know if I was afraid to speak up, but it was, I didn't know how to speak up. And eventually, I just learned you just gotta start somewhere, and you just gotta go for it, and you gotta not back down to these types. We need it. We need a counterculture. We need it. A lot of us don't want to get involved in these things. No, but we are at a point where we have to. We need more to speak up. It's not a matter of wanting to, because we need to. Otherwise, this stuff takes over and it becomes forever. And if we don't do anything, then we're absolutely screwed. And we shouldn't have to. This should not be a normal way of living. This should not be a normal way of living. We need to understand. We need to learn how to communicate in person too, when opportunity allows it. We need to learn how to have discourse, whether it's on a political view or on a gender or sexuality. It shouldn't have to matter. Sorry, there's a lot here I could say all day, but we need to learn how to have discourse, and we need to also learn how to protect ourselves from this culture. We gotta also stay on the ground, be alert at all times, because they will eventually try to come for people like us next. They will not stop. And how to stop this? Oh boy, I mean, just do as much of our own counterculture as I can. As we can. I'm messing up my words here. I had my rockstar. It's kind of making me jittery here, so my words are like not all perfect. But we need to also protect those things once we build these cultures, because given enough time, we will see long-term success in these countercultures. We need to build them up, and then we got to protect them. We got to protect them with all our lives. We really do. So no, this is definitely been a very informative discussion, and I hope this guy sees this through to the very end, because if he doesn't, we're giving them the opportunity to do it again. He needs to see this through. Like, he can't come to an easy settlement. He needs a fight to the very end, because otherwise, like I said, they see it as, oh, he backed down, he gave up. We can do it. Nope, we gotta let him. We can go after him and more others because he backed down. So I hope he sees us through to the very, very end.
I'm gonna add to that quickly, because I think I'm probably gonna misquote, because I definitely don't have photographic memory when it comes to all of his streams, but I don't think he wants the replications. He just wants what was owed to him, what was taken away from him. Like, I think from the purple platform in general, he just wants what he earned. He wants what was taken away. He doesn't want to go after them and hurt people, because not everyone was on that cancel train. So I agree with you. And I think he has been handling this the best way possible. And he has a great wife. He has kids. And those, I guess, to him, from my point of view, are his rock, his shelter, and his confidence. And you can see it in the other videos we've covered before where he talks about them. His whole persona changes, and he feels proud and happy. And I'm glad he has something like that in his corner. He has his whole community with him as well.
No, we got to take it back. We got to take it back. You're right. I mean, we got to learn to take this all back. Because the thing is, also at the end, we're ultimately responsible for giving these types of people the power, because we saw the convenience, we saw the good in this, but we didn't think about the possible consequences because of how convenient it was. And now we're seeing the effects of it. So yeah, we got to take the power back. So I'll shut up now. I'll let everyone else go.
Okay, T-shirt, you're up.
Man, it's a lot to unpack. But I will say that I kind of feel the same as some of our other guests. The ugliness of this particular event it totally turns me off. I mean, I was not interested in Destiny to start with. I'd seen it pretty much being review bombed to hell and back, and that gave me a pretty negative image of it to begin with. But I was a little bit more interested in it, seeing how much joy you were getting of it from watching your streams. But then I hear this, and I see how negative the culture can be and how abusive the company itself can be to its players. And that is a complete turnoff to me, because it's almost kind of like, well, once we have your money, we can just, eliminate you from the platform, and that's that. And you have no recourse, no say, no appeals, nothing. But Bungie's not the only company that does this. Any company out there that has a platform and a game can potentially do the same thing to you. There are other games I play, that are online, and it would be horrendous to be just summarily removed from the game with no explanation and no recourse. I think this kind of move hurts Bungie. I think it hurts the Destiny community as a whole, not just for the loss of the person itself, but also just the image is so tarnished and so ugly now. There's no way you can go back into a Destiny stream or anything like that and see these players who are involved in any of this and not think, oh, I don't really know if I want to get involved in this. This is, maybe I can find something else. And that's the problem. We have lots of other games to play. We have lots of other entertainments to enjoy. So it's not like anybody is being forced to have to play these. So it would behoove Bungie to take a step back and rethink this, maybe set out an apology, and
the Bungie apology tour.
Yeah, but it's
basically
not even just that t-shirt. Let's put yourself in Lono. I hope I'm saying Lono's name right. Lono, please. I hope to God I'm saying your name right. I think it's Lono. But put yourself in his position. After all this, would you actually want to go back to a game? I know he probably would, because I know he loves the game because he was able to play with his family, his kids, and stuff. But from your personal point of view, would you want to go back to this and play this after all the crap happened, if it happened to you?
Absolutely not. It's tainted. The entire experience is tainted. The game is tainted. The community is tainted. It's all under this shadow of this ugliness. And, I sincerely hope that the community can move past it. I hope Bungie will offer some kind of, an apology and reparation to Lono for what they did to him, because I think it was unjust, and I think a lot of other people think it was unjust.
Right.
But at the same time, I would not blame him one iota if he just said, thanks guys, but in the time that you kicked me off your platform, I found other platforms that were more enjoyable or equally enjoyable, and I think I will continue to give them my business.
Yeah.
And that's really how, as players, as consumers of culture, of media, we should be with everything. It's kind of like, you cannot screw over your fan base and get away with it. You should not be allowed to.
Yeah. It's done to their IP what Disney has done to Star Wars and Marvel with Gina Carano. It's done the same thing. It's toxified it, because they're no longer seeing Destiny. They're just seeing the Twitch streamers that have done this thing and the people behind it attached to the company. And they pretty much, it's going to affect their next IP as well. When that Matter game finally decides to drop, people are going to be very uneasy to cover it or envelop themselves in that community, because they're going to have to fight the people that already try to go after other people. It's going to come to them as well. And that's the fear we were talking about earlier. And before we go into the next thing, is it low no or LAN no? Because Hunter, you're throwing me off, man.
Is it? Yeah, it's low no. Okay, so low no. Okay, thank you.
Your chat's fighting over the pronunciation.
I love it. We're having Webster's Dictionary war in our chat. It's great. We're now.
It's a nickname. It doesn't count.
Okay, but as we move on, T-shirt, thank you, man. Makini, you're up.
I know I've been probably one of the as somebody who doesn't play Destiny, who doesn't play like any of the Bungie products at all, but yet, you know, seeing this just kind of unfold and probably one of the more vocal people in this panel, it's still a lot to unpack. You know, it's still a lot to. It's just you know, a lot of the comparisons I made is just because it's the same thing that I've been seeing, that we've been seeing for the past couple years. If you're a part of, you know, TFM or CG or whatever, you know, you've seen these situations. You've kept a close eye on these situations in gaming and comics and pop culture regardless. And it's another one that sadly it's just, you know, it's worried. It's definitely worrisome. But at the same time, you know, if anything is just I learned is that don't, if it ever happens, if it comes to me, I'm gonna make sure that I don't back down. You know, I don't kneel. I don't stand my ground. I stand strong for how I feel about what I say and such. And don't let them get to you. You know, don't let them try to pull that on you. You know, if you have a backbone, then definitely show it. You know, it's just so much is stacked against you though, and you may be in a position where you might not be able to defend yourself. But even then, you still got to though, because I would rather go down fighting rather than just stand and take it and just lose everything. Because at least that way, I know if I'm not going to bend the knee, then I know that I won't lose everything. That I won't have everything to lose because I won't capitulate. You know, that's kind of how I feel about a lot of things. And you know, it's really hard to describe. It's just, you know, it's a byproduct of, you know, social media. It's a byproduct of all these things, and it's just crazy how much it's going powerful. It's like, you know, the thing is that I've noticed one thing on Twitter is that they're labeling like people who are against cancel culture like the anti-cancel culture now. Like they're trying to flip the script and, you know, make, you know, the people who are anti-cancel culture look bad on Twitter and such. And, you know, Yellow Flash and other people who said it, it's just like a lot of I do feel that a lot of the issues may lie on just the fact because of how much social media has been influencing our lives. And it's something that we got to learn to take back. We got to learn to pull it back. You know, you don't need to know everything. We don't want to know everything. It shouldn't matter, you know?
Yeah.
And, you know, I see this. I've been, how I feel personally is that I feel like I've been an observer for the past 6, 7 years, you know? It's just, you know, being just kind of observer, just kind of watching this it all unfold around the world around me and such. And you don't keep your head down, or you just kind of make sure you keep yourself. You always make sure that you have something that you can be happy for, something that you always have something to be happy for, something that because it can take, because being a part of this can take your mind. This can mess you up big time. So you need something to keep your sanity in check. You need something to keep yourself occupied, to make sure that you're not going to fall into that abyss, you know, fall into that endless abyss. And yeah, I hope all the best for Rage. I hope all the best for his family. I hope all the best for, you know, the community, especially this community, especially everybody who support Rage. And I always believe that, you know, they may have canceled, canceled Rage, but reality can play very interesting games on you. And, you know, the people who went after Rage, try to cancel Rage, I always believe that the next person they try to go after, if they continue this, that reality is not going to be kind to them at some point. That I do believe in karma. Karma's going to hit back at them, and it's going to be either, you know, it'll just be at some point, or just be like their own trying to eat themselves. You know what I mean? So, but yeah, just seeing all this light, and, you know, all the best for Rage. And I hope he comes back. I hope he bounces back even stronger than ever from this.
He is.
And I do think in the end, I think Rage is going to still, I think when all the dust is settled, Rage is still going to be on top.
Well, he is on top because he's not giving up. That's why it's bothering him.
Right.
Thank you, Mac. You said some good points. And now we're on to my favorite asshole and friend, Gary, as he sips his tea.
What was the question again? Because I've forgotten.
Well, thank you, Gary, for that lovely insight. That was amazing.
I'm serious. What was your exact question?
After watching all this, what are your thoughts on the whole package? How do you feel about this?
And dealing with, so you said something about cancel culture, and
cancel culture is a virus.
Okay. Yes. Okay. Well, I've always been a part, since I became a teenager, part of the counterculture. I was a punk rocker, and this was during the time when we had guys like Frank Zappa and Dee Snider going up to represent rock and roll. I was in a band called the Smelly Pubes, and we wrote very counterculture songs, and just loved it, you know, and hated these people, these right religious individuals that felt they had the moral high ground. And there's nothing worse in our culture than people who think they have the moral high ground over somebody else within their society. And that's really what cancel culture is just another version of the same culture from the 80s. Technically, it even started in the 70s, but it didn't really gain strength until the 80s. And it took a lot of hard work. We kind of beat them back. But the current cancel culture takes its lessons from what the religious right did in the 80s. And they use it to a great degree, and they have something that's even more powerful today than was when we were younger, which is social media. That didn't exist then.
Yep.
And this gives every, we're in the second hour. I can cuss now, right?
To a degree.
Can I F-bomb?
No.
Okay. Every effing psycho out there has a pulpit now. And there are equal amount of crazy people that go, yo, right, amen, sister, amen, brother. And they're all a collective voice. They get into that echo chamber, and then they try to spread it out. And the worst part is when you have people within the media itself that go, well, you know what, we could probably make some money off of this. Let's go ahead and milk this, get it out there. And it has nothing to do with solving any problem for our society. Doesn't help anybody, hurts people, but that doesn't matter because it makes them money. So I am now still counterculture, but now I'm counter cancel culture. And I think anybody with a level head should be. And that's where I end my statement.
That's cool. I think we're going to wrap up now. We're passing the 2.5 hour mark. It doesn't feel like it. My butt cheeks are numb, so. But before we go, I would like to thank everyone in the chat, everyone who has dropped by, who stayed for 5 minutes, 10 minutes, or for the whole thing. I appreciate you guys sharing it out. I appreciate you even spamming a like or even just interacting with the chat. I can't thank you enough. I'm humbled by the amount of response back to my panel. You've all been great. You've all been yourselves, and I couldn't ask for a better type of car driving by.
I heard it too.
I know. Yeah. Other than that, you guys are awesome, and thank you for spending your time with me for this. I appreciate it, Matt.
Hey, thank you for letting me on here. I appreciate letting me be on. It's nice that we need to talk about these things, and we need to have more of these conversations, and we got to continue to be consistent with it too. So, no, let's keep the ball rolling.
Supposedly Sub wants a sandwich.
I do
other
too.
than that, I will put your guys' links. You can put it in the private chat, and I will put it in the description. We're gonna close out with a little bit of humor from C-Lab, and let everyone get on with their day. To everyone, thank you. This has definitely been a great show. And all I have to say is words from Heel versus Babyface before C-Lab.
A fat Steven Seagal with 2 Canadian. Drinker was so mean and mocked my fatness and movies. Ah, shut up, you fat fuck.
No, can you feel it when I do this? No, can you feel it when I do this? No, can you feel it when I do this? No, can you feel it when I do this? No.
Hey, idiots! What time is it?
Exactly 3:14.